Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Jude by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Troy Duran and Gillian Macy. Chapter 1. Jude. How long since it happened? 2 years, I answer, holding up my forearm to show the burn scars to Chance. He squints, taking a moment to scrutinize the skin. Yeah, the scarring is pretty extensive, so it might hurt more than your other ink did. But Stacia will fix you right up. She's just finishing up with another customer, so have a seat and she'll be out to get you. Chance says a couple of words to the receptionist, then disappears down the hallway. I take a seat on one of the low leather couches in the small waiting area of Rebel Ink, the tattoo shop where the lords get pretty much all our ink done. Chance is the owner, so the club knows him pretty well. Stacia, who used to be known as Six, is the old lady of Bullet, one of my club brothers. One of my club brothers. Damn, it feels like it'll never get old to say that. Even though I've had the Lords of Carnage tattoo on my left pec for long enough that I feel like I've always had it, my pride at being a lord is just as fresh as it was the day I was patched in. The funny thing is, the reason I'm here today to get this tattoo and the reason I got patched into the MC are pretty closely connected. 2 years ago, I was nothing but a lowly prospect for the Lords of Carnage MC. Well, I say lowly, but that's not exactly the case. When you're the brother-in-law of the MC president, you're not exactly the scum of the earth prospect-wise. But that said, I never got special treatment from any of the lords before I got patched. If anything, a lot of them were harder on me than they probably would have been otherwise. Hale especially. That motherfucker took sadistic pleasure in fucking with me from day one, that's for sure. And I guess I expected it. He and I didn't exactly hit it off on the right foot back in the day. By the time I became a prospect, we were pretty copacetic, but he still rode me harder than the other prospects. Hell, if I'm honest, I probably deserved it. I was a cocky shit. Still am, I guess. But the club taught me a lot. It taught me how to be a man, how to live by my word, how to live for something larger than myself. That's not a lesson my biological family ever taught me, that's for damn sure. Well, except for my sister, Jewel. She tried to teach me as best she could, but with parents like ours, she could only do so much. When she left home at 17, I was only 10. Left to my own defenses with a mother and father who barely tolerated each other and tolerated me even less, I felt abandoned by the only person who cared about me. I hated Jewel for years because of that. Or at least, that's what I told myself. Then, when I was 17 myself, I got in some pretty serious trouble, and our parents tossed me onto a bus to Tanner Springs to live with Jewel without a backward glance. I snore softly to myself. Getting rid of me, giving up on me, was probably the best damn thing they ever did for me, in the end. Coming to Tanner Springs was a bumpy damn landing. I made Jewel's life hell. I almost got into some even more serious shit that could have ended me up in prison for a long damn time. Somehow, Jewel didn't throw my ass out. And lucky for me, her job at the time was as a bartender for the local motorcycle club. And the rest, as they say, is history. I looked down at the burn scars running up and down my left arm. In a couple of ink sessions, the twisted, puckered skin will be transformed into a sheath of flames. Not because I want to forget, but because I want to remember the day I ran into a burning house to try to save someone's life. The house belonged to Ember, the woman who would become my club brother Stryker's old lady. The man trapped inside was her ex-husband. I failed to save him, but that's because he was already dead. It cost me some serious smoke inhalation, some second and third degree burns, and a couple surgeries to graft some skin from my inner thigh onto the most damaged burn sites. It sucked ass, to be honest. But what it gained me was the unanimous vote by the Lords of Carnage to patch me in as a full member of the club. Priceless. I leaned back into the worn leather of the couch, exhaling into the memory. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the young receptionist staring at me. She's hot in that weird emo chick way. Makeup that makes her seem like she's never seen the sun. Black hair with electric blue highlights in a severe bob with bangs cut straight across. Dark eye makeup, blood-red lipstick. Not my type, but that doesn't stop me from thinking about the lipstick ring she'd leave around my cock.
"Hey, Jude."
Stacia greets me, breaking into my thoughts. She lets out a soft laugh and shakes her head, like practically everybody does when they greet me that way and then realize they've referenced the Beatles song.
"Come on back."
I hoist myself up off the couch. Emo chick is still staring at me through her hair. I turn and give her a wink. Her face flames red through the makeup.
"Don't torture the help, Jude,"
Stacia mutters at me. Snickering, I follow her to her room. Stacia is the one who did my lord's tattoo, and a handful of others over the years, so I know my way back here. I flop onto the chair and wait as she reaches up and reties her tangle of blonde hair into a knot at the top of her head to keep it out of her eyes. She asks me some questions about the tattoo she's doing for me. We've already discussed it at the clubhouse a few times, so she shows me the designs she prepared for me, which look fucking awesome.
"This is gonna hurt, dude," she warns me. "Scar tissue?"
"Yeah, I know," I interrupt her. "Chance told me. Trust me, it ain't gonna hurt nearly as much as the burns did."
"True,"
Stacia smiles.
"Okay, let's get you prepped. I figure I might be able to get about a third of it done today, maybe more, depending."
Not that I'd admit it, but Stacia and Chance are right. It ends up hurting like a motherfucker. But I learned some Zen shit from one of the nurses in the burn unit while I was recovering, so I'm pretty good at dealing with discomfort by now. Pain without suffering, she called it. Kari. That was the nurse's name. Told me that there's a Buddhist practice that teaches you about the 3 dimensions to pain: the physical, emotional, and cognitive. In other words, the pain, how we feel about it, and the meaning we give it. Kari taught me to meditate as a way to separate the pain from my reaction to it. She called it acknowledging the pain without giving it a meaning or an emotional reaction. Pain is inevitable, she said. Suffering is optional. Sounds like a lot of bullshit, I know, but the fucked up thing is, it works. Eventually, Stacia calls an end to the session after 5 hours. Not because of me, but because she's tiring out and doesn't want to start making mistakes. She bandages me up, goes through her aftercare spiel, and then takes me out to the receptionist.
"I'll see you at the clubhouse, probably,"
she says as she walks me out.
"But let me know if you have any problems before the next session."
"Will do." I nod toward my arm. "Looks great so far." Stacia is pleased.
"I think it's going to be gorgeous when we're done."
Back outside, I sling a leg over my bike and take out my cell to check my messages. There's nothing from any of the lords, but I missed a call from my sister. There's also a text from her telling me to phone her ASAP. I punch in her contact and hit call. "Hey, Jewel, what's up?" I bark into the phone.
"Where are you?"
she hisses into the phone. "Rebel Inc.?
"You need to come to the house. Right now."
"What, now?" Jewel hangs up before I can answer. Fuck. I don't know what's up her ass, but Jewel's about the most even-tempered person I know. Whatever it is that's got her in a damn tizzy, I guess I better go see what I can do to help. I fire up the bike, and within minutes I'm pulling into Angel and Jewel's driveway. The garage door is open, revealing the familiar clutter of Angel's workshop and TJ and Faith's bikes and other outdoor toys. Angel's bike is gone, so I guess whatever this is, Jewel's dealing with it on her own. I go to the front door, knock on it a couple times, then twist the knob. "Hello?" I call as I push the door open. I step through, almost tripping over a couple of suitcases that are sitting by the door. What the hell? Is Jewel leaving Angel or something? "Hello, Yuri." I freeze. It's like my body hopes that by not moving, I can prevent the next thing from happening. My stomach feels hollow. My mouth goes sour. Eventually, I drag my eyes toward the voice I've known my whole life. One of the only voices that ever calls me by my given name. And there, sitting on Jewel's living room couch, are 2 people I never expected to see again. Our parents.
Chapter 2. Lila. "Petcher?" I spit out, my stomach dropping to the ground. "You want me to deliver to Petcher?" Andre plants his feet, crosses his arms. Gives me that mean, narrow-eyed stare that tells me the next step is him popping me across the mouth. Problem? No, I insist anyway. I won't do it. Like hell you won't, he hisses, jabbing a thick finger at me. You don't have a goddamn choice, Lila May. Don't call me that, I murmur, turning away. Only my mother called me that. No one else gets to use that name. Andre grabs me by the shoulder, spins me around. I'm agile and strong for my size, but he's big. I know from experience he can hurt me, especially when he takes me by surprise. Ever since that first time, right around the time my mom got sick, I know what her boyfriend is capable of, the damage he can do. Back then, after it was over, and I was nursing my cuts and bruises locked in the bathroom, I sniffed back my tears and my running nose and told myself I was lucky he didn't do worse to me. There was a glint in his eyes back then, a leering sexual glint that told me he wouldn't hesitate to do other things I didn't even want to think about. A glint that told me I'd be smart not to push him too far. I'm older now, bigger and stronger than I was then, but I still don't like my odds when Andre's got the mean in him. What am I taking him? I half whisper, swallowing back the angry, defeated tears that spring to my eyes. Andre huffs in satisfaction, then goes to a drawer, takes something out. It's about the size of a brick, wrapped in wrinkled paper bag. Here. He shoves it at me. You know what to do. Don't come back here right away after you make the drop-off. Wait for a while. Make sure you're in the clear first. Sure. Make sure that if anyone gets caught, it's me, not Andre. Like where? I challenge. Where am I supposed to go? His lips curl back over his teeth. What the hell do I care? Long as you're back by the morning. I'm numb as I take the brick from him and stuff it into my messenger bag, then slide the strap over my shoulder. I try like hell not to think too hard about what happened the last time Andre sent me on a delivery to Petcher. How he grabbed at me, groped me until one of his men interrupted us, and I was able to slip out. Dumbly, I scrape my keys off the table where I last threw them, then push past Andre, who's still barking instructions at me. Outside, I take a few steps on the crumbling front walk, then slow to a halt as I think I hear something. I turn around, and sure enough, a familiar low mew comes to me from the far end of the house. I catch a glimpse of a gray tail, and in spite of my low mood, I can't help but smile. Hey there, Spike, I croon, walking toward the sound. As soon as I've rounded the corner to the side of the house, I see him. A dirty gray and white cat, the stray that I've been feeding from a bag of dry food hidden in a corner of the garage. Spike lets out another chirrup and takes a step toward me. As soon as I kneel, he's there, doing a funny sort of dance where he has to evade my hand by a few inches a couple of times before he finally lets me pet him. There's a boy, I murmur, scruffing him behind one ear. He closes his eyes and leans into my hand, beginning to purr noisily. How are you doing? You're a good baby, aren't you? I check the aluminum pie tin I've been using as his food bowl and notice it's almost empty. I'll make sure to feed you as soon as I get back, I promise, I tell him, and give him one final scruff before I stand up, knees crackling. I turn, walk back around the front of the house, glancing back as I do, but fortunately Spike doesn't follow me. With the warm feel of his fur still on the tips of my fingers, I trudge over to the car and climb in, hoisting my messenger bag into the passenger seat. I sit there for a few moments, trying to collect myself before I go see Petcher. The car belongs to Andre, like pretty much everything else in my life, except the clothes on my back. It's a piece of shit. The smell of stale cigarettes permanently baked into the upholstery. I only ever get to use it when I'm doing a run for him, either to get him groceries or beer from his buddy's liquor store up the road, or a delivery like this one. Andre's been using me to do his dirty work for a couple years now. He started sending me on deliveries because I was young and innocent enough to fly under the radar. As I turn the key in the ignition, it occurs to me that since today is my 18th birthday, I'll be old enough to be tried as an adult if the cops catch me with whatever it is in this bag. Happy birthday to me, I murmur under my breath. I notice my voice is quaking. Petcher runs his operation, or at least what I see of it, hiding almost in plain sight. He's the silent owner of a small chain of Italian restaurants in the region. The main one is not far from the campus town of Ohio University in Athens. That's where I'm driving today, a trip that takes me a little over an hour and a half. When I get inside the restaurant, I tell the hostess, a hard-looking woman around 40 years old, that I have an appointment with him. She's seen me before, but she must not recognize me. She eyes me up and down, painted-on brows meeting in the center of her furrowed forehead. I'm here to give him a sample of some tiramisu, I add. Tiramisu. That's the magic code word. Her wrinkled face clears, and she picks up the phone and murmurs a few words into it. "Come with me," she barks when she hangs up, then turns and hustles away, not waiting to see if I'm following. The hostess leads me through a door and up a narrow stairwell to the second floor. There, she goes to another door, knocks once, and pushes it open. With a brusque gesture, she indicates I should go in. I step through into the middle of a large room with red-tinted bulbs. The door closes behind me. Swallowing, I brace my shoulders and approach the large seated figure behind an even larger desk. "Hello, kitten," he oozes. "Got that tiramisu for me?" Revolted, but relieved Petcher remembers me well enough to know who sent me and why, I step forward and open my messenger bag. For a split second, so rapidly I'm not even sure I see it, he tenses, then relaxes as I pull out the parcel wrapped in bag paper. He stands, quickly, almost greedily. The keen expression in his eyes startles me, making me wonder what it is I'm actually holding. He steps around the desk and comes toward me, heavy steps thumping on the carpeted floor. "Good kitten," he smirks and holds out his hand. "I'll take that now." Wordlessly, I hand it to him, then snatch my hand back as he examines it. I'm alone with him in here. Petcher is the kind of guy who usually has large, burly men flanking him. So the fact that I'm alone with him in here means he doesn't consider me any kind of threat. Still, I'm sure they're around here somewhere, lurking in the shadows. "You're a good little girl," Petcher murmurs, raising his hand to give my cheek a pat. His hand is clammy, greasy. It smells like the remains of a big Italian meal. I do my best to avoid shrinking back from his touch, to avoid provoking any reaction from him at all. He withdraws his hand, not without a last lingering caress of my cheek with one finger, and uses it to reach into the bag. He pulls whatever is inside out halfway, then nods. "Good, good." I don't react. Whatever I just gave him, I don't want to know. All I want is to get out of here as soon as possible. I continue to stand there, focusing on keeping my breathing as even as possible. I'm hoping Petcher won't give me anything to take back to Andre. Last time, I had to carry back an envelope of money, and Andre gave me a bloody nose and a fat lip after accusing me of skimming a couple bills off the top. I'm starting to get antsy, stealing the occasional glance at the door, when Petcher noisily clears his throat. Well, that takes care of the first part of our transaction. I'm sorry, I asked distractedly. His mouth widens into a leer. Your daddy sent me to you for a reason. He's not my father. The correction comes out in a rasp. Petcher chuckles. Oh, I know, kitten. I know. Something about the tone of his voice makes me shiver. How do you know? I shoot back, trying to sound brave. A daddy wouldn't send his daughter into this situation. He's sent me here before, I point out. Petcher chuckles again, louder this time, ending in a rasping cough. Not what I meant. Your daddy. He's not my father, I repeat loudly. Petcher roars with laughter. Your stepdaddy, then, let's say. Your stepdaddy owes me more than this. He holds it up, then saunters over to one side of the desk. Tossing the package onto it, he reaches into the ledge and does something I can't see. Call it some interest on a loan he took out. I don't understand. The words come out higher than I expect, betraying the fear that's starting to pulse through me. Petcher's eyes pierce into mine. One greasy corner of his mouth curls. You will, he tells me in a low, thick voice. My heart threatens to burst out of my chest. Petcher takes a step toward me, and I turn and bolt for the door. Grasping the handle with both hands, I twist and yank. But the slippery knob doesn't budge. I grab on harder, try again, but it's no good. The door is locked. A thump behind me tells me Petcher's moving closer. Spinning around so my back is to the door, I eye him wildly. Petcher! I croak, sounding like I'm strangling. Don't do this! Do what, kitten? He's sweating now as he moves closer. His lips are parted, glistening a little as though I'm a Thanksgiving dinner he can't wait to devour. My skin tightens with goose flesh. The idea that he might touch me again is intolerable. No, I cry out, flattening against the wall. But even as the word rips from my throat, I can tell it's no use from the unconcerned expression on Petcher's face. Either no one can hear me up here, or no one cares. This is his domain, after all. No one is going to come to my rescue. Petcher descends on me, towering over me with his large, panting frame, inches away from covering my body with his. I'm frantic, outweighed, and powerless, my mind thrashing against the inevitable. Then, in a flash of memory, comes a voice I haven't heard in almost 2 years. The words of the last person alive on this earth to really care about me. Play to your softness, Brooke says. Men think you're weak. Use it to your advantage to be strong, lethal, and unexpected. Petcher steps in close. I pretend to cower, bending down at the waist. And then, in a sharp, brusque move, I slam an elbow into his stomach. He doubles over with a roar of surprise. I have a second to clamber away from him. I stumble over his foot as I do, just enough that he's able to reach out and grab me blindly by the hair. I cry out as he yanks it and slams me back against the wall. Don't fucking try that again, he hisses as he grabs me by the throat. Petcher pushes his body against me, close enough now that I can smell his stinking breath. His hardness presses against my stomach. Instead of wrenching away, I let my legs go limp all at once. He's not ready for it, and instinctively grabs me as I fall to the ground. He's not fast enough, and when I get to the floor, I bend my head and drive the top of it hard into his crotch. Petcher bellows and kicks up a knee into my face. There's a crunch, and then a second of blinding pain. Keep striking. Don't let up. Ignoring the pain, I jump into a crouch, one foot slightly forward. Go for the vulnerable sites like face and eyes. Surprise him. Petcher is still doubled over, but trying hard to stand. I turn toward the locked door and realize with a sickening churn of my stomach that I'll never get out of here while he's conscious. My breathing speeds up. Surprise him. It's my only shot. I raise my hands to my face, covering my broken nose, and start to keen. He's only a few feet away from me now. I tense my muscles, get ready for him. He staggers upright, face still contorted in pain, and lunges for me. As he does, I drop down, falling to one knee, and reach for the shoelaces of my left boot and the card-shaped holder lashed into them that conceals a tiny K-bar tactical knife. I pull it out and slash into the air in a single motion. Just as his face nears mine, the knife sinks into his neck. My vision and hearing tunnel as Petcher lets out a gurgle above me. Without letting myself stop to think, I grab the arm that's holding the knife with my other hand and drag it across his neck with all my force. Blood begins to spurt, spattering my neck and shirt. I stifle a scream and keep going until the knife gets stuck in the cartilage of his throat. Petcher's body falls on top of me. I let out a strangled moan, yanking away the knife, and push him off. Frantically, I crab walk backwards in horror until my head thumps against the far wall. The sounds coming from Petcher's throat are like nothing I've ever heard before. I half expect him to get up and come after me again. But he doesn't. Instead, he lies there on his back, hands gripped around his neck as though he could stop the bleeding. At some point, I've started crying. Adrenaline spikes in my veins, and I haul myself up until I'm standing. The blood on me was warm, but it's already cooling, and I start to shiver almost uncontrollably. I rush to the door, letting out a loud sob when I pull in desperation and it's still locked. I turn, wild-eyed, and force myself to think. Is there a key? There must be a key. If so, where? I stare down in horror at Petcher, who is still moving, but not much, shuddering at the thought of getting close enough to him to go through his pockets. But then a thought stops me. There's no keyhole on this side. And why would someone from the outside have locked him in? And then it clicks. Petcher, reaching under the ledge of the desk. I know what he was doing now. I half stumble to it, reach underneath where I saw him do so earlier. In a second, I find it, a switch. When I press it, a soft metallic click comes from the direction of the door. I go to it, turn the knob. It turns, and I almost collapse with relief. Hands shaking, I open the door. Without looking back, I run down the stairs and out of the restaurant.
Chapter 3. Jude. What the fuck are they doing here? I growl at Jewel, jerking a thumb toward the couch. From the floor where 5-year-old TJ and 3-year-old Faith are playing, I hear a gasp.
You said a swear, Uncle Jude,
Faith announces with a fascinated half-smile. Shit. I know Jewel tries to limit cussing around the kids. I kind of look at her and raise my eyebrows. Sorry.
TJ and Faith, I need you to go play in your rooms for now,
she says smoothly.
But be quiet so you don't wake up the babies. I'll come get you in a little while.
The babies, Matthew and Matilda, or Maddie and Tilly, are Jewel and Angel's 6-month-old twins. They must be asleep in their nursery. I think TJ and Faith are going to argue with their mom, but my outburst must have scared them a little. They stare at me for a second, both of their faces wide-eyed, then scoop up the toys they're playing with and run off toward their bedrooms without another word. I watch them go, feeling a little guilty, but once I turn back toward the couch, my anger comes rushing back. "So," I bark, "let's try this one more time. What in the fuck are you doing here?" Ma blanches, her head snapping back like I just hit her. Fucking drama queen. She opens her mouth to speak, but before she can get a word out, Tata interrupts her. "We are here for a visit, Yuri," he says haughtily, his chin lifted. His familiar Serbian-accented voice is like a cheese grater to my ears. "To see our grandchildren." "And our children," he adds after a beat. I let out a snort. Now, I don't know what the real reason is, but that right there? That is some bullshit. "Yuri," he snaps, "you will not speak to us that way. You don't get a choice in that, old man." I plant my feet, face him straight on. I say what I want to, when I want to. I don't know what your game is, but I know you two didn't just come here for a friendly family visit. After 5 years with no contact, you expect me to believe you suddenly give a shit about Jewel or me, or her kids? 5 fucking years. 5 years since my parents kicked me out of the house and put me on a bus. Since then, I've heard from them exactly once, and that was only to confirm that I wasn't welcome to come home anymore unless I changed my attitude. Well, I changed it all right. My new attitude is, I don't have any fucking parents. "Yuri," Ma admonishes me. "Please." "No," I cut her off. "I'm not interested in a conversation with you, or anything else. Visit whoever you want, if Jewel will have you, but count me the hell out." Ma's eyes widen at my words, and then they start to shimmer. I swear to fucking Christ, she looks like she might cry, which I have never seen that old battle axe do. She turns to Jewel, silently pleading with her.
"Jude,"
Jewel murmurs.
"let's go into the kitchen for a bit."
Huffing, I follow her out of the living room, glad to be away from the 2 wastes of air who call themselves our parents. Once we're out of hearing range in the kitchen, I don't lose any time getting to the point. "Jewel, what the fuck? This is absolute bullshit. Why didn't you tell me they were here when you called?"
"Would you have come if I had?"
She shoots back. "Hell no!" I raise my hands wide. "You know damn well I wouldn't have. That's the point. I have nothing to say to those 2. I don't want to be dragged into this, whatever it is."
"Okay, look."
Jewel raises a palm to her forehead and shuts her eyes.
"I don't know exactly what's going on either. They didn't tell me they were coming. They just showed up. I haven't heard anything from them in forever. The last time I even communicated with them was to send them a card about a month after Tilly and Maddie were born, just to let them know. I did the same thing with the other kids. Not because I thought they cared, but just..."
She trails off.
"You know, it just seemed like the thing to do. I never heard anything from them in response. And then this morning..."
Jewel trails off, glancing toward the living room. "Well, that sucks balls," I spit out. Selfish assholes, true to form. Only ever thinking about themselves and fuck everyone else. I'm now even more pissed than I was, knowing they did this to Jewel. "So, have they said how long they're going to stay?"
"That's just it."
Jewel blows out her cheeks.
"They say they're here indefinitely. They want to stay, Jude."
"Are they out of their goddamn minds?" I explode. "Why the hell would they want to do that? What's their game here?"
"I don't know."
She runs a distracted hand through her hair.
"Not only that, they say they gave up their place back in Indiana. They say they're not going back."
"What? What the fuck is wrong with them, dumping themselves off on you like this?"
"I know,"
Jewel moans.
"It's a nightmare."
"So, tell them to fuck off."
"I can't."
"Why the hell not?" I challenge.
"I don't know."
She pulls a miserable face.
"They say they want to know their grandchildren. How can I say no to that?"
"Like this. No." Jewel lets out a soft sigh.
It's not so easy, Jude.
Of course it is. It's one damn syllable. Hell, it's probably the easiest complete sentence in the English language.
Look,
she says tiredly.
I'm not going to argue with you. That's not why I called you here.
Well, why did you then? I ask. You had to know damn well I wouldn't want to talk to them.
I didn't know. But yes, I guessed you wouldn't be too excited to see them.
Then why?
Because...
She stops me, puts a gentle hand on my chest.
They want to stay here.
Here? I scoff. At your house? Can't they see there's no damn room? She shrugs. Don't let them, I order her. Tell them to get a hotel if they're so determined to visit their grandkids.
I tried to suggest that, but Tata says they don't have the money.
Jesus Christ, I mutter, teeth clenched.
Jude, I don't have room for them. You know that, especially now with the twins. God, I can't have Mama underfoot here 24/7.
Damn right you can't. Our mother would drive any sane person mad in a matter of days.
So the thing is, I was thinking...
She trails off, then looks at me, eyes hopeful.
Well, I was wondering if they could stay at your place.
My place? Oh, hell no.
Not with you there,
Jewel adds hastily.
I was thinking maybe you could stay at the clubhouse for a while. It wouldn't be forever, just until we can figure out what's going on and the real reason they're here.
She pauses, then continues in a soft voice.
Please, Jude, I need your help on this.
Fuck. The last thing I want or need right now is to have my estranged fucking parents staying at my place. If they were the ones asking me this, I'd turn them down without a second thought. But as I stare into my sister's desperate face, I know I have to help her. She wouldn't ask me this if she didn't really need it. I can't deny Jewel this favor. My sister's the only blood family who's never turned me away. And she's right. I can stay at my apartment at the clubhouse for as long as I need to. Fuck. Okay, I'll let them stay. I sigh. But I'm not going to see them or hang out with them. Jewel exhales.
Thank you, Jude.
Don't mention it, I grumble. They have a car?
Yeah, it's parked out on the street. You probably didn't notice it.
Okay. Here. I pull my keys out of my pocket, take one off the ring and hand it to her. There's my house key. Go ahead and give it to them.
Don't you need it?
I shake my head. I have a spare copy hidden outside my place. I'll go home now and grab some clothes and shit. Give me an hour at least before sending them over there. I pull Jewel close and give her a kiss on top of her head. I'll see you later.
You're leaving?
She says, grabbing my arm. I told you, Jewel, I'm not interested in talking to them. They can use my place as a hotel, as a favor to you. That's as far as my obligation as their son goes, as far as I'm concerned. I head for the back door, off the kitchen, and pull it open. Tell the kids goodbye for me. I'll see you later, Jewel. I gesture toward the living room. And good luck with that.
Chapter 4. Lila. Outside in the parking lot, I'm trembling so hard I drop my key fob on the ground twice before I can hold on to it well enough to unlock Andre's car. Once I'm finally in the driver's seat, I jam the key into the ignition, holding it half a second too long so the engine grinds in protest. I reverse so hard the tires squeal, then throw it into drive and race out of the parking lot. My thoughts are spinning like a hamster on a wheel as I frantically try to take stock of my situation. Somehow, I managed not to run into anyone as I fled the restaurant. Thank God, because I'm covered in blood, and I'm pretty sure my nose is broken. There's no way anyone who looked at me for even an instant right now wouldn't immediately know something was wrong. All of which presents a huge problem for me, because I have no way to clean myself up, and no idea where I'm going to go. I can't go home if I show up looking like this. There's no way I can conceal what happened from Andre. And if I do tell him, the only thing he'll care about will be saving his own skin from Petcher's men. He would never defend or help me. Even worse, If Petcher's men somehow figure out I was the one who stabbed him and track me to Andre's house, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that he will throw me to the wolves to save his own skin. A wave of nausea hits me so hard it doubles me over as I'm driving. I retch, one hand on the steering wheel and the other braced against the door. The force of it brings tears to my eyes. When I'm done retching, I roll my window down and do my best to suck in lungfuls of air for a few seconds to try to make sure it doesn't happen again. No one saw me leave the restaurant, and no one saw me going in except the hostess. But still, they must have cameras around the place. Petcher was too involved with criminal shit not to have that kind of security. So I have to assume I didn't get out of there without being clocked. I have to assume they have video evidence of me as the last person to see Petcher alive. They will be able to figure out who I am and what I did. And when they do, they'll come searching for me. Oh my God. Trembling, I lift my right arm up and stare in horror at a small scar in the fatty part of my upper forearm. The scar that marks the spot where Andre implanted a tiny RFID tracker a year and a half ago. If Petcher's men come looking for Andre, he'll tell them where I am. Because he'll know. I have to get this tracker out of my arm, now. By the time I find a place to pull off the highway that will hide me from view, my stomach is churning, and I'm full-on crying. Instinctively, I reach up to wipe my nose, but then howl in pain when my wrist hits the broken cartilage. Fuck! I scream, fear pitching my voice up half an octave higher than normal. Shaking, I reach down to my boot and pull out the tiny K-bar knife. I hold it up and see it's still covered in blood. Petcher's blood. The image of his body lying on the floor, throat pulsing blood, almost makes me gag. But I force the thought away. I can't afford to let myself lose it any more than I already am. It's not easy to find a place on my shirt to wipe off the blade, but I clean the tip as best I can, trying not to think about anything but the necessity of what I have to do next. I swallow, then suck in a great shuddering breath. I brace my right arm against the dashboard. With the blade in my left hand, I place the tip right above the scar. I press. I try to press harder. I start to sweat. Seconds later, I let out a scream of frustration. I can't do it. God, what a fucking weakling! I wail, hating myself and my cowardice. Do it, goddammit! But it's no use. I try, but I just can't bring myself to cut myself open. My sobs turn erratic as I fight the panic rising in my chest. What am I going to do? I can't return home, and with this chip in my arm, anywhere else I go, anyone else I involve, would be in danger. But I don't have any way of surviving on my own. I have no money, nowhere to stay. Any attempt to escape would just be prolonging the inevitable. Think, goddammit, Lila! And then it comes to me, all at once, so suddenly it almost makes me dizzy. Someplace I could go, some people who could help me. I haven't seen them in a while, not since I abruptly stopped going to Brooke's gym in Tanner Springs 2 years ago and stopped answering her texts and phone calls. In some ways, Brooke is the only positive role model I've ever had. She's the woman who taught me how to defend myself. In a way, her training is probably the only reason I'm alive right now. I can't go to her, though. Not directly. I won't put her in danger like that. But I can go to her husband, Travis Carr, better known as Beast, Vice President of the Lords of Carnage Motorcycle Club. The Lords will help me. I know they will. Their doc, Smiley, can take this tracking thing out of me. I bet they'd even give me some money. Enough to disappear. Maybe they'd even find me a place to go, to start fresh. Somewhere new. With a new identity. The Lords are the only hope I have. The drive to Tanner Springs is terrifying. The whole way I'm fighting against the terror that Petcher's men will catch up to me, or that Andre will find out what happened and come for me. By the time I finally do get into town and pull into the parking lot outside the Lords of Carnage clubhouse, I'm faint and sick. I stumble out of the car, ignoring a shout from a leather-clad club member I don't recognize, and make a beeline for the door. I stagger inside like a refugee begging for sanctuary. My terror-shocked brain barely recognizes the people milling around on the inside of the clubhouse, focused as I am on finding Beast. A few men peer at me with surprise or suspicion, including one tall one with a duffel slung over one shoulder. He, unlike the others, feels familiar, and at first I'm not sure why. But when he turns around and his eyes meet mine, I realize why. Holy shit, Lila? Jude. He's older now, of course he is. But the last time I saw him, he felt more like a boy to me. This Jude, though? He's a man. All man. His features have matured, the bones in his face grown more angular. He's bulkier now, more muscular. His eyes, always flashing with a joke, seem harder, too. But as he stares at me, first in surprise and then in shock, the years fall away, and suddenly he feels like the boy whose ass I used to hand to him in video games. "Jude," I croak. "I need help." "Oh my God, Lila!" He rushes to me. "What happened? Shit, you're covered in blood." He shouts to someone else. "Get Smiley." "It's okay," I mumble. My legs start to buckle under me. Jude puts his arms around me and guides me to the floor. "Fuck, I think she's gonna faint," he yells. "Get help, now!" "I'm okay, I wheeze, suddenly out of breath. "I'm fine." "You are not fucking fine," he protests. But I can't finish. Now that I'm finally here, finally safe. My body has chosen this moment to give out on me. "I'm not hurt. Find Beast. Or Angel." I gasp as my vision starts to tunnel. My words turn into an almost animal moan as I collapse. "Please, Jude, I need help."
Chapter 5. Jude. Holy God, it really is Lila. I barely recognize her at first, with all the blood soaking her shirt and jeans crimson. Her long red curls are a matted, tangled mess, and the delicate features of her face are currently swelling with what looks like a broken nose and 2 black eyes. But it's her. Even as torn up as she is, I can see that she's grown into a real beauty in the couple of years since I last saw her.
"Please, Jude."
Lila's amber eyes bore into mine, eyelids fluttering as she struggles against passing out.
"I need help."
"Smiley will be here in just a minute," I choke, unable to stop staring at all the blood on her face and shirt. "Just hang on."
"Beast first,"
she insists. "No. Lila, you're bleeding. God, what happened to you?"
It's not mine,"
she pants.
"The blood. Except for the nose."
"Deep breaths," I say automatically. "Are you sure?" She nods weakly and does as I say, inhaling through her mouth. I relax a little, relieved. "Then whose is it?" She exhales, looking stricken.
"Please," she moans. "Just get me Beast."
"I'm here." Beast's voice barks as he strides toward us. "What? Jesus Christ, Lila!" "She says the blood on her shirt isn't hers," I tell him immediately. "But I think her nose is broken, and I think she might faint."
"I'm not going to faint,"
Lila mutters like she's offended. In spite of everything, I almost laugh. The Spitfire reaction reassures me. This is the Lila I remember. "Let's get her to a couch," Beast orders. I got her. I bend over Lila and scoop her into my arms. Something stirs inside me, holding her so close. I'm not sure I've ever even touched her before, except a hand brushing against hers as she handed me a video controller back in the day. My gut flips over as I go to one of the low couches, depositing her on it as gently as I can. Now, Lila, tell me what the hell is going on, Beast demands. He crouches down and sits on the low coffee table, facing her. You say the blood isn't yours. Whose is it? Lila's eyes fill with tears.
Can we talk about that later? She whispers. I need help with something first.
With what?
With this.
She holds out her right arm, facing up, and points at a spot on it. Beast leans forward, squints. I don't see anything.
It's a tracking device. I need it taken out. Now.
Beast cocks his head in surprise, then waits a beat. He turns toward the room. Has anyone called Smiley yet? He shouts. He's on his way, Tweak calls back. He approaches the couch where Lila is already amassing a small crowd. Should be here in a few minutes. Lila says she's got a tracking device in her arm, Beast tells him, pointing.
Some people are going to be looking for me,
Lila cuts in, a desperate note in her voice.
I don't want them to follow me here.
Tweak chuckles. You really have something in there. Lila nods.
I tried to dig it out myself, but I couldn't do it. I was too much of a coward.
Her face is pinched, angry. Tweak leans forward, gently prodding her arm where she points. Well, I wouldn't worry too much about that, he says. Smiley can remove it for you, but it ain't a tracking device, whatever it is.
What?
Lila protests.
Yes, it is. I saw him put it in.
Lila doesn't clarify who him is. How long has it been in there? Tweak asks. Lila hesitates.
About a year and a half.
Yeah, no, it ain't a working tracker, Tweak tells her. That's bullshit movie stuff. A subcutaneous implantable GPS tracking device might be a possibility in the future, but right now, it's nonsense. Lila is dumbfounded.
But wait, are you sure?
Absolutely positive. A GPS tracker would have to send a signal at regular intervals, which would drain the battery too quickly to work. Especially a battery that small, even if it existed. Which it doesn't. She blinks, then blinks again.
That son of a bitch,
she whispers, eyes turning hard as flint. The front door to the clubhouse swings open. Smiley pushes through, ambling as fast as his considerable girth will allow. Who's hurt? He asks as he strides toward us, bag in hand.
Oh, hell's bells if it isn't young Lila.
The blood on her shirt's not hers, I tell him immediately, not wanting her to go through the same rigmarole a third time. She's got a broken nose probably, and she's got something in her arm that she wants taken out. Well then, let's get her looked at, Smiley announces, with his typical calm demeanor. Sorry to see you again under these circumstances, my girl, especially if your nose is indeed broken. I'm going to have to manually realign it, which, I'm sorry to say, will hurt.
I can take it,
she says, chin jutting. Well, all right. Smiley grins, amused. Let's get you taken care of. Come on back. Lila stands up from the couch a little shakily and goes with Smiley to a room he uses as his examining room. When they're gone, Beast lets out a loud groan and scrubs his hand over his face. Jesus Christ. I wonder what the hell that girl has gotten herself mixed up in, he muses. Brooke is gonna flip her shit when she hears about this. Have they been in contact at all lately? I ask. I know Lila hasn't been around the clubhouse in forever, but I guess I thought she was still hanging around Brooke's gym at least. Nope. Lila stopped going to Supergirls a while ago. Just kinda disappeared. Brooke would call and text her a bunch, but Lila would just say everything was okay and that was it. Brooke tried going over to her house once, if I remember right. Lila answered, and Brooke said she looked fine, but was pretty clear she didn't want to talk. I don't think Brooke ever did figure out what was going on with her. Huh. I pause. I wonder if whatever happened to her today has anything to do with why she stopped coming around. I don't know a lot about what brought her into Brooke's gym in the first place, but I do know she had a rough childhood up to that point. I don't know the particulars, but I've seen a lot more of the world and the bad things in it than most guys my age. Enough to know that there are any number of things that could have happened to Lila. Things I don't really want to contemplate right now. The storm on Beast's face tells me he might be having similar thoughts. I'm going to go get a hold of Angel, he growls. Something tells me he might want to hear Lila's story firsthand. And then I'm going to call Brooke and try to figure out how to tell her Lila's here in a way that doesn't make her lose her shit. Get Lila settled in, will you? Let her get cleaned up. Give her some time to calm down before we ask her to talk about what happened.
Will do.
When Lila comes back into the room a few minutes later, she's a little pale, but the blood is washed off her face and there's a small bandage on her arm. You all good?
Better.
One corner of her mouth turns up just a little.
Smiley wasn't kidding about resetting my nose. That hurt like hell.
I didn't hear any yelling.
That's because I'm tough as nails,
she shoots back. I burst out laughing. Good point.
Where's Beast?
She asks, glancing around. He's in the back calling Angel, and I think he's calling Brooke, too.
Shit,
she hisses. No, it's okay. He's not going to tell Brooke anything but the basics, that you showed up here needing a little help. He told me to tell you to get cleaned up, and he'll be back in a little while to hear your story. Probably with Angel. He says to relax until then. Whatever's going on with you, you're here now, so you're fine.
Okay.
Lila's shoulders sag a little bit, but the lines of tension in her forehead ease a little.
Damn, Jude. This sure has been one hell of a birthday.
It's your birthday?
Yep. 18 today,
she sighs.
But I'll tell you, if this is what adulthood is going to be like, you can have it.
Well, I think you might have just got an especially bad intro to it. In my experience, it's not normally quite this bad.
Even for a lord?
She asks, eyeing me. Even for a lord?
Congratulations, by the way,
she adds, glancing at my cut.
On getting patched in. When did that happen?
About 2 years ago. Not too long after you stopped coming around.
Huh. That a tattoo?
She indicates the bandage on my arm. Yeah, the start of one.
Looks like you're covering up that scar, huh?
Direct and blunt as always. Same old Lila. I've never been all that bothered by the scar tissue, but all the same, I resist the urge to move my arm out of her sight. Yeah, I shrug. Figured I may as well.
Looks like burns, she remarks, peering at it. How'd you get that?
Long story. I can tell you later. Let's focus on you right now, okay? Lila closes her eyes, squeezing them shut a little like she's hoping when she opens them again, whatever brought her here will just be a dream.
I came in a car,
she says when she opens them.
It's outside. It probably shouldn't be here.
Understood. I'll get rid of it.
Just dump it somewhere in town. Doesn't matter where, as long as it's not here. Keys are in the ignition.
Okay. Meanwhile, if you're really feeling all right, let's get you a shower and some clean clothes. You've got a little while until Beast and Angel are going to want to hear about what's going on. You okay to stand? She nods. Okay, good. Come on. I give her my hand and pull her up. It feels frail in mine, like a wounded bird. For some reason, I don't let go of it as I lead her back to my apartment. I show her the bathroom and where all the towels are and grab one of my t-shirts and a pair of my sweats out of the duffel I'm still carrying. Here, these are clean, I say, handing them to her. I imagine you're not going to want to put your other stuff back on until it's been washed. Lila exhales, then winces in pain.
I'm not sure those clothes are going to come clean. Thanks, Jude.
Don't mention it. I'll leave you be. I walk to the door, open it. Take your time, okay? No rush. Just come out when you're ready.
Chapter 6. Lila. Standing under Jude's shower, with the water turned as hot as I can stand it, eventually the adrenaline shakes I've been suffering from finally start to go away. My face is starting to throb now, even though Smiley gave me some nasal spray to numb my nose before he reset it. He told me the fracture will begin to heal within a few days, but it may take a week or more for the pain and swelling to go away. In the meantime, he said I might have some difficulty breathing, and I'm supposed to use ice packs to keep the inflammation down. The blood that was all over me feels like it's still there. long after I've soaped up and rinsed off multiple times. I scrub my hair and scalp, too. Since touching my face is too painful on account of my nose, I just let the water wash over it until I'm sure it's clean. When I finally climb out of the shower, almost half an hour later, I feel a tiny bit better. A little less shaky, more solid. I stripped out of my bloody clothes in the main room of Jude's apartment. When I emerge after my shower, they've disappeared. I don't know who took them, but I'm thankful that I don't have to look at them anymore. Even if they can be cleaned, I never want to see them again. I towel off my hair as best I can and pull on the pair of Jude's sweats and the t-shirt he gave me. They're both enormous on me, to the point where I have to roll up the pant legs almost halfway so I don't trip over them. But they're comfortable, warm and soft, comforting. I linger for a while in the apartment before I go out to talk to Beast. As desperate as I was to get here for the clubhouse and plead for help, now that I'm here and safe for the moment, I wish I didn't have to plunge right back into the drama of my life so quickly. Gazing at Jude's freshly made, soft-looking bed. I'm so damn tired all of a sudden. It would be nice to just lie down and take a nap, to forget about this entire day for a little while. But I don't want to keep Beast waiting too long, especially since I'm imposing on the whole club just by being here. Resigned, I pad to the door in my bare feet and pull it open. Squaring my shoulders, I get ready to emerge and face the wreckage of my life again. "What were you delivering to Petcher for Andre?" Beast asks when I'm done telling my story. "I don't know," I answer. "You don't know?" Angel, the president of the Lords of Carnage, frowns. "I never looked in the bag. I didn't want to know," I admit. "I didn't want to do the delivery in the first place. I try to stay out of whatever illegal shit Andre is doing as much as possible." "Even when he forces you to deliver for him?" Beast says. "Especially then." "And you've been living with Andre ever since your mom died?" "Yeah, I didn't have anywhere else to go." Beast's brow furrows. "You could have come to live with us, Lila. You know that." I don't answer. I never could have asked Brooke and Beast to take me in. I would have died from embarrassment, being such a pathetic charity case. "My mom has a sister, but she didn't want me," I continue, as though Beast hasn't spoken. "My mom and I were living in Andre's house anyway, and after she died, he told me I could stay. I didn't want to, but I figured it would be better than foster care." Beast's face looks like a tornado. I think he's gonna yell at me, but he lets it go. "What other shit did Andre ask you to do?" he asks instead. I swallow. I think I know what he's getting at. Well, just deliveries sometimes. And cleaning the house, making dinner, stuff like that. It wasn't so bad at first. But then things started getting worse. He got mean. Told me I was worthless, just like my mom. Told me he never should have let me stick around, that I wasn't worth the trouble I caused him. I did try to leave once. Took some money of his I found in a drawer and packed a bag. I didn't get that far, though. I was too scared to hitchhike, so I went to the bus station, and he found me there. A wave of anger floods me as I stare down at the bandage on my arm. He brought me back, and then a couple days later, I woke up in my room while he was putting that thing in my arm. He told me it was a tracker, and that I shouldn't try to escape again. "Jesus," Angel mutters. That's when he started having me do more of his dirty work for him, especially after I got my license. I figured I couldn't get away. But I thought once I turned 18 and graduated high school, I could leave, and there wouldn't be anything Andre could do about it. Angel exhales, Okay, so you don't know what you delivered to Petcher, but he locked you into his office with him and you killed him to escape. I stabbed him in the throat with the knife that I wear on my boot. In spite of the fury on his face, a corner of Beast's mouth curls up. Brooke's gonna love that detail. And you're sure he's dead? He was bleeding out when I left. He did this to you, Angel asks, pointing at my face. He was going to... I choke. Tears spring to my eyes before I can stop them. I turn away in embarrassment and rage, unable to speak for a moment. The two of them are silent, giving me time. When I look back, the storm is back on Beast's face. He didn't, though, he demands. No, he would have, though. I didn't have a choice. I couldn't have escaped. You don't have to defend yourself to us, sweetheart, Angel soothes. You did what you had to do. I reach up to wipe at my eyes, careful not to touch my nose. Thank you. So, we're looking at Petcher's men maybe coming after you, assuming they can piece together enough of the puzzle to figure out it was you. Beast continues. But they don't know anything about you other than you're Andre's delivery girl, right? So logically, they're gonna go to Andre first. And I'm guessing he'll sell you out to save his own ass. In a heartbeat, I agree. Okay, so he's a potential threat as well. Oh, God! I gasp, a horrifying thought stopping me. What about the police? It's crazy, but it's taken until this moment for me to realize I've broken the law by killing Petcher. I must have left fingerprints at the scene. It didn't even occur to me to worry about that. Nah, the police ain't gonna get involved, Beast rumbles. They're the least of our worries. It ain't like Petcher's men are gonna call in the murder. Don't worry, honey. The last thing that's gonna happen to you is getting picked up by the popo. I let out a relieved breath. Okay, you're probably right. I'm so sorry I came here like this. I just didn't have anywhere else to turn. I promise I'll be out of your hair as soon as I can. I just need some help to get away. If you could loan me some money and maybe give me a ride somewhere out of town? My words tumble out in a rush. I just need to get far enough away that Andre won't know where to look and Petcher's men won't come after me. I promise I'll pay you back every penny as soon as I can, with interest. Beast and Angel exchange looks. For a horrible second, I think they're going to turn me down. But then, Beast turns back to me with an expression I can't quite read. You're gonna stay here at the clubhouse for now, sweetheart, he says, in a firm tone that tells me he's not taking no for an answer. We'll keep you safe. Meanwhile, we'll do some recon and find out what's going on out there. Who, if anyone, is searching for you. There's a spare apartment in the back that no one's used for a while. That will be your new home for now. But, I stammer. No buts. Beast leans back in his chair and crosses his arms. You know damn well Brooke would chew my ass if I did anything else. Besides, you're practically family. The storm on his face clears a little, and it gives me a wink. And, if I remember right, you don't eat much. I open my mouth to protest, but... God, I'm so tired. I'm achy, and I just want to rest. I know I shouldn't accept Angel and Beast's generosity, but it's so tempting. Maybe just for a few days, until I get stronger and start to look a little less conspicuous with this broken nose. It would give me time to come up with a plan, too. Something to run toward, instead of just running away. Thanks, I whisper. That would be really great. That's the third time you've thanked us. Beast smirks. Let it go, Lila. It's what we do for our own. By the way, Brooke is on her way over pretty soon with some changes of clothes and other shit for you. Should set you up for a few days at least. I begin reflexively, then cut myself off when Angel starts to laugh. Okay, sorry, but seriously, I appreciate it. Don't think I'm not noticing that that's just another way of saying thank you. Beast points a finger at me. Now get out of here. Your apartment's in the new addition, a couple doors down from Jude's. Last door on the right. I'll send Brooke to find you when she gets here.
Chapter 7. Jude. Where do you want to put the car? Stryker asks. Lila didn't care, I answer. She just said to get it away from here and leave it somewhere where the owner will find it. Stryker thinks for a second. Walmart parking lot. Yeah, that works. Someone's bound to call it in as abandoned there, so it'll get back to the guy eventually. I climb in behind the wheel and Stryker goes off and gets into his SUV. He follows me across town and waits as I park the car at the far end of the lot, so no one will notice us leaving it there. The whole thing's done in less than 15 minutes. I toss the keys under the mat, then get into the passenger side of Stryker's vehicle. Hey, Stryke, before we head back, can you drive me to a convenience store? I ask. I got something I want to pick up. You need some tampons or something? He cracks. Very funny. Just fucking drive, I snarl. Fucking thankfully, he drops his bullshit and does what I say. He makes a slight detour to a 24-hour place a mile or so away from the clubhouse. I run in, grab what I'm looking for, and I'm back in the Tahoe in a couple minutes. Good to go, I tell Stryker, hitting the hood for emphasis. You gonna share with the class? Just something I needed to pick up for Lila, I say vaguely. And no, not tampons. Such secrecy, he smirks. Hey, by the way, how's Ember doing? Haven't seen her around much lately. She's good, but kind of cranky lately. The docs have her on activity restriction. Stryker lifts his hands off the steering wheel and does air quotes. She's working from home now, and it's driving her crazy not to be able to go into the office. Plus, she says she feels huge. She can't wait for the baby to come so she can move around again. Pregnancy is no joke, brother. I don't mind telling you, I wouldn't want to go through any of that shit myself. I can't say I disagree. From what I can tell from watching the old ladies at the club, pregnancy and labor ain't for pussies. You guys figure out how you're going to work out the baby's relationship to Ren? I ask. Stryker chuckles. Not yet. I figure we got a little time still. We're not going to keep any secrets from the kids, but it doesn't make any sense explaining the situation until they're old enough to actually understand it. Either way, those kids are going to end up growing up together. So family's family, you know? Ren is the daughter of Tank and his old lady, Katie. Legally, that is. Biologically, Ren's father is Stryker. None of them knew that at first, though. It's a long story. But the upshot is, when Stryker found out he was Ren's bio dad, Tank and Katie had already formed a strong attachment to the kid as their parents. Stryker is now Ren's uncle, as far as she knows. So when Ember and Stryker have their baby, he or she will be Ren's cousin, but also her biological half-sibling. When we get back to the clubhouse, Stryke drops me off, saying he's going to go home for a while and check up on his wife. I make a couple cracks about him being pussy-whipped to make up for the tampon crack, and he all but shoves me out of the goddamn Tahoe. When I get inside, first thing I do is head to the kitchen to put my convenience store purchase in the freezer. I'm just coming back out into the main room when Lila emerges from the main hallway leading to Angel's office. She's wearing my shirt and sweats, and her hair is wet and hangs loose down her back.
Hey,
she murmurs. Hey. I lift my chin toward the hall. You just get done talking to Angel and Beast? She nods.
They told me I should stay here for a while. They said I could have one of the spare apartments 2 doors down from yours.
Sure, I know which one they mean. I can show you, but I have something for you first. Follow me. I move past her and go back into the kitchen. Opening the freezer, I pull something out, then turn to Lila. Happy birthday, I say, handing it to her. She stares at it.
An ice cream sandwich?
I remember you used to like them, I say. It's the best I could do on short notice. Happy birthday. Sorry I didn't have time to put a candle in it. Lila's bruised, swollen face breaks into a stunned smile.
"Thanks, Jude,"
she murmurs, and I think I hear a little catch in her voice.
"This is the nicest thing. Well, it's the only thing."
She trails off. "Don't mention it," I tell her gruffly. "But hell, don't just stand there. Eat it. Otherwise it'll melt. And don't expect me to sing you happy birthday or anything." She huffs out a little laugh as she pulls the paper off, then takes a bite. She hums.
"God, these are so delicious. I haven't had one of these in forever. Why aren't they like 5 times bigger than they are?"
"Well, you're in luck. I got you a box of them. But if any of the lords see them in there, they're gone, so you better eat them quick." Lila takes another bite.
"I might eat them all today,"
she mumbles around the mouthful.
"I'm starving."
"You want to go see the apartment first?"
"Sure."
She gives me a grin, and for a second, the old Lila emerges. The sassy, stubborn tomboy who always gives as good as she gets. "Okay, then," I continue, my chest suddenly tight. "It's on the same side as mine, all the way to the end of the hall. Oh, and you've got ice cream dripping down your chin." Frowning, Lila swipes at her face, then turns and heads toward the hallway with the first-floor apartments. I follow behind her. On the way, I have to suppress a grin of my own at how giant my clothes are on her. At the same time, though, there's something kind of, hot about seeing them on her. Something stirs inside me. Something I should probably try to ignore. But I can't stop myself from watching as her ass twitches under the fabric of my sweats as she walks. "Door should be unlocked," I say in a strangled voice as she gets to it. Lila reaches for the knob, pushes it open.
"Nice,"
she remarks, stepping inside.
I've never been back here before. I didn't know any of this was here."
"It wasn't last time you were here. This is an addition. We built it on a little over a year ago."
"Oh."
Lila finishes the sandwich. She runs the tip of her tongue over her lips. The thing inside me stirs again, lower this time. A tap at the open door interrupts us.
"Lila!"
We turn to see Brooke rushing in, carrying a paper grocery bag.
"Travis told me what happened to you. Oh my God, it's good to see you."
Brooke sets the bag down and envelops Lila in a hug, then pulls back to examine her face.
I'm okay,
Lila stammers.
"Wait, what exactly did Beast tell you?" "Well, just the bare bones,"
Brooke corrects.
"He said you showed up here needing help and that you'd gotten yourself out of a bad situation and the club was going to protect you until things could get sorted out."
Lila's shoulders relax.
"Oh, yeah, that's pretty much it. Are you in pain?"
Brooke breathes.
"God, your nose looks so painful." "It's not that bad, really. Smiley gave me some pills." "And you're going to stay here for a while? You're not going to disappear on us again?"
Brooke asks, sounding worried. I see Lila flinch, but in an instant her features recover.
"No, I'm staying here for a while. I promised Beast and Angel I would." "Oh, good.
Brooke lets out a long breath.
I was afraid you'd disappear again before I had a chance to catch up with you. I'm headed into work to teach a class, but I brought you some clothes and things."
She picks up the bag and sets it on the bed. Lila reaches in and pulls out a pair of jeans and holds them to her waist.
"I didn't know what size you were,"
Brooke says.
"Since I hadn't seen you for a while, so I had to guess." "Thanks, Brooke."
Lila ducks her head.
"These are great. They'll tide you over, at least, until we can go shopping and get you some new things."
I clear my throat. It sucks that you can't get any of the stuff at your house.
"Nah, that's okay,"
Lila huffs.
"Besides some clothes, I didn't really have much of anything. Except..."
She trails off. "Except what?" I prompt.
"Well..."
Lila grimaces, almost like she's embarrassed.
"There's this cat. Andre has your pet?"
Brooke gasps, eyes wide. She glances over at me, and I know what she's thinking. She doesn't know the particulars of what brought Lila here today, but she does know that men who are willing to hurt a girl or put her in this kind of danger won't hesitate to take their anger out on a defenseless animal, especially if it belongs to the person they're mad at.
No,
Lila cuts in hastily.
"The cat's a stray. He's not in the house. I was feeding him. I named him Spike. At first I was hoping to get him to come inside eventually, but Andre didn't want him in the house. But he kept showing up, so I started putting his bowl over to one side of the house so Andre couldn't see what was going on.
Lila swallows.
I mean, I'm sure he'll be fine, because he got along fine without me before. But I should have fed him before I left. His dish was almost empty. I'm worried about him. Honey, I'm sorry.
Brooke reaches up and tentatively cups Lila's cheek.
I'm sure he's fine. Like you said, he's got survival skills. Yeah, I'm sure you're right.
Lila agrees, crestfallen. I'm feeling as useless as tits on a boar right now, standing here with these two women. Look, maybe I should let you get changed into some clothes that fit, I say to Lila, turning to go.
I have to take off too,
Brooke tells her.
I'll follow you out, Jude. Lila, I think Beast is going to give you a burner phone, so I'll get your number from him and call you later.
Brooke leaves and I go to my apartment. I'm not there for long before there's a knock on my door. I open it to find Lila standing there, holding out my folded sweats and t-shirt.
Thought I should get these back to you. I can wash them if you want,
she offers. You barely wore them. I take them from her as I check out the new outfit that Brooke brought her. Lila's wearing a hoodie that actually sort of fits her now, with a Cleveland Browns logo on the front. Instead of my sweats, she's got on a pair of shorts. They're a little baggy on her, but they still show off a pair of long, lean legs that end in a pair of scruffy, combat-style boots. Nice boots, I tease, even though they actually do look good on her. The effect is no-nonsense, kind of punk, but somehow strangely it makes her look all the more feminine. Still, I can't help taking the opportunity to tease her, like I used to. Lila sticks her tongue out at me.
Nice face,
she shoots back. I burst into laughter. Well, it looks like you're feeling better. Somehow I do kind of feel like a goddamn teenager again around her right now. A little off balance, a little more attracted to her than I should be. Lila tosses her head.
You still suck at Fortnite?
I haven't played Fortnite since the last time we played. She chuckles.
So the answer is yes, then. To be honest, though, neither have I.
She pauses, and a shadow crosses her face.
Haven't had all that much time for games lately.
The conversation, veering into serious territory, trails off. Lila clears her throat.
Well, I'm going to go get another of those ice cream sandwiches,
she mumbles.
Thanks again, Jude. I'll see you around the clubhouse, I guess.
I watch her head down the hall, then go back inside my apartment and close the door. It strikes me how quickly she and I fell into the easy rapport we used to have for a few seconds. Until that last part, it almost felt like the old times, when she'd challenge me to games of pool pretty much whenever she saw me. God, that girl loved doing a victory lap anytime she could manage to beat me. I could almost convince myself no time has passed since then, if not for her bruised and bloodied face. And if not for the fact that while she was gone, somewhere along the line she turned into one hell of a good-looking woman.
Chapter 8. Lila. After a makeshift dinner of more ice cream sandwiches than I want to admit, I go back to my little apartment at the clubhouse and shut myself in. I even go so far as to lock the door, though I know I'm safe here. I brush my teeth with toothbrush and paste that Brooke brought me, kick off my boots, and change into a comfy pair of lounge pants and a camisole top that I found at the bottom of the bag. Plopping myself down on the slightly too hard bed, I lie back on top of the covers for a while, lights off, and listen to the noises of the clubhouse. There's familiar classic rock music playing in the main room, and the murmur and laughter of male voices, some of which I think I recognize. Reaching over to either side of me, I pull the covers up over me like I'm in a cocoon, feeling comforted by the sounds of the people around me. Safe. Or at least sort of safe, for the first time in longer than I can remember. But the feelings of safety don't last long when I close my eyes and try to fall asleep. Suddenly, the images of earlier in the day fill my head, and my mind starts to race. I relive being locked in the room with Petcher, sure that he was going to rape me or worse. Lashing up at him with my knife, and having his warm blood cover me. My panicked flight down the stairs. Sure, I would be discovered and made to pay for what I had done to him. When I finally do fall asleep, my dreams are tortured and twisted. In some of them, I'm falling. In some, I'm fleeing. In one of them, my little stray cat, Spike, leaps up at me and latches onto my arm in a rabid frenzy, ripping open an artery that spurts warm red blood. Twice that night, I wake up with a scream in my throat, bolt upright in the unfamiliar bed. When I finally fall into my last exhausted sleep, I don't wake up until close to noon. My eyes are dry and scratchy when I finally open them. My throat is parched and sore, probably because I can barely breathe through my mouth because of my broken nose. I've probably been snoring all night. I get out of the bed and go into the tiny bathroom, turn the faucet on cold, and scoop some water from my cupped palms to my mouth. I repeat the gesture over and over until my thirst is finally slaked. Satisfied, I turn off the tap and make the mistake of glancing in the mirror. Oh, God. My entire face is a purple, swollen mess. I don't think of myself as a very vain person. I'm definitely not like the simpering girly girls who make up the popular crowd in my high school class. But looking at myself right now is enough to bring tears of dismay springing to my eyes. It's dumb, but I hate the idea of going out there and having the others see me like this. Especially Jude, for some reason. I feel so conspicuous, so impossible not to stare at, that it makes me want to crawl back into bed and not leave this room until all the swelling and bruising is gone and my nose has finally healed. I go to the door, leaning against it to listen. The noise of last night has gone away, and the clubhouse is fairly silent, except for an occasional indistinct voice down the hall. My stomach rumbles. I'm going to have to go out there eventually, if only to eat. Why are you being so dumb? I grouse at myself. You looked bad last night, too. It's not like anyone's going to be shocked. Sighing, I turn the knob and step out into the hall. The uncarpeted floor is cold on my bare feet, but I don't bother to go back for socks. Cautiously, I wander down the hallway into the main room, hoping to avoid seeing anyone. But to my surprise, there are people waiting for me there. There she is, Brooke announces, standing up from her chair. On the couch across from her, the same one Jude lay me down on yesterday, 3 figures rise and greet me with smiling faces. Jenna, the wife of Ghost, the Lord's Sergeant-at-Arms, is here with her 2 kids, Noah and Mariana. It seems like Brooke must have told them about my beat-up face because none of them seems surprised to see it. In fact, Mariana comes running over and gives me a big hug and promptly pronounces my bruising badass. Mariana, Brooke cries, but she's trying not to laugh. Are you supposed to say words like that? Please, Mariana replies, rolling her eyes. With a dad like mine, I hear worse than that every single day. And just like that, I've gone from feeling terrible about myself to giggling. I haven't been around any of these people in so long, but already they're making me feel completely welcome and like no time has passed. Still, it's obvious it has. Noah is a year behind me in school at 17, and though we went to the same middle school, I haven't really seen him since then. We don't really run in the same crowds. Not to mention that I don't even really have a crowd. He's always favored his dad in looks, but now that he's almost an adult, the resemblance between him and Ghost is striking. They have the same piercing eyes, the same cut jaw, the same dark hair with reddish tints. He hasn't spoken a word, but instead nods slightly at me in greeting. As for Mariana, God, she must be what, 12 now? She's grown so much since the last time I saw her. She's right on that tween to teen cusp, her body still straight and angular, but her face less chubby and more feminine, with gorgeous long blonde hair and dark brown eyes. "What's that?" Mariana asks, pointing to the bandage on my forearm. I risk a look at Brooke to see if she knows about the chip Smiley dug out of my arm, but the expression on her face is curious too. I guess Beast really did only tell her the bare bones of everything that happened yesterday. "It's nothing," I end up saying. "Just got a cut. It'll heal up quickly." "Did you kick the other guy's butt?" Mariana asks me, grinning. I open my mouth to reply. I know Mariana meant to be funny, and that she doesn't know anything about what happened. But then, I imagine telling her that I killed a man yesterday. I picture her horrified face, the terror in her eyes and the way she would look at me. And suddenly, it feels like I'm covered in Petcher's warm, spurting blood all over again. I can hear the gurgle in his throat as his lungs try to suck in air, and I feel the brush of his fingers against my ankle as I just manage to escape his desperate grasp. Beads of sweat emerge in a sheen on my face and trickle between my breasts. The walls start to feel like they're about to close in on me. "Yeah," I choke out. "I did." "So anyway, we thought we'd all go out to grab some lunch." Brooke cuts in, eyes artificially bright. She wraps an arm around me and holds me tight, as though she's trying to keep me upright. "And then if you're interested, we could swing by Supergirl's afterwards. I thought since you haven't been there for a while, you might like to see some of the changes we've made." Supergirls. At the mention of the name, the familiar sounds and smells of Brooke's gym flood my memories. For a while, that place was more of a home to me than any other place in the world. My breathing eases just a touch. "That would be great," I manage. "I've missed going there." "Brooke, do you need to talk to Beast about this?" Jenna breaks in gently. "I mean about taking Lila off the clubhouse grounds?" "Why does Lila need Beast's permission?" Mariana breaks in, crossing her arms with a frown. "Just because she's a girl? That's sexist." "Tweak is going to be driving us," Brooke says smoothly. "Why does he need to drive us?" Mariana asks. "Shut up, brat," Noah warns. Mariana gives him a glare, but says nothing. I wonder if Noah knows anything about what's going on. It's possible he heard his dad talking to some of the other men. More likely, I decide, is that Noah has grown up learning that club business is never to be discussed among non-club members. And I realize with a start, am now club business. Tweak goes out and pulls Brooke's SUV around. The rest of us pile in. There's no more talk about why he's driving us. I roll down the window and suck in the fresh air, closing my eyes as it cools the perspiration on my face. We go to a local fast food place for lunch, a mom-and-pop operation that's a big hit with the younger crowd. I order a burger and fries, and the familiar comfort of the hot, greasy meal does me good. I eat ravenously, finishing every bite. Afterwards, Tweak drives us to Supergirl's. He tells us he'll wait outside and to take as long as we want. As soon as we get inside the gym, Mariana sees some friends and runs off to join them. Jenna and Brooke tell me she's still coming here once a week for classes in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That's the first martial art I learned here, too, and I get a pang of nostalgia at how much I miss it. I catch Brooke peering over at me a few times, as if she's trying to gauge my emotions, but she doesn't ask anything. Noah is literally the only guy in the whole place, but if he feels uncomfortable, he doesn't show it. "Damn, some of these girls are kicking butt," he murmurs appreciatively. "You like that?" I tease him. "You're not intimidated?" "Are you kidding me?" He lifts a brow at me. "That shit's hot. I like a girl who can take care of herself." "Is that right?" "Damn straight." "So, you're what, a junior in high school now?" I ask, even though I know the answer. It's weirdly nice to have a normal thing to talk about with him. "Yeah." He lifts his shoulder. "Can't wait to get done with that place. One more year." "You gonna prospect for the Lords?" I ask, genuinely curious. Noah rolls his eyes. "No, I'd like to, but Dad won't let me. Not yet, anyway. He says I have to go to college first, or trade school or something. Have to get a career first. Then he says we can talk about the Lords, if I still want to be one." "Do you?" He shrugs. "It's a given. Bikes are in my blood." We stand there together, watching Mariana and the other girls as they show off for the adults. I find myself marveling at how strong and happy she is, at how self-assured and confident Noah is. He already knows so much about what his future holds. He's got so many people who love around him, including a father whose footsteps he'd be proud to follow in. I wonder what it would be like to have all that. I wonder what's in my blood.
Chapter 9. Jude. When Lila gives back the t-shirt she borrowed from me, it sort of smells like her. I don't notice it until I grab it a couple days later and pull it on myself. I need a clean shirt, and it's the first one I see, neatly folded up and sitting on my dresser. But as soon as it's on, a scent that I don't recognize at first stops me, then makes me cock my head as I realize what it must be. The fucked up thing is, it's not soap or shampoo, because she used mine when she showered. Still, it's subtle, but definitely there. The scent of her skin. A natural fragrance that I never even realized I knew as hers. The weird thing is, Lila's scent on my shirt is about the only proof I have that she's even at the clubhouse for the next couple days. She stays in her room for the most part, keeping to herself. She must come out from time to time to get food from the kitchen, but if she does, I don't see it. I do knock on her door once or twice, but she doesn't answer. The second time, I even try the knob, but it's locked. At least that must mean she's in there, I tell myself, which means she's safe. So when Jewel shows up at the clubhouse one early afternoon with the newborn twins and asks me how Lila is, I don't know what to tell her.
"What do you mean you don't know?"
Jewel frowns.
"Haven't you seen her?"
"I'm not her keeper," I challenge, trying to ignore the scent still lingering on my shirt. "Have you asked Angel about her?"
"Angel says she's doing fine."
Jewel shrugs.
"But you know men. As long as she has all her limbs, he'd think she was okay."
"So what, you classify me in a different category from men?" I growl back. Jewel just laughs.
"You're not men, you're my brother. Besides, weren't you and Lila friends years ago? I just figured you'd be talking to her more."
"She doesn't really come out much," I finally admit. Jewel bends down and pulls Maddie out of the stroller, handing him to me. "I figure she wants her privacy."
"That's nonsense,"
Jewel scoffs.
"She might think that's what she wants, but there's a difference between want and need."
She picks up the other twin, Tilly, and starts to gently bounce up and down with her.
"Lila's kind of all alone in the world right now, except for us, Jude. We owe it to her to push a little, to break down her defenses, make her open up."
My sister looks at me expectantly, like somehow I'm the person designated to do just that. "How come you're here at the clubhouse anyway?" I ask her, changing the subject. "Haven't seen you around here for a while."
"True. Not since these two little monsters were born,"
she agrees.
"I'm here to go out to lunch with my husband, as a matter of fact. Today's our wedding anniversary."
"Oh, shit. Happy anniversary." I blink. "Sorry, I didn't know." Jewel waves her free hand.
Don't worry about it. We barely remembered it ourselves, but we've been so busy lately. I decided we needed to take a little time and celebrate somehow. Even if it is only a double date with our favorite non-potty-trained couple, she continues, bending to give Tilly a kiss on the forehead.
Tilly lets out a soft coo in response. Who's taking care of the other kids? I ask.
Who do you think?
Jewel asks, amused.
I know you're doing your best to forget they're here, but Mama and Tata have actually been really good with the kids.
That's a first, I snort.
Yeah,
Jewel agrees.
Actually, it is. It's weird, to be honest, watching them as grandparents. If you didn't know them, you'd never guess what they were like as parents. I think they're enjoying spending time with the kids.
Don't be a dupe. I roll my eyes.
No, I mean it,
she insists. Jewel, for fuck's sake. They're here because they want something. They're just putting on an act. There was no fucking way they came all the way here just because they wanted to meet and spend time with their grandkids.
Maybe not,
Jewel concedes.
But even so, right now, it's sort of nice to see. You should come over to dinner or something, Jude. You'd be surprised, I bet.
No fucking thank you, I grind out. I stopped being surprised at any of their shit a long time ago.
All right,
she murmurs.
Well, look, Jude, I'm not going to force you.
Just then, booted footsteps sound in the main hallway, and Angel comes striding into the room. Behind him is Steez, our newest club member. Steez got patched in after me about a year ago. He was the first prospect I got to vote on, around the big table in the chapel with the other lords. His personality ain't to everyone's taste, mine included, but he was a solid enough recruit that, in the end, everybody voted in his favor. He's cockier than he has a right to be, and always quick to make a joke, even when it ain't the time for one. But I've never seen him back down from a fight. He's one of those guys who rides the line between brave and stupid so close that you're never really sure which one he is. There they are. Angel's voice booms as he makes his way toward us. He holds out his arms, and I extend my young nephew toward him. My brother-in-law takes Maddie from me, then he bends down to give his wife a kiss. Happy anniversary, babe, he says. You look gorgeous.
Happy anniversary to you, too,
she smiles.
You're still the hottest man in this club.
Debatable, I quip. Jewel looks at me archly.
Do you really want me to say my brother is hot?
Point taken, I mutter. Happy anniversary, Jewel. Steez grins. Thanks for keeping our Prez happy so he doesn't take it out on us.
I wouldn't say I had that kind of power.
Jewel demurs with a wry smile. Well, I never knew him before you were his old lady, but from what I hear, Angel used to be a pretty disagreeable fuck, so let me remind you, brother. Angel interrupts him with a sharp look. That I am right here, and that I am more than willing to show you my disagreeable side if you don't shut the hell up.
Okay, well, we should get going.
Jewel cuts in, turning to her husband.
I actually made a reservation for lunch.
Where at? Angel asks. Jewel rolls her eyes.
A place where they have extra-wide booths that will fit 2 infant car seats. How romantic, eh?
Romance is in the eye of the beholder, Angel replies.
Wow, romantic and poetic?
Jewel flutters her eyes.
Be still my heart.
Okay, enough of this gooey shit. I'm out, I grouse. I'll see you later. Happy anniversary to you both.
Thanks, Jude.
Jewel pauses.
Remember what I said about going to check on Lila. Make sure she's not too lonely. And think about what I said about coming for dinner, okay?
I watch my sister and brother-in-law walk out of the clubhouse, laughing easily with each other. The two of them fit together, no doubt about it. There ain't no one that can stand up to Angel the way Jewel can. It's still weird to me to see Angel carry his infant son in his arms, like it's natural as hell for him to be a dad. I know that ain't the case, though. Angel and his sister Jenna's dad was barely around when they were growing up, from what I've heard. He was mayor of Tanner Springs back in the day, and I guess he cared a lot more about power and money than his family. Abe Abbott disappeared for a while, and most people thought he was dead. But he showed up a couple Christmases ago, and now he's back in Tanner Springs, living the grandpa life with his own grandkids. Angel and Jewel's 4, and Ghost and Jenna's 2. I know what Jewel would probably say if we were talking about this.
See? Angel's dad changed. Maybe Mama and Tata are changing too.
Yeah, right. Fuck that noise. They threw me out when I was just a dumb, fucked up kid. instead of doing something to fucking help me. Said they couldn't control me. Control ain't what you do to a kid you love, in my humble fucking opinion. There, Jewel. I thought more about coming to dinner. The answer's still no. Hey, so, Jude, Steez says, cutting into my thoughts. What do you know about that chick who's staying here at the clubhouse? Brick told me her name's Lily or something. Lila, I correct automatically. What about her? What's her story? I just heard she's been looked for by some bad guys, so she came here for protection. Oh, right. You didn't know her from before. She used to be around a lot. She was kind of Brooke's protege. So yeah, she'll probably be around for a while. She legal? He asks with a leer. 'Cause she's a fucking smoke show. The way Steez asks the question sets my teeth on edge. She's 18, I managed to grind out. But I wouldn't get any ideas if I was you. Beast is likely to pound you into the fucking ground if he catches you messing with her. Ah, Beast loves me. Steez spreads his hands wide. Besides, like you said, she's 18. She's free to choose, right? God damn it. I narrow my eyes at his stupid fucking mug. He's a good-looking dude, objectively. He's got that swarthy shit going on, with curly black hair the club girls love to run their fingers through. But Lila's too smart to fall for his smooth shit. Isn't she? Look, I scowl. She's here because she needs protection. She's been through a lot of shit lately. Back off of her, okay? Hey, I like him a little crazy, he leers. My fists clench. I resist the urge to punch his face into next week. Just stay away from her, Steez. His laughter rings out as I push past him. I shake off some black thoughts of shit I'd like to do to his smug ass, and instead turn down the hallway that leads to my apartment. But when I get to my door, instead of going in, I pause. Then I go down a couple doors and rap 3 times. As always, there's silence at first, but this time I don't walk away. Lila, I call. You in there? A couple seconds later, I hear a rustling. The knob turns and the door opens. Hey, she says softly, peering up at me. Her hair's kind of a mess, like maybe she's been taking a nap or something. She's wearing a tank top that's a little big for her in the chest, one of Brooke's no doubt, and jeans. Her feet are bare. Hey, I mumble. I thought maybe I'd check up and see how you were doing. Haven't seen that much of you the last couple days. One corner of her mouth lifts up a little. I'm good, she says, then pauses. A little bored. Can I come in? Lila pulls the door open, waves me inside. The double bed in the main room is made, but rumpled like someone's been sitting on it, a pillow propped up against the bed frame. There's no music on or anything, and nothing personal lying around. It looks kind of like a cheap hotel in here, bare bones. I remember that no one has really lived in this apartment yet before Lila. This wing is a new addition to the clubhouse, and we expanded it to make sure we had extra room. Were you just sitting in here doing nothing? I ask, turning back to where she's still standing in the doorway. Lila colors. I mean, kind of. I don't really have a lot to do. You don't have to stay in here, you know. You're not a prisoner. I know. Her eyes cut toward the hallway. I just don't want to be in the way. Shit. You must be climbing the walls in here, I marvel. A little, she admits. I'm not really used to being this cooped up. Lila's eyes dart from my face, like this conversation is embarrassing her. She squints at my arm. Looks good. I glance down at the tattoo with her. The bandage is off of the lower part now, so she can see the flames that Stacia inked on me last week. Thanks. It's half done. Going back to Rebel Ink to get the rest of it as soon as I can find the time. Bullet's old lady, Stacia? Lila's eyes widen. Wow, she's good. Not sure I've ever seen any of the ink she's done. How's she doing these days? Great. You'll see her soon, probably. Lila takes a step closer, leans down to peer more closely at my forearm. You never told me how you got those burns you're covering up. I shrug. The short of it is, I ran into a house that was on fire to save a guy who wasn't worth saving. Did you succeed? No. I shake my head. Turns out he was dead before I even went in. So I got these burns for nothing. I wouldn't say that, Lila says softly.
They show you were brave, even if things didn't turn out.
Maybe. Anyway, I guess the Lords thought so too. As soon as I was out of the hospital, they voted to patch me in.
Huh.
Lila continues to stare at me with that frank, direct look I remember so well.
You've changed a lot,
she tells me after a moment.
But you're the same, too.
I don't know what to say to that. So I don't see anything. Instead, I let my eyes trace the lines of her face. The way that mess of red curls frames her jawline, the full curve of her lips, and how the pink of them contrasts with the pale cream of her skin. My cock stirs. I clear my throat. So anyway, you don't have to stay in your room, I offer again. It ain't like the Lords don't want you around.
Yeah, I guess,
Lila sighs.
But there's not much else to do out there but drink, which, technically is illegal for me to do, since I ain't old enough.
There's a whole club full of men out there to beat at pool and video games, I offer, smirking. She looks up at me and laughs easily, her face clearing.
Maybe later, she chuckles. Though I'm pretty sure I could still kick your ass.
No doubt, I agree. So what do you want to do? She takes a breath.
I could use some books or something, I guess.
Okay, I pause. You want to go take a drive and get some? She blinks.
Yes, please. Truthfully, I'm going nuts around here.
Chapter 10. Lila. When we check with Angel, he gives me permission to leave the compound, as long as I stay with Jude at all times. You want to go to a bookstore? Jude asks me as we walk out the clubhouse door into the sunlight. Maybe the library, I frown. I don't have any cash. Then again, I don't have my library card either, or anything else of mine for that matter. Andre always made sure I didn't bring any identifying info with me when I went on runs for him. I don't even have my cell phone on me. It's sitting on the table next to my bed at Andre's place. I don't have my library card on me either, I admit. But maybe they can just look me up. Since I'm hoping to get a big pile of books to keep me company for a while, Jude grabs a set of keys for one of the vehicles that belongs to the club. A large, solid-looking SUV that's got a monster engine in it from the way it sounds when he starts it up. I buckle in as he pulls out from the Lord's compound onto the road. The darkened windows and the fact we're sitting high up off the ground makes me feel like I'm riding in a tank or something. Jude doesn't fill the air with small talk as he drives, which I'm kind of thankful for. In my experience, small talk tends to involve lots of questions about things I don't want to answer. I steal a few glances at him as he drives. His jaw is sharper than it used to be. His muscles are bigger. There's a wariness in his eyes, but also a confidence. Jude must feel me looking at him because he shifts to me and cuts me a glance. When his eyes meet mine, one corner of his mouth tilts upward, like he's caught me at something. Embarrassed, I turn away and lean back into the seat, lifting one booted foot to rest on the dashboard. I'm almost surprised he knows the way to the library without having to ask me. But I don't say that out loud because it sounds kind of insulting in my head. When we arrive, I tell Jude he can stay in the car while I go in. But he reminds me I'm supposed to stay in his sight and comes inside with me. The old stone and brick Carnegie-style library is one of my favorite places in Tanner Springs. It's been a haven to me for as long as I can remember. I know the smells inside it by heart, and the occasional soft pops of the fluorescent lights are the sounds of home to me. It's quiet for the most part, except for the occasional murmurs of the librarians and the electronic beeps of the machine that scans the books to check them out and back in again. Just being in here, I can feel my shoulders relaxing when I didn't even realize they had been tense. I turn back to Jude, who is just a couple of steps behind me. In his leather cut and boots, he's completely out of place here. But if he feels weird about it, it doesn't show on his face. "I won't be very long," I whisper at him. Jude raises a brow, gives me a wink. "Take your time. I ain't got any place I need to be. I'll be over in the newspaper and magazine section. Just come get me when you're done." I watch him as he grabs a couple of magazines off a coffee table and takes a seat. As I turn toward the stacks, I see that one of the librarians is watching him too. She looks to be about 30 years old, and her face is a mixture of suspicion and fascination. Lips parted, she seems to forget whatever it is what she's doing at her computer. After a second, she blinks and shakes her head a little, then turns back to the screen. Can't say I blame her. Jude is a bad boy fantasy come to life, much as I hate to admit it. I tell myself I'll hurry so he won't have to wait around for me for too long. But once I'm in the stacks, I can't help but let myself be lulled into the happy zone I always get into when I'm here. I browse my way through the fiction shelves, taking advantage of the fact that I have more free time at the clubhouse than I've basically ever had before. I pull out more than a dozen titles, choosing a mix of comforting favorites that I've read countless times, and a bunch of other books I've never read before. I choose a variety of different genres to fit any number of possible moods. Pretty soon, my arms are full, and I'm in danger of dropping the entire heap, so that's my signal to go up to the counter and check out. Fortunately, even though I can't remember my library card number, the same librarian from before doesn't ask for identification when I tell her I've forgotten my card and give her my name. Minutes later, I'm carefully carrying my haul over to the newspaper section, where Jude is still sprawling in the low chair, flipping through what looks like an auto mechanic's magazine. "You ready?" he asks, and then starts to laugh when he sees me. "Well, Jesus, you didn't tell me we were bringing the entire library back with us." Yeah, I mock grouse. "Keep your opinions to yourself and help me with these, will you?" He hauls himself to his feet and grabs the stack from me. "You think these'll last you a while?" "A week or so, if I'm lucky." He gapes at me. I snicker and make for the front door, holding it open for him before he can protest. Back inside the SUV, Jude dumps the books into the back seat and then climbs behind the wheel. "Any other shit you want to do while we're out?" he asks. I feel like I should probably say no, like I've already asked Jude to do enough. But to be honest, this first taste of relative freedom is hard to give up. The last thing I want to do right now is go back to the clubhouse and shut myself back up in my temporary apartment. I look at him, hesitating, and he seems to read my mind. "Come on," he urges. "Out with it, Lyles. I can tell you got someplace you want to go. It's written all over your face." "Well..." I pause, then suck in a breath. "Could we go buy some cat food?" Jude does a double take. "What?" "There's this stray cat I've been feeding at Andre's house," I explain. "I'm worried about him. There's some food in the garage, but if it's locked, I won't be able to get to it. Could we get some and then go over there and check in on him?" I suddenly remember my cashless state. "I'd have to pay you back," I murmur, "but I promise I'm good for it." "Jesus, Lila, don't be ridiculous. Okay, fine. But what if Andre's there?" "He won't be. He'd be at work right now." Andre may be a petty dealer, but he's got a day job, too, working for the city's wastewater department. Jude takes me to a convenience store where we grab a bag of dry food I think Spike will like. A few minutes later, we're pulling into the street where Andre's house is. Jude slows as we approach, scanning the area for any out-of-place cars or people. When we're a couple of houses away, I point. "His car isn't there. I think we're good to go. Just pull over right there, over by that side of the house. That's where Spike's food bowl is." Almost as soon as the car is in park, I'm opening the door and slipping out of the seat. Nerves are making me antsy as hell, because even though I know Andre isn't here, the thought of him pulling up and finding me here is still freaking me out. I grab the bag of food and jog across the yard. Behind me, I can hear Jude following. When I get to the corner of the house, I crouch down and start to make soft kissy noises to Spike. "Spiky," I call softly. "Spike!" I rip open the bag and start to pour some kibble into the metal bowl, hoping the sound will attract him. Sure enough, seconds later I hear a soft, weak mew. From under a bush, Spike emerges and jerkily runs over to me. He makes a beeline for the bowl and starts wolfing the food so fast I'm afraid he'll vomit it all back up. He's dirtier and thinner than he was the morning I left. And it occurs to me that he may not have had anything substantial to eat since then. "Spike," I croon, reaching out to pet his back. I can actually feel the bones of his spine. He stops eating for a split second and looks up at me, rubbing against my knee, before he pushes his face back into the bowl. I feel something inside me break at how alone and desperate this little ball of fur is. I abandoned him. Has he been waiting for me to come back all this time? A sob escapes my throat. "Poor baby, I'm so sorry," I whisper, and another sob wrenches from me. I resist the urge to pull the cat into my arms, but only because he's still eating and I don't want to stop him. "You poor thing," I moan. "You poor, poor little thing." "Looks like he's seen better days," Jude says from behind me. Spike tenses at his voice, but Jude keeps his distance, and after a second, Spike resumes devouring his food. "Jude," I choke, turning my face up to him. "I can't leave him. He doesn't have anyone but me. Do you?" I squeeze my eyes shut, hating to ask a favor but unable to stop myself. "Do you think we could take him back with us? I'm so afraid he'll die if I leave him here. Please, he needs me." I cringe, expecting Jude to refuse me and not knowing how I'll be able to stand it if he does. He stands there above us, eyes moving from my tear-stained face to the grungy fur ball I'm crouched next to. "Sure," he says. I can hardly believe it. "Really?" Fresh tears start coursing down my cheeks. "Yeah, really." He flashes me a grin. "I'm pretty sure Angel ain't gonna refuse a woman, especially if he thinks Jewel will rip him a new one if he does. If he's got a problem with it, just promise him the cat will stay in your room." Once Spike has finally stopped eating, I hand Jude the kibble and carefully gather the little cat into my arms. I'm nervous that he won't tolerate being picked up or carried. But to my surprise, he clings onto me with his claws, like he'll never let go, and bumps his head against my chin. We get him to the SUV, and I climb into the passenger seat with him. Jude even finds a clean but ratty towel in the very back to wrap around him. Spike settles onto my lap and immediately closes his eyes, purring loudly. "Looks like he's good with a decision," Jude remarks. I'm still struggling not to cry and push down a lump in my throat. "Thank you for letting me do this," I say tearfully. "There's nothing to thank me for." Jude pauses and lifts his chin toward Andre's place. "Hey, you have a key to the house?" "Not on me, but there's one hidden outside. Why?" "I just figured that since we're here, if you want to go in and grab a few things, you may as well." I gaze down at the purring, contented cat. Spike should be fine for a couple of minutes wrapped up in his towel. That's not a bad idea. The prospect of having a few of my things is really tempting. I could fit all the stuff I really want to take with me into a backpack, and none of it would be anything Andre would even notice was missing. "You stay right here, okay?" I whisper to Spike. Carefully, I wrap the towel a little more snugly around him as Jude gets out of the car and comes around to my side. He opens the door, and I put the little cat burrito on the seat and close the door behind me. The spare key is under a loose piece of cement in the cracked foundation near the front door. I bend down and grab it while pretending to tie my shoe, and Jude waits as I put the key in the lock and open the front door as noiselessly as I can. I step inside, and he steps in behind me. "Hello?" I call into the silent house. It smells musty and a little rank, like spoiling garbage. I look back to see Jude has gone into high alert mode. His eyes dart around, scanning the room. One hand is raised, poised, I think, to reach for a weapon. We stand, silent and unmoving, for a few seconds. I nod. "It's fine. He's at work, like I told you. But let's make this quick. It's kind of giving me the creeps to be in here." Jude lets me go first and follows behind as I walk through the hall into my old bedroom. I grab the beat-up backpack that's hanging from the back of my doorknob and then go to my dresser. Jude moves off, presumably to check the rest of the house. I shove shirts, a hoodie, some jeans, and a few pairs of underwear and bras into the pack. I grab my favorite leather jacket and tie the arms of it around one of the shoulder straps. I contemplate taking my cell phone with me, but decide against it. Finally, I open the drawer to my nightstand and grab a small box. Slipping it inside the bag, I zip it up, then stand. I'm just about to call out to Jude that I'm ready to go, when he calls to me instead. The way he shouts my name is strange, almost angry, like a warning. "Coming," I call back and start down the hall toward him. "Stay back," he barks. His voice is coming from the kitchen. Uncertainly, I slow my steps, not sure whether to obey his voice or his words. "What is it?" Jude comes through the arch into the hallway. His eyes, cold and hard, lock on mine. "It's Andre," he says. My heart leaps into my throat. "He's here?" I gasp. "Yeah," Jude says grimly. "But he ain't here." "What?" Wordlessly, Jude takes my hand. His grip is almost gentle. He leads me slowly to the kitchen doorway. The smell of decaying garbage, meat, gets stronger. And when I see what's on the floor in the kitchen, I realize why. Andre's body, throat slit from ear to ear, lies on the floor in a pool of dark crimson.
Chapter 11. Jude.
It was a message.
Lila murmurs softly as she strokes the emaciated cat in her arms.
It had to be.
Beast frowns at her from his chair opposite her bed in the small clubhouse apartment. A message? We can't be sure about that, Lila. Hell, we can't even really be sure this is retaliation for Petra's murder. From what you've told me, Andre had his hands in tons of illegal shit. But Lila shakes her head.
I slit Petra's throat.
She shifts slightly on the mattress, looks from Beast to Angel and then to me.
So his men must have come to Andre's house to find me. They slit Andre's throat as a signal.
Her voice cracks.
Revenge. An eye for an eye.
Angel clears his throat. You said only one person saw you that day other than Petra, the old lady. You can't be sure the people who came for Andre didn't think he's the one who killed Petra.
But we can't be sure of the opposite either, I point out. I was surprised there weren't more bodyguards around when I went to deliver the package to Petra.
Lila breathes. The cat in her lap butts its head against her hand.
Afterwards, I realized there were probably cameras around. They probably have video of me going in and coming out.
Tears spring to her eyes.
I can't believe they killed Andre because of me. I mean, I didn't like him, but...
Lyles, I cut her off, my voice harsher than I mean it to be. The motherfucker put you in that situation. Andre never should have sent you in alone.
You aren't responsible for what happened to him.
Jude's right, Beast says gruffly. Andre was a piece of shit to do that to you. He got what was coming to him. Do not fucking blame yourself for saving yourself, Lila. He jabs a finger at her. You got that? Lila doesn't respond.
So, what about the body? I ask Beast. Do we need to do any cleanup?
What about it?
I mean, it's a crime scene, right? Eventually, someone's gonna find Andre. The police are gonna get involved. His car is still in the Walmart lot, by the way. I drove us by there on the way back. Hasn't been moved.
You got prints on the car?
Angel asks me. Yeah, gonna have to take care of that tonight. I wiped my prints from the house when we found Andre. Lila's will be all over the place, of course, but that's normal since she lived there. Angel thinks for a minute.
No, we leave the body there. If Petcher's men go back and the body's gone, they'll know someone's helping Lila. For now, we wait and keep an eye on the papers and the local news. If and when the cops find Andre's body, we'll know. And at that point, we'll know to keep Lila out of sight.
Beast looks at me.
How long you think Andre's been dead for?
At least a day. Probably no more than 2.
Okay.
He claps his hands on his knees decisively, which startles the cat and sends him scurrying under the bed.
Shit. Sorry, he mutters. Angel, Jude, I've got some other shit I want to talk to you about. Let's go into the chapel. Lila, get some rest, okay?
I will, Lila says, sounding obedient and subdued. And, Angel, thank you for letting me keep Spike here. I promise he won't be any trouble. We leave Lila and file into the chapel. The door's barely closed behind us when Beast explodes.
God damn it,
he shouts, running a rough hand over his face.
That poor kid has been through more in 18 years than most people in a lifetime. Now, at the least, she's going to be wanted for questioning by the cops once they find Andre's body.
He gives Angel a haggard stare.
You think we need to get her out of town?
Maybe. Eventually. Angel's eyes narrow. But for now, she's as safe here at the clubhouse as she is anywhere. She's got more people around to protect her than she would anywhere else. If we have to, if things heat up, we could send her to the safe house at Connegut with some protection. But right now, I'd rather keep her close until we know what the fuck's going on.
Jesus, this is going to break Brooke's heart. Beast shakes his head. Brooke has always thought of Lila kind of like a daughter. I think especially since we don't have kids ourselves. It killed her when Lila stopped coming around. At least now that she's shown up again, Brooke's been happy to know she's safe. But now,
Beast's face turns stony. After a moment, he clenches his hand into a fist, pounds it once against the table.
From now on, now that Lila's back, she's one of us, he orders. As far as the club is concerned, she's no different from any other kid of any of the other lords. We protect her no matter what.
He turns to me.
You're her bodyguard, Jude. You stick to her like glue. You hear me? She doesn't go anywhere or do anything without you talking to me about it first.
Got it.
Speaking of family,
does Lila have any? Angela asks. Other than her dead mom. Wonder if it's worth tracking them down. I think she's got an aunt who doesn't want her, I say. I don't think she's had any contact with her in a long time. And she mentioned having a dad out there somewhere, but she hasn't seen him for years, from what I can gather. I'm not even sure she knows where he is.
Wonder if we should do some recon on the dad just in case.
Beast muses.
Good idea. Best to have all the intel we can.
Angel leans back in his seat.
You want to ask Lila what she knows about him?
Beast pauses.
No, not yet. That kid's had enough bullshit to last her for a while. I'll see what Brooke knows and follow up with Tweak to have him learn what he can. Maybe we can locate him without needing to bother Lila about it, in case what we learn isn't good.
We break up the meeting, and Beast claps me on the back silently as we leave the chapel. Pensive, I walk down the hallway toward our apartments to check back in on Lila. I knock softly on her door, but there's no answer. I decide to risk pushing it open, and there she is, asleep on the bed. Spike, the cat, is curled up by her side. That huge fucking stack of books is piled on the small night table, dwarfing the thing.
I let out a small breath. I've never seen Lila this peaceful. The girl I know has always been in perpetual motion, ever since I met her. I can't help but think about the spark plug she was when we first met. Now, 5 years later, she's got just as much crackling energy about her. She's also about 100 times tougher. And 100 times more beautiful, even with that broken nose of hers. As I watch her sleep, Spike the cat opens an eye to look at me, then rolls on his back and does a long, languid stretch before curling back up against Lila's hip. It puts an unexpected lump in my throat. At least she's got that little furry friend to make her feel less alone. Shit, it almost broke my fucking heart to see how Lila's face got so hopeful when she asked me if we could bring the cat back here. That girl expects so little out of life and out of people. I'd give anything to change that. Fuck, if Lila was awake, she'd pound my ass if she knew I was feeling sorry for her like this. If it's one thing I know about her, it's that she doesn't take pity or charity well. The fact that she's accepting both of them from the Lords right now tells me everything about how dire her situation is. Quietly, I close the door behind me. I go back out into the main room of the clubhouse and grab a beer and a shot of whiskey from the prospect behind the bar. And spend the next half hour or so drinking and thinking about the enigma that is Lila Dunn.
Chapter 12. Lila. In the days that follow, the only thing that stops me from going stir-crazy is having Spike around. Beast brings me a burner phone with Brooks and his numbers saved on it, and tells me Brooke is waiting for me to call her. When Brooke hears about the cat, she immediately goes to the store for me and comes to the clubhouse with wet food, a litter box, a bag of litter, and some cat toys. Poor Spike doesn't seem to like being cooped up much, but he tolerates it in exchange for the upgrade to his diet and a soft bed to stretch out on. I was afraid at first that he wouldn't be litter-trained, but it turns out I didn't have anything to worry about. I think there's some weird primal thing in cat brains that makes them born knowing that sandy, gravelly stuff equals a kitty toilet. As soon as I set out the box and put a layer of litter inside, Spike goes in, digs around in it, and immediately does his business. There are a couple of other items Brooke brings me from the store, also at my request. A pair of scissors and a box of hair dye. I'm nervous as hell about Petcher's men finding me, but even I know I can't possibly stay hidden away in this clubhouse forever. I'll have to go outside again eventually, or I'll go completely mad. And my most recognizable feature by far is my long mane of curly red hair. It's gotta go, that much is clear. So I take a deep breath, ask Brooke to give me a pixie cut, and then have her help me dye it a deep brown that's almost black. When I finally rinse the dye out of my hair and towel dry it, the face that looks back at me in the mirror is almost unrecognizable, except for the residual bruising from my healing nose. Without all the hair surrounding my face, my eyes seem twice as big, all of my features more pronounced. My skin is even more pale next to the dark hair. "Oh, Lila, you're so beautiful like this," Brooke breathes as the two of us gaze at my reflection. "Your complexion is perfect with the darker color. Who would have thought you'd be such a natural brunette?" Even I have to admit that my new look is flattering. One thing is for sure, I definitely look older. I reach up and touch my cheek, fascinated by this person in the mirror, who both is me and is not me. It's almost like I'm getting to push a reset button, as though I can pretend for a moment that the past that's dragging after me like a ball and chain isn't there. I feel lighter, and it's not just because the weight of my hair isn't there anymore. So far, there's been no word in the news about anyone finding Andre's body. Apparently, his car is gone from the Walmart parking lot, but Jude checks into it and finds out it's been towed to the impound lot. A couple of times, I ask Angel whether he has learned anything more about Andre's death, but he just tells me not to worry about it. "The club is looking into it," he says. "If there's anything to report that you need to know, I'll tell you. Until then, just put it out of your mind, Lila. You're safe here. All you have to do is make sure you don't go anywhere without one of the lords to protect you." Not being told what's going on makes me want to scream. But at the same time, it's almost a relief to have the whole thing taken out of my hands. It may be the first time in my life that it feels like someone else is looking out for me. It's definitely going to take some getting used to. A week goes by. I read all the books I checked out from the library. I hang out a little more in the clubhouse itself, and less in my room. It starts to feel a little less weird, and a little more like home. Or at least as much as home as it can feel for someone who isn't actually part of the club. The lords are more than welcoming, which makes me feel grateful, and even a little humble. Beast, especially, makes an effort to check up on how I'm doing. The first time, he just says, "Lila, you doing good?" in passing one day, and I give him a quick thumbs up. But then later, he comes and sits down with me on one of the couches while I'm reading a book. "Hey," he rumbles, leaning back against the cushion next to me. "Hi." I lower the book and close it, feeling a little alarmed. Beast has an expression on his face I can only describe as weird. "Is something up?" "What? No. He pauses. "I was just wanted to check in with you a little, see if you're doing okay." "Sure." "You sure?" Beast frowns at me. "'Cause I know stuff's been a little rough lately. You've been through a lot in the past little bit. Stuff that might take down anyone. Just wanted to tell you, I get what it's like. It'd be okay if you were having trouble processing it, or whatever they say." For a second, I'm not sure what he's talking about. And then it hits me. Beast is telling me he knows what it's like to have killed someone. Not only have I killed a man, I've been indirectly responsible for another one. That makes 2 deaths that I've caused. Whether they were good people or not, they aren't on this earth anymore because of me. My throat feels like it's closing up. I turn away from Beast's concerned expression so he won't see what's in my eyes, so he won't try to read my thoughts. How Andre's lifeless face comes to me in nightmares. How sometimes, instead of him, it's Petcher. How I'm back in his office in that restaurant, and other men hold me down as he finished what he started. "Yeah," I whisper, my voice hitching. "That part's been a little weird." I'm afraid Beast is going to ask me to talk more, but he just clears his throat and puts a hand on my shoulder. "I just want you to know, it's normal. You don't go through something like that and not have it change you, not unless you're a psycho. You'll be okay. But if you're not, if you need someone to talk to about it, just wanted to let you know I'm here." "Thanks, Beast," is all I can manage. He squeezes my shoulder once, then gets up and strides away. It's the longest conversation I've ever had with him, and by far the most serious. He's a man of few words, which makes him talking to me like this all the more surprising. I'm more grateful to him than I can say, even though I'm also embarrassed. Spike, too, seems to get used to being in the clubhouse. I promised Angel I'd keep him in my room, but it doesn't take long for me to realize Spike has no intention of helping me keep that promise. He's a smart little shit, and he starts waiting just inside my door so he can sprint out of the apartment whenever he gets the opportunity. I expect the bikers to be pissed about it, but instead, they just tell me not to worry about it and let him have the run of the place. Some of the lords even seem to like having him around, which surprises the hell out of me. So pretty soon, I stop worrying that he's an imposition too. "Cats are cool," Bullet tells me one day with a shrug. "They're like chicks. You just gotta give them their space when they need it, and it's all good." I know from being at the clubhouse in the past which places are off limits to me, and I'm careful to respect those limits. In return, the lords give me the run of the other parts, including the weight room, where I start to spend more time just to blow off steam. The bikers who know me from way back when treat me like I'm Brooke and Beast's daughter. Sometimes I can almost pretend that I'm still 13 years old, and that none of the last 5 years ever happened. The newer lords start to get used to me too. One of them, a good-looking, dark-haired guy named Steez, hangs around a little more than I'd like him to, and flirts with me mercilessly. It's weird, but sort of okay sometimes. He cracks joke after joke at me until I can't help but laugh. And laughter is something I haven't had a lot of lately, so I try to take it in stride. Steez seems to hang around the clubhouse a lot in the afternoons when I'm bored. One day, he challenges me to a game of pool. I can tell by the cocky grin on his face that he thinks he's going to be able to show off his skills and give me pointers. Instead, I bet him $20 he can't beat me. Typical guy, his smirk goes even wider as he accepts the bet. I learned how to play pool right in this very clubhouse, but Steez doesn't know that. His smirk doesn't last long. At the end of a game that's a lot shorter than he probably thought it would be, I lean over and sink my last ball after a long run. Standing, I grab the chalk square, squinting at the table as I rub it against the tip of my cue. Steez, standing across from me, is working his jaw, caught between being pissed that he's about to lose and trying to pretend he doesn't care. Once my cue is chalked, I point with it to the pocket where I'm going to sink the 8-ball. Glancing over to make sure he sees where I'm pointing, I catch Steez staring at my chest instead. "Eyes up here," I bark. "8-ball, corner pocket." He scowls. "You're enjoying this a little too much." "No such thing as too much," I retort, and bend over the table, stretching to make the last shot. When the ball goes in, Steez swears under his breath, then takes a swig from his long neck. "Pay up, dude." I come around the table and hold out my hand. Grumbling, he takes out his wallet and pulls out a 20. "This is bullshit." "You want to go double or nothing?" He opens his mouth, then breaks into a grin. "How about a rematch for something other than cash?" he asks, wiggling his brows. I suppress a groan. "Do I want to know what you're about to propose?" "Just a little fun between two consenting adults." His grin grows wider. He holds the 20 between two fingers, making a move to stuff it back into his wallet. "So that's what I get if I lose?" I tilt my head. "What do I get if I win?" "Darling, there's no losers in that game. We both win. That's the beauty of it." He slides the edge of the 20 along the V neckline of my shirt. His dark, teasing eyes meet mine. "I'll take the money, thanks." I reach to grab the bill from him, but he yanks it away just in time. Moving an inch closer, he lets out a low, husky laugh, then grabs my wrist so I can't try again. "Too bad," he rasps, then tucks the bill in between my breasts. "We'd have a good time. I know how to make you feel good, honey." Lila." Jude's voice behind me is harsh, sharp. I turn to him, noting the dark storm in his eyes. "You good here?" She's fine, brother, Steez drawls. We're just having a little chat. I asked her, not you. Embarrassed, I try to brush it off. Sure, I'm good, I say, but there's a weird little shake in my voice that I hate. I just beat Steez at pool and he was asking for a rematch. Jude stares hard at my face, like he's searching for something. A flicker of something, like a shadow, moves across it. His Adam's apple moves as he swallows, and for a second, he doesn't say anything. I can't tell if he's mad, or just trying to protect me, or what. I somehow feel almost ashamed, but I don't know why. Like Jude caught me doing something. I'm angry at myself for it. My chin juts out in defiance. What, Jude? You're gonna ask me if I'm okay, and then not take my word for it? Jude blinks, but the expression on his face doesn't change. Okay, don't get your back up. He pulls back a step, unsquaring his shoulders, then glances from me to Steez. Just making sure, he growls. As he turns and walks away, Steez lets out a low whistle. Looks like our boy Jude wants you all to himself. His words send a current of shock through me. Is that what that was? Could it be? I open my mouth to deny it, but then stammer that I need to go feed Spike and flee to my room. Inside, I flop down on my bed in a daze, noticing that my heart has started thudding in my chest. Is it possible that Jude has feelings for me? And what would I do if he did? Chapter 13. Lila. After a week is up and nothing crazy happens in the wake of Andre's death, Beast starts letting me go to Brooke's gym. I can't go alone, of course, since the lords are still worried about my safety. So one of them, usually Jude, takes me there and back, sometimes with a stop at the library afterwards to restock on books. At first, I just go to Supergirl's to get out of the clubhouse for a bit and let off some steam. But it doesn't take long before I start to slip into the role I used to play, back when I was going regularly. I was never a paid instructor, but as I got better at the various self-defense techniques Brooke teaches, she started having me help her with demonstrations. She would have me come up to the front of the class so the two of us could show the movements to the rest of the girls. Sometimes she'd even have me go around the room with her to check the other girls' form. I remember how proud I used to feel that someone like Brooke would consider me special, and how good it made me feel that she wasn't afraid to show that to the other girls. I can't remember another time of feeling that way in my life, before or since. One day, when I show up to the gym, a jarringly familiar face greets me at the front desk. For a second, I can't place her, and it seems like she can't place me either. Then her furrowed brow lifts, and her eyes widen in surprise. "Lila?" she gasps. "Is that you?" At the sound of her voice, it clicks. Sherilyn? The name of my high school acquaintance, I don't really have friends, finally comes to me. I reach up and self-consciously touch the close-cropped hair at the base of my neck, realizing why she didn't recognize me at first. "What are you doing here?" "I work here now." She blinks with a puzzled smile. "As of yesterday, Brooke hired me as part-time to check people in and answer the phone." "Oh, wow," I murmur. "Congratulations." "I can't believe it's you," she continues, leaning forward. "You look so different. Why aren't you coming to school anymore?" Sherilyn's bluntness has always been one of her defining traits. "Oh," I say vaguely. "I was sick of it. And then I turned 18 and I realized no one could make me go anymore, so... Really? Wow. I can't tell if the stunned look on her face is admiration or if she thinks I'm crazy. But what will you do about graduating? I lift a shoulder. I'll probably just get my GED. Easy enough. Wow, she repeats. Everyone's been talking about where you went, you know. There was even a guy asking around about you. Like an adult asking kids outside school about you. What? My casual facade drops like a stone. When was that? What did he want? I ask urgently. Just, if anyone knew how to get a hold of you. Who was he? I lean over the desk. Sherilyn sucks in a breath, surprised. He didn't say. What did he look like? I don't know, just like an adult. Normal clothes, dark hair, sunglasses, no beard or anything. Shit, that doesn't give me anything at all. Not that a description would help me anyway. If I don't know what any of Petcher's men look like. My heart is racing now, but I force myself to calm down. I don't even know who this person asking around about me is. Hell, it could be a truancy officer. It might not be anything at all. Besides, no one at school could have told them anything because no one at school knows anything. Listen, Sherilyn, I lower my voice. I need to ask you a favor, a big one. I need you to promise not to tell anyone at school you saw me. I'm afraid she'll refuse, but to my relief, her eyes start to sparkle. Ooh, a secret, she whispers. How come? I consider how to answer. Obviously, I can't tell her the truth. But one thing I know about Sherilyn is that she doesn't have any more friends than I do. I bite my lip. I can't tell you. At least not right now. But I will when I can, I promise. It's a lie, but I tell myself that at some point, maybe, I'll be able to give her a version of the truth that won't reveal too much. Okay, Sherilyn murmurs, seeming disappointed. I'm just glad it's you I ran into here, I continue, giving her a warm smile. And not someone else from school. You're someone I can trust. I can trust you, right? Absolutely. She draws herself up, then mimics locking her lips with a key. I let out a loud sigh. Thank you so much, I gush. You're a true friend. Sherilyn looks so happy at my words that I feel a little bad, like I'm playing her. But I tell myself I do kind of mean it. Keeping my secret is something a true friend would do. I'm used to holding myself apart from other people. I don't confide in anyone. Thinking about it that way, she's one of the closest friends I have. I resolve to make an effort to be nice to her when I see her here. If I can't quite be her friend, I can at least be friendly. Give her something in exchange for what I'm asking her. Brooke comes out of her office just then and notices the two of us talking. She waves at me to come over. I tell Sherilyn I'll see her later. Hi there. Brooke takes my arm. I see you've met Sherilyn. I actually know her a little, I admit. You do? Brooke asks. Oh, of course. You're the same age. You probably know her from school, don't you? Yeah, I mean, I don't know her well or anything, but she's nice. I hope she works out. Brooke gazes over her shoulder toward the desk. She's got a good, friendly presence anyway. I'm half afraid Brooke will make the connection that maybe someone from my school shouldn't know where I am, and either fire Sherilyn or tell Beast about it. I couldn't stand it if I had to go back to being cooped up in the clubhouse 24/7. But thankfully she doesn't seem to. Instead, she tells me that one of the other instructors is sick and asks me if I'd mind teaching her class for the day. I'll pay you, of course, Brooke assures me. You'd be doing me a huge favor, Lila. Will you do it? I mean, I guess, I stammer. I'm not sure I'm really qualified. But she laughs me off. I've been watching you lately since you started coming back here. You were a little rusty at first, but you haven't lost your chops. Besides, this is a beginner class. You're more than capable. The class is in room A, starts in 10 minutes. And so that's how I spend the next 45 minutes, teaching a bunch of 5- and 6-year-old girls beginning Taekwondo. I don't have any lesson plans since I'm coming in cold, so I use the time to have them show me what they already know, and then do some fun drills and combinations. They're all so energetic and bouncy, but at the same time, they take it so seriously. It's a trip. A wave of nostalgia hits me as the familiarity of it all comes back. Still, it's a little different here from how it used to be. Brooke originally started this gym to help girls who didn't really have anywhere else to go. Girls like me. These kids, on the other hand, look more like a true cross-section of Tanner Springs. Just from their uniforms and their hair, you can see which ones of them come from families with more money, and which ones come from families just scraping by. Which ones were probably driven here this morning in expensive SUVs, and which were probably dropped off in rust buckets by parents on their way to a shift at work. But the girls themselves don't seem to notice any of these differences. I envy them their innocence, and hope it lasts as long as possible. When the class is over, they bow to me, then run off shrieking and laughing with their friends. Some parents trickle in to pick them up, and a few of them introduce themselves to me. When I tell them I'm a substitute for the instructor who's out sick, they don't question it at all. They treat me like an adult, like an equal. God, I wish I could do this more often. Hey, Brooke calls from the doorway to the classroom as I'm putting away some kicking targets. How did it go? Great, I say. Those kids are bundles of energy. Wow. I have some time now, and it's basically lunchtime, she smiles. You want to order from the sandwich place I told you about? We could eat in my office. 20 minutes later, we're sitting across from each other over her desk, a turkey sub in her hand and an Italian in mine. Oh my God, I moan over my second bite. This bread is amazing. I forgot to eat breakfast. I was starving to death. I'm going to have fantasies about this sandwich, I swear. I thought you'd like this place. Brooke chews, swallows. What's up with not eating breakfast? Don't the lords have any food at that clubhouse? Oh no, it's not that. I just don't have much of an appetite in the morning. Usually I just have coffee, but I burned more calories than usual teaching that class. Speaking of the clubhouse, how are things going there? Fine. I get the sense that the guys are trying not to do anything too outrageous while I'm there, which makes me feel kind of bad. I let out a snort, like I'm gramping their style or something. We chat about some of the lords and their old ladies and kids for a while as we eat. Brooke catches me up on some of the people I haven't seen in a while. It's been over 2 years, and I'm amazed to find out that Tank, and Stryker of all people, have old ladies now. And that Tank is a father, though apparently the kid is actually Stryker's. It's a crazy story, but it sounds like everyone's happy with how things turned out. Speaking of kids and parents, Brooke continues, her tone softening, I was sorry to hear about your mom. Beast said you told him she died. I had no idea, Lila. In spite of myself, I tense. Yeah, well, you couldn't have known since I didn't tell you. Is that why you stopped coming around the gym? She asks gently. Kind of, yeah. It was just... She was sick and she needed me around. And then after she died... I exhale. I just didn't feel like doing anything for a while, you know? And you had been living with her boyfriend after she passed until... Brooke trails off. There's a question in her tone, one that I can tell she wants to ask but doesn't dare. Yeah, I didn't really have anywhere else to go. You could have called me. I raise my eyes from my sandwich to look at her. Brooke's face is... Well, I don't know exactly what it is. It's almost like she's trying not to have any expression on it at all. Like maybe she's hoping if she's careful not to upset me, I'll tell her why I disappeared for the past 2 years. Why I didn't know I could rely on her. Why I didn't trust her. My stomach churns with a jumble of emotions. Guilt, anger, defensiveness. Because the truth is, I don't really have a good answer. I start to lift the sandwich to my mouth, but realize I'm not hungry anymore. I set it down on the paper. I know, I finally mumble. I missed you, Lila. I missed you too. It's all I can say, all I can manage. How can I tell her that part of the reason I stopped coming around was that I always wished that Brooke and Beast were my parents? And then, when my own mother got sick, I felt so guilty about it that I couldn't shake the feeling that it was my fault. For not loving her enough. For wishing she was someone else, another kind of mother. Someone like Brooke, who would teach me to be strong and tell me I was lovable, instead of showing me how weak and needy I really was. When Ma died and Andre started using me to run his errands for him, it was even worse. I felt like I was damaged goods, even more than before. Oh, it's not like the Lords of Carnage don't do some illegal stuff. I'm not blind. Though Jude tells me the club has gone legit in the last year or so. Hard to believe, but impressive. But Brooke always made such a point of telling me how amazing I was. Problem was, I felt less and less amazing every day. Less worthy of all the attention and praise she gave me. I just couldn't face it anymore. I felt like such an imposter. And yet, now that I'm back, somehow she seems to think only the best of me. I should feel grateful. I should feel relieved. But somehow, right now, it feels almost even worse. As I sit there, contemplating my half-eaten sandwich, I go from the contented sense that I've come home to realizing I belong here even less than I ever have. My eyes prick, but I manage to swallow down the tears that threaten to emerge. I'm not sure if Brooke notices the sudden change in my emotions. Thankfully, Jude shows up then to take me back to the clubhouse, and the conversation ends before I can say more. Wrapping up the rest of my sandwich, I tell Brooke I'll see her later and follow Jude out the door, grateful for my escape.
Chapter 14. Jude. Something about Lila getting her hair cut short and dyed black seems to change her a little bit. For the better in some ways, because it seems to make her a little less tense than she has been since we found Andre's body. But in a way, it's like she's put on a costume. The costume of a chick who doesn't let anything penetrate much past the surface of her. When I know just from being around her that that's not true. She looks good with the new hair, though. Holy shit, does she look good. I mean, she was a real beauty before, with that mess of curly red hair. But this is like, I don't know, Pulp Fiction Uma Thurman Lila. Turbocharged sexy. It does shit to my head. And not only the head that sits on top of my neck, if you know what I mean. To tell you the truth, I've been trying to ignore a pretty strong attraction for Lila for a while now. When we were younger, when I first met her, it was easy to just see her as a pesky brat, just a little kid. She's 4 years my junior, and back then the difference between her 13 and my 17 was a goddamn chasm. But now she's 18, and God help me, she's sex on wheels.
even though she doesn't seem to know it. Any chick who looked like her that I met for the first time, I'd be doing everything in my power to hit that as soon and as often as possible. Before she cut her hair off, the one thing that was helping me keep my distance was that even though she's sexy as hell, she's also really familiar. Whenever my little head got too excited and tried to grab the reins, I'd just kind of squint my eyes and try to picture her at 13 again. It usually worked okay. But now that she's rocking that short, sexy vixen thing, fuck me. How the hell am I supposed to resist that? And of course, in an extreme fuck you Jude courtesy of the universe, now Beast has chosen me as Lila's personal 24/7 bodyguard. She doesn't leave the clubhouse without me, and if she needs to go anywhere, I'm the one to take her. I know my VP will have my ass if anything happens to her, and I'm pretty sure that if I so much as touch her in a way he considers inappropriate, he'll put my nuts in a vice. Still, better that he chose me than fucking Steez to drive her ass around. He's been sniffing around her like a dog whenever he can. It boils my nuts to see Lila laughing at his jokes, or watching him stare at her like she's something to eat. 1,000 times I think about taking him out back and pounding the shit out of him. I don't even know why I don't do it. We've had a couple dust-ups in the past, mostly when we were drinking, and I know even though he's got a couple inches on me, he ain't as fast or as good with a punch. It would feel damn good to lay him out. I know if I did it, Lila would tease me for being jealous, which I ain't. I just don't want her to get mixed up with a player like him. She deserves better. For the most part, driving Lila around has been limited to taking her to Brooks' gym and to the library. But then one day, Jewel finally manages to talk me into coming over to her and Angel's place for dinner and tells me to invite Lila to come along.
That poor girl hasn't had a home-cooked meal since she moved into the clubhouse,
Jewel says sympathetically.
And, judging from what Brooke has told me about her home life, it's probably been a lot longer than that. I bet Lila would appreciate spending a normal evening having a normal dinner with a normal family.
If you call hanging out in an MC president's house normal, I scoff. But even so, I ask Lila to come because the last thing I want to do is spend time having some sort of heart-to-heart talk with our parents. They have always been suspicious of anyone they consider an outsider, so I'm hoping Lila's presence will make them shut up and leave me the hell alone. I can fulfill my promise to Jewel, and then we can cut out of there before anyone tries to get me to play happy fucking family. I decided to take my bike over to Angel and Jewel's instead of driving Lila over in a car. She gets so excited about riding, it makes me feel a little bad how bored she must still be feeling, even with her daily trips to Brooks' gym. She takes the helmet I give her and climbs on, fitting her arms around me and putting her feet on the pegs like a pro. I try to calm my rising dick and concentrate on driving, doing my best to ignore the warmth and softness of her against my back. As we ride through the streets of Tanner Springs, I know that anyone who sees us fly by is going to assume she's my girlfriend or my wife. I realize she's the first and only person who's ever been on this bike with me. It feels good. More natural than I want it to. When Jewel greets us at her door, we're also immediately met by an aroma I instantly recognize. "Sarma?" I ask her as we step inside.
"Mama made it."
Jewel smiles, nodding.
"She said she wanted her grandchildren to taste them."
Sarma used to be one of my favorite foods when we were kids. It's a Serbian dish, cabbage rolls stuffed with ground pork and rice. Ma would make them sometimes when my father requested them. The smell should bring back good memories. But instead it just makes me mad that she's acting like she's some sort of beloved grandma all of a sudden, passing down some treasured fucking family tradition. And some of that anger threatens to rub off on Jewel, who is actually letting her get away with it. We step inside and Jewel introduces Lila to our parents. Ma, wearing an apron and wiping her hands on it, tells Lila it's nice to meet her, and I almost fucking fall over because she never says anything is nice. Tata doesn't move from his perch on the couch. He grunts something that might be a greeting, his eyes flicking to me before he goes back to reading the wrinkled magazine in his hands. In spite of myself, I take a second to actually look at him, which I didn't do last time I was here. He's thinner than he used to be,
and even sitting down, he seems like he's lost an inch or so in height. I remember hearing it's normal for people to get shorter as they age. I don't even know how old my parents are at this point. Early 60s. They had Jewel and me a little later, when Ma was in her mid to late 30s, I think. For the millionth time, I wonder whether they ever really wanted us. Sure as hell never felt like it. Jewel and Angel's older kids, TJ and Faith, immediately swarm Lila and me. TJ, at 5, is a little hellion with Angel's attitude. 3-year-old Faith is quieter, like Jewel, and looks almost exactly like pictures of my sister at that age. Faith is a little shy with Lila at first, but Lila's always been like the kid whisperer. Pretty soon, Faith is hanging all over her and begging for a piggyback ride. Lila is happy to oblige.
Yay!
Faith cries as Lila totes her around the room.
Go faster.
No, thank you, Faith,
Jewel says sternly.
No running in the house. That goes for the adults, too.
Aw,
Faith pouts, but a look from Jewel stops her. Angel comes into the living room and greets us, clapping me on the back. Jewel says she's going to check on the twins, who are asleep in their nursery, and asks Lila if she wants to come. Lila says yes and starts to let Faith down, but Faith whines in protest.
you can come with us,
Jewel says to her daughter.
if you're very quiet. Promise?
Faith nods. Jewel shoots Lila a smile. The three of them disappear down the hall. Angel asks me if I want a beer and goes to get me one while I sit down in a chair opposite the couch. For a few seconds, it's just Tata and me there, with TJ playing with some of his toys on the floor. Tata stares at his magazine, eyes moving back and forth like I'm not even fucking here. Angel comes back in with my beer. We talk about football, how business is going at our garage, twisted pipes, and just generally shoot the shit until Jewel and Lila come back out. Jewel announces we should go sit down at the table for dinner. Jewel and Angel get Faith and TJ set up in their chairs, and the rest of us choose our seats. I take one on the opposite side from my parents. Lila sits next to me. Jewel and Ma bring out steaming plates and bowls of food, including the sarma, and a round, brown loaf of bread like the ones we used to eat growing up. We pass the trays around the table, serving ourselves in relative silence.
Jude recognized the smell of sarma as soon as he came in the house, Mama,
Jewel says with a smile as she sets one on Faith's small plate. Ma looks at me.
Yuri always loved sarma. Good Serbian boy.
I gape at her. I swear to Christ, this is the first time in my entire life I've ever heard her call me a good anything. Lila quirks a brow at me. Jewel tests the temperature of the sarmas on Faith and TJ's plates and waits to see what they'll think of the dish. TJ seems ambivalent, but Faith takes a first bite, then swallows and puts the rest in her mouth.
Do you like it?
Jewel asks her. Faith nods.
They're good, Grandma,
she announces. Beside me, Lila takes a bite of her own sarma.
Faith is right. These are delicious,
she murmurs.
Thank you, girl,
she says primly. Jesus, Ma, I spit out. Her name isn't Girl, it's Lila.
Don't you swear at me, Yuri,
she snaps back. Okay, see that right there is going to be a problem, I hiss. I jab an angry finger at her and push down the sense that I'm being kind of an asshole. I go by Jude, not Yuri. Her jaw juts out.
Your given name is Yuri, the name your father and I gave you.
About the only thing you gave us, I mutter. Next to me, Lila lets out a little gasp. You will not speak to your mother like that, Tata's voice thunders. They're the first words he has spoken since we got here, to me or anyone. I turn to him and his face is flushed, head shaking a little. You will respect her. Respect is earned, I shoot back. And it goes both ways. My name is Jude.
Jude, please,
Jewel breathes. My father crosses his arms. You are the son, not the father.
Juliana,
Ma begins, turning to my sister. I cut her off. Don't put Jewel in the middle of this, I growl. She might be fine with the two of you coming here unannounced and expecting her to just accept that. That's her right. But I don't have to accept a single damn thing about this, or you. And by the way, speaking of respect, I haven't heard you thank me for letting you stay in my house. Tata stares daggers at me. I know for a fact that there's no way in hell he is capable of thanking me for that, or anything else. Beside him, Mama gives a little shake of her head.
No?
I let out a bitter laugh.
You can't even thank me for that. Trust me when I say the absolute least you could do is call me by the name I prefer. We gave you a home for 17 years, Tata says through clenched teeth. Yet you do not thank us for that. I never asked to be born, I shoot back. That was your choice, not mine. The two of you couldn't be bothered to give either of us the time of day growing up, except to tell us what a disappointment we were to you, and how worthless we were. So now all of a sudden you need something and you just plop yourselves into our lives and expect all that to be water under the bridge? Why the hell are you here anyway? Why don't you tell us the real reason?
It is taking me a supreme fucking effort not to swear in front of the kids or yell. I don't want to scare them, because that's exactly what it will do if I lose my temper the way I feel like doing right now. Ma gives me a sour, reproachful look. Tata just sets his jaw and stares at a point on the wall right above my head. No one else speaks. This is ridiculous, I say. We're done here. I stand, roughly bumping my chair backwards with my legs. Lila immediately stands with me. I almost tell her to stay, but fuck it. If she wants to come, I'm cool with that. I sure as hell don't want to leave her with my fucking asshole parents if she doesn't want to stick around. Jewel doesn't try to stop me. Neither does Angel. Jewel does walk us to the door, though, and I hear her whisper an apology to Lila.
Jude,
my sister's eyes silently plead with me, but she doesn't say more. No, it was a mistake to come here. You can have a relationship with them, Jewel, but I'm out. They're dead to me. Jewel flinches at my harsh words. I regret hurting her, but they're the truth. I turn away, and before I know what I'm doing, I've grabbed Lila's hand and I pull her down the stairs and into the night.
Chapter 15. Lila. I'm bewildered and a little shell-shocked by what just happened as Jude pulls me down the steps of Jewel and Angel's house. Wordlessly, he thrusts the helmet at me once we get to his bike, and I pull it on as he straddles the Harley and it roars to life. I climb on behind him and wrap my arms around his torso, noting instantly how hard and tense his muscles are. The bike jerks into gear, and we fly out of the driveway almost before my feet are on the pegs. Instead of turning toward the clubhouse, Jude goes in the opposite direction, the one that leads to the main highway out of Tanner Springs. Jude drives angry and fast. For the first few minutes, my heart is in my throat, and I cling to him and almost ask him to slow down a dozen times. But as he winds the bike through the twisty highways in the dark, I can sense the control he has of the machine, and in spite of the speed, I start to relax into him. And I might be imagining things, but it seems to make his muscles start to untense as well. Eventually, he slows a bit and begins to take the turns a little less hard. I let out a breath and finally start to let myself look around at the night we're slicing through. The moon is full, or almost, and it casts a bright blue light on the road, the trees, and the occasional houses we pass. I don't know how long we've been driving when we pull off onto a gravel road, and then onto a second gravel road that leads to a small, secluded lake. I've never been here before, didn't even know it existed. And from the lack of houses built up around it, neither do a lot of other people. Jude pulls up onto the edge of a small sandy beach and cuts the engine. I get off the bike and wait for him to do the same. "This is beautiful," I risk, hoping he's not still too mad to want to talk. "Yeah," he grunts. "I used to spend a lot of time driving around back when I first moved here, trying to get lost. This is one of the places I found." He lifts his chin toward the shore. "Come on." I set the helmet on the bike's seat and follow him a short distance through the sand to a felled tree that forms a natural bench several feet from the water. We sit down on it side by side. Neither of us speaks for a few minutes. I'm a little awed by the natural beauty of this place, especially since I hardly ever go out into the country. Together, we listen to the sounds of the frogs, the crickets, and other soft noises I don't recognize. "Sorry about that shit with my parents," Jude murmurs. "I was hoping they'd be a little less shitty with a guest around. Jewel made it sound like they might have mellowed a little in their old age. Guess I shouldn't have believed her." "It's fine," I reply. "I mean, obviously not fine for you, but it's not like they said anything to me." "Yeah, totally ignored you. No surprise there. They've never cared about anything but themselves." It's clear to me there's a hell of a backstory here. I don't know much about Jewel and Jude's lives before they came to Tanner Springs, other than Jewel left home before she was 18, and that when Jude came here, he was sent by his folks. Jude was a rude, cocky asshole when I met him, and I'm guessing that had something to do with where he came from. But I've never got the inside story about any of it. I want to ask, but I'm afraid he'll shut down even more than he already has. So instead, I ask a different question. Why are your parents here anyway? I got the impression they didn't really do the grandparent thing. Hell if I know, he huffs. Jewel seems to think they suddenly got a conscience, but I think she's dreaming. Hell, you saw that bullshit back there. Jude straightens and reaches into the inside pocket of his cut. Pulling out a cigarette, he lights it and blows out a lungful of smoke. I don't know why they're here, and frankly, I don't want to know. They were never parents to us. Not before Jewel left, and sure as hell not after. Why did Jewel leave? I ask, hoping he'll be more willing to talk about her than himself. I was pretty young at the time, but what I remember is they were always fighting with her, calling her slut, other shit, telling her she was worthless and she was gonna end up bad. He lets out a dry laugh. Can you believe that? I don't know what they thought, like maybe treating her like shit would make her magically turn out exactly the way they wanted. Eventually, I guess she couldn't take it anymore, so she took off. Jude stares out at the water. She was the one person in the family who gave a shit about me, or who listened to me. Without her, I didn't have any protection at all. I swallow, wondering what it was that Jude needed protection from, and whether Jewel ever knew about it. I can't imagine her leaving if she had. Once Jewel was gone, they started in on me, he continues, his voice rougher now. Suddenly I was the shitty kid who was going to turn out bad and ruin their lives, instead of her. He takes another drag of his smoke. So eventually, I decided that if that was what they wanted, that was what I was going to do. I got mixed up with some other shitty kids with no decent home life. We formed this gang, thought we were hot shit. Started beefing with other kids our age. Trying to play big shot, you know? Until what? I risk. Jude exhales. A buddy of mine got killed by a gang of black kids our age. Looking back on it now, they probably didn't mean to kill him. They just beat him up, and it got out of hand. That happens easier than you'd think. Problem was, at the time I was really into this girl who rejected me, and then, come to find out, she got with a black kid in my school instead. Not even a kid in that gang or anything. Jude steals a glance at me. But when you're that age, you tend to look at everything in extremes, you know? So in my head, I was pissed and jealous, and I let both those things get lumped together in my mind. So when my friend got killed, first thing I did was beat the shit out of that kid, who in my mind stole the girl I liked. Then my crew went after the crew who killed my friend. We got caught by the cops. I got sent to juvie for a bit. When I got out, our folks wouldn't take me back in. They sent me to Jewel instead. Jude's cigarette is spent now, and he snuffs it out onto the log, then puts the bud in his pocket. It turned out to be the best thing that could have happened to me, though I didn't know it at the time. I came here to Tanner Springs, planning to get into the most trouble I could, so Jewel would reject me too, 'cause that's what my whole family did, right? He chuckles softly. Well, I got in trouble all right. Serious trouble, way worse than I expected. And the shit I pulled almost got Jewel killed. But you know what? She didn't push me away, and the Lord saved her life. And in the bargain, I reckon they saved me too. Angel was the person who taught me what it meant to be a man. He was the one who taught me to respect Jewel too. Shit. Far as I'm concerned, I never had a father until Angel. Jude falls silent. I sit next to him, weighing his words, thinking about the Jude I knew at 17 and how different he was from the man he is today. I only knew a little of all that, I admit. But I think I understand what you're saying about you never having a father until Angel. In a way, I kind of feel that way about Brooke. For a while, she was more of a mother to me than my own mom. I take a deep breath. But I was scared of disappointing her too, you know? I mean, my mom was my mom. She couldn't do anything to change that. She was stuck with me no matter what. But Brooke? She didn't have to take me in. And I always felt like if I screwed up too much, if I slipped and let her see what I was really like, she'd get sick of dealing with me. Jude peers at me in the moonlight. What you were really like? Yeah, I shrug. You know, like, not strong, too needy, someone who couldn't always take care of herself. I didn't want to be a burden on her. You know she never would have ditched you, right? Jude frowns. That's not who Brooke is. Maybe, I concede. And maybe, in a way, that was almost worse. Like, what if she wanted to ditch me, but didn't do it because she felt guilty? Unexpectedly, tears spring to my eyes, but I choke them down. I don't want to be where I'm not wanted. That's what I've always been, Jude. I've always been this kid who's just tossed around from adult to adult, with no one really wanting me, but just letting me stick around as long as I didn't take up too much space. You know that's not how Brooke feels about you. No, my voice cracks. Because I never let myself take up too much space. Shit, Jude hisses. He turns to me, cups my chin in his hands. Lila, fuck, you can't think like that. People want you around. Brooke does. The club does. I do. I stare up at him. A rogue tear slips down my left cheek. His thumb catches it and wipes it away. Then, before I even realize what's about to happen, he leans down and kisses me. Chapter 16. Lila. Jude's lips on mine are gentle at first, but the heat of his skin is scorching. My breath hitches in my throat, and the sound does something to him, because he groans deeply and deepens the kiss, his tongue finding mine. I'll be honest about something. I've only been kissed once before, and that was when I was 14. And you best believe that kiss from Eddie Tokheim was nothing like this. It's like fire, I think dizzily as my mouth responds to his. Like flames inside me. They lick lower and lower as the kiss gets more intense, and a pressure starts building between my legs that's not like anything I've felt before. I've skirted around the edges of desire, sure. Had the occasional crush on a boy in school. And to be honest, I had a crush on Jude too, once upon a time. Not that I ever let him see it. I don't like to show the world the things I want. I'm careful like that. When you display your needs on your face, it's just an invitation to others to hurt you. To use the knowledge to burrow inside you. Find the weak points, the sensitive, bruised parts of you, and push and prod until you're at their mercy. But this desire, this want, all-consuming and desperate, is like being in the center of an inferno. It's danger itself. And as the heat laps at me, licking at my skin and burning me from the inside, the desire mounts inside me simultaneously with another rising emotion. Fear. Fear of how vulnerable and open this neediness makes me. A moan rips from my throat, and as I hear it, astonished to know it came from me, the fear gets sharper and more acute. Panic. Gasping, I break the kiss and push desperately at Jude's chest. He immediately lets me go, pulling back to gaze at me with a dazed expression. "You okay, Lyles?" Jude's voice is hoarse, thick. His eyes are darker than the night sky around us. I suck in a giant lungful of air, as though I was drowning underwater and broke the surface just in time. "Lila?" Jude says again, his eyebrows knitting in concern. My eyes trace the outline of Jude's jaw, so familiar, but still so mesmerizing. I've told Jude my deepest fears. I've told him more about me than anyone else knows. I've kissed him and let him crack open the door of my need. I'm terrified that if I let this go any further, he'll see even deeper inside me. "Let's head back," I manage to say. Jude exhales. "You good?" "Sure. It's just been a long day. I'm tired," I lie. I toss my head, a reflex to displace the mass of hair that's no longer there, and give him my best, most practiced smirk. The lines between Jude's brows deepen. He looks like he's got something to say. I pray deep down that he won't. Finally, he gives me a brief nod and gets to his feet. He reaches out a hand to help me up, but I pretend I don't see it. Instead, I turn and dust off my backside, then straighten. Okay, good to go. Back at the bike, the pounding in my chest finally starts to calm itself. Jude takes it slower on the ride home, driving not much over the limit and easing into the turns. By the time we're back at the clubhouse, I've almost convinced myself everything is fine, and that it'll be possible to just pretend none of this happened tomorrow. I go immediately to my apartment, and Jude stays in the main room where a party is going in full force. I sit on my little bed, listening to the thumping music outside my door and playing with Spike. He's starting to gain weight, and he's taken to being an indoor cat much better than I expected him to, which makes me certain that he's just an abandoned stray and not a feral. "The two of us are just a couple of strays, aren't we, Spiky?" I murmur to him. "I promise not to abandon you if you don't abandon me. Deal?" He purrs and headbutts my hand. I lie down and bury my face in his fur, and try not to think about Jude, or about our conversation at the lake, or about what happened after that. It takes a long time to fall asleep. The next day, I see Jude a couple times in passing, but I duck around him and manage not to say much to him. He mostly leaves me be, which I'm grateful for. But I can't help but steal a glance or two at him, and every time I do, I think of how the warmth radiated from him when I was on the back of his bike, or how soft his lips were, even when he was kissing me hard. My breathing speeds up at the memory, and at the thought of what could have happened if I had let it go any further. I tell myself I didn't want it, that I made the right choice. In the late afternoon, I open up to a knock on my door and find Beast standing in the hallway. "Hey," he rumbles. "Brooke wants you to come over for a girls' night with the other old ladies. Mexican food and blender drinks, I'm told." Brooke makes the best enchiladas I've ever had. So even though spending the evening with a big group of people doesn't sound great, I can't resist. "What time?" "I'll drive you over in an hour. Be ready." It's the first time I've been out of the clubhouse without Jude in a while. When Beast pulls up in their familiar driveway, I get a strong hit of nostalgia for the kid I was when Brooke first met me. It's a little weird to be here now, as an adult, technically at least, who isn't just her charity case. Though now I suppose you could say I'm the Lord's charity case instead. Brooke greets me at the door and waves Beast off with a kiss. "You're the last one to arrive," she says as she pulls me inside. I'm a little apprehensive at first. I'm not sure how much any of the old ladies know about my situation. I suppose most of them know I'm staying at the clubhouse. They must assume I'm under the club's protection. But if they do know anything about all that, none of them really show it. I guess that's the benefit of hanging out with women whose husbands are members of an MC. They're used to dealing with drama. For the next few hours, the life and laughter that surrounds me is the most normal thing I've experienced in a long, long time. I know most of these women from before. Jenna is here, of course, and Jewel. They're over in a corner laughing with Samantha and Sydney, Hawk and Brick's wives. Also there is Lucy, Gunner's mom, and Smiley's girlfriend. I wave to the 5 of them as we walk through to the kitchen. I've babysat for most of them over the years, but none of the kids are here. "It's moms and wives only tonight," Brooke explains to me. "The men are on dad duty. We haven't gotten together like this for ages. I'm so glad you could come, Lila." It doesn't escape me that I'm not a mom or a wife, but I don't point that out to her. Brooke grabs a bag of ice from the freezer and some margarita mix and tosses them in a blender, then adds a splash of triple sec and a half shot of tequila. "I'm making yours extra weak so I don't feel guilty about letting you drink," she laughs, then presses the button. She pours the icy drink into a big, solid margarita glass and hands it to me. "Come on, let's join the others." Brooke leads me into the living room, over to where Alex, Eden, Kylie, Stacia, Isabel, Sam, Sydney, Katie, and Ember are sprawled out on or around a couple of couches. Alex is Gunner's old lady, and Eden is her sister. Eden was married to Lugnut, who was killed in a shootout with a rival club. Eden was pregnant at the time. Brooke told me that when she gave birth to the baby boy, she named him Bryson, which was Lug's given name. Kylie and Stacia are with Hale and Bullet. Kylie is a waitress and bartender at the Smiling Skull, a bar the Lord's own and Jewel manages. Isabel is Thorne's wife and a nurse at the local hospital. Sam and Sydney are with Hawk and Brick. Sam's a photographer, and Sydney owns a local coffee shop called the Golden Cup. Stacia is a tattoo artist at Rebel Ink. I remember Jude telling me she's the one who's doing the sleeve of flames on his arm. I tell Stacia how great it looks, and she thanks me. The only women I don't really know here are Katie and Ember. They met their men, Tank and Stryker, after I stopped hanging around the MC. Katie is an artist, and she teaches painting classes on the side. Ember is a lawyer, and even though she's really nice, she intimidates the hell out of me. I try as hard as I can not to show it, though, and keep reminding myself that Brooke was an FBI agent when I met her. All in all, though, I feel like a little kid around these women. And not just because I met them when I was a kid. They just all seem so self-assured, like they actually know what the hell they're doing in life. I'm basically on the run from a crime syndicate with no connections and no future to speak of. Even if I somehow miraculously escape a future of being hunted down by Petcher's men, I don't really have any prospects. I don't have money, or parents, or anything other than the goodwill of the Lords of Carnage, and that's bound to run out eventually. At first, I feel a little weirdly uncomfortable in this crowd of laughing, joking women who all know each other so well. Especially because I haven't seen most of them in forever. They call out their greetings to me and pepper me with questions about how I've been until Brooke changes the subject enough times that they seem to get the hint. It must be, interesting for you to be living in that clubhouse with all those men around, Isabel says, raising her eyebrows. She's one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen, with tan skin and gorgeous long black hair. I hope they're not grossing you out too much. That place is a testosterone jungle. They've actually been pretty good, I say. I think they're trying to keep it PG rated when I'm around. That's a surprise, Sydney remarks, but a good one. Those men encourage each other to be as disgusting as possible in each other's presence, I swear. Yeah, but we love them, Sam adds. Unfortunately, quips Kylie. The women all start laughing. After that, the talk turns to other more general things, and I'm able to fade into the background a little more. Eden, who's sitting next to me, turns to me and compliments me on my new hairstyle. I hardly recognized you at first, Eden murmurs, reaching up to finger her own brown locks. When did you do it? Not long ago, I hesitate. I needed a change. Eden giggles softly. I understand that. I swallow, not knowing if I should continue. I was so sorry to hear about Lugnut, Eden. I always liked him. Eden's eyes shine. Thank you, Lila. He was so good to me. I miss him every day. But at least I have his son. That part of him will always live on. He's what, 2 now, I guess? Yes, that's right. You weren't around when he was born, were you? He's a little love. The spitting image of Lugnut. You'll have to meet him before I leave. Leave? My eyes widen. Yeah, Eden sighs. It's time for me to move on from Tanner Springs. The club has been so great, but there are just too many painful memories here. Now that Bryson is a little older, I have a nest egg saved up. I'm going to go to Florida, get a new start, go where it's sunny for a while. She pauses. Maybe I'll get my hair chopped off like you. I grin at her, but her words make me sad. My hair doesn't feel like a new beginning. It feels like I've jumped out of my life completely, like I'm no one. Like I had to leave Lila behind. I can't imagine the loss Eden has faced, but I'm happy she had Lugnut's love. She'll carry that love, and the love of her little boy, wherever she goes. At the end of the evening, Beast returns in a car to take me back to the clubhouse. I can tell right away that something's wrong by the tense expression on his face, and Brooke seems to sense it too. She shoots me a worried look, and then gives me a tight hug as she tells me goodbye. I'll see you at the gym, Lila, she whispers in my ear, brushing a quick motherly kiss against my cheek. It's so good to have you back in our lives. In the car, Beast waits until we're away from his house before turning to me. Got some news, he says. My stomach sours. Bad or good, I ask, though I know it can't be good. He snorts.
Angel talked to a cop who's friendly with the club.
He waits a beat.
They found Andre's body.
Chapter 17. Jude. Pete Meyer's son and Noah are on the same baseball team, Angel is saying as he looks around the chapel the next day. So I've been making sure to show up to practices and games as much as I can to rub elbows with him. I got enough info out of him to know the body they found is Andre's. Angel's relationship to a couple of members of the Tanner Springs PD isn't exactly what you'd expect, given that they've historically been on opposite sides of the law. But he's used his own childhood connections growing up here in town, not to mention his natural gift for being a charming fucker when he wants to be, to blur the professional lines that normally would exist between the police department and a formerly outlaw motorcycle club. What tipped the cops off to finding his body? Hawk asks. From what Pete said, I gather a nosy neighbor called in a nuisance property after the mail started piling up and the lawn started going to shit. He said that after they found the body, they went around to where he works. Worked, that is. His boss said Andre wasn't the most responsible guy, so when he stopped showing up, they just figured he decided to quit and didn't bother telling anyone. What did Myers say about a possible motive? They got any suspects? Tank grunts. Took me a bit to get him to open up about that, Angel answers. He said the murder looked like it was done by someone who knew what they were doing. Professional. And that judging from the contusions, bruise marks, and shit, there were multiple people involved. Holding him down and shit. So they're suspecting he ran afoul of some bad guys. Maybe stole from the wrong people or something. That's positive, Hale pipes up. Should keep the TSPD moving in a direction away from Lila. Did Myers say anything about the fact there's a girl's bedroom in the house, but no girl? He did mention that. I told him I knew the guy. That Lila was essentially his stepdaughter, but she moved out months ago because the guy was being a creeper. I exhale. Are the cops going to be wanting to question Lila now? Yeah, Angel says. But they ain't looking at her as being involved. So as long as she can keep her story straight and her shit together, it ain't going to be a problem. It's a good thing Lila's 18 now, I realize. If this had happened a year or two ago, she'd be looking at foster care or a group home. You think she should point them in the direction of Petra's men when she goes in for questioning? My gut says no. Angel leans back in his chair. The less they think she knows about any of this, the better. Speaking of what Lila knows, how much have you told her about your conversation with Myers? Thorne asks. As of now, she only knows that the cops found the body, Beast answers. I told her that last night. She had questions, but I said we'd know more today, and we'd tell her when we had a better handle on things. Angel wanted to call church before we spoke to her. Anything else we should cover? Angel asks, scanning the room. Tweak, you got any more intel on Petra's operation, or on locating Lila's dad? Still working on her dad. Far as Petra's operation is concerned, it's gone dark. The restaurant Lila took the delivery to is closed. The windows and doors are boarded up. I'm not getting any chatter from my sources about any activity from his crew either. Power vacuum, maybe, Ghost suggests, since Petra's gone. Or maybe the rest of them are laying low trying to figure out who offed him. Or trying to make it look like they've gone dark, Tank offers, biding their time. Or that, Beast agrees. Okay, Tweak, keep me in the loop on anything else you find out. I think we're done here. Beast, let's bring Lila into my office. Angel bangs the gavel and gets to his feet. The rest of you, keep your eyes and ears open for any unusual activity around the clubhouse grounds. You see anything, you come tell me right away. As Angel leaves with Beast, the other lords stand up and leave the chapel. I stay behind, lost in thought. I'm trying to imagine how Lila is taking the news that the cops found Andre's body. Whatever she's feeling, I'm sure she'll put on a brave, tough face and act like she's fine. I haven't been able to stop thinking about kissing her at the lake, and how she responded to me, her body molding itself to mine, until suddenly she tensed up like a taut rubber band and pulled away from me. At first I was kind of pissed, because, well, I'll be blunt, I ain't used to girls turning me down, especially not girls who kiss back like that. For the 10 seconds or so before Lila pulled away, I felt like I was seeing inside her. like she was finally letting me in. It felt good, really good, until she boomeranged. And then suddenly she started acting like I was a total stranger. After we were back at the clubhouse and she had gone to bed, and I'd thrown back enough shots to get some distance, I figured out what was going on. I kept rolling Lila's words from earlier in the evening around in my head, about how she was always afraid of having Brooke get sick of her for being too needy. How she felt like no one really wanted her, but just let her stick around as long as she didn't take up too much space. For as long as I've known Lila, she projects toughness, independence. Even as a 13-year-old kid, she always seemed older than her years. But it's an act. It's always been an act. And last night, she pulled away from me because she couldn't maintain the act. She was afraid of losing control. Oh, baby girl, I think, as I picture pulling her into my arms again. Losing control can be better than you've ever known. I can wait. But sooner or later, I'm going to show you. My phone buzzes in my pocket as I wait for Lila to get done talking to Angel and Beast. Pulling it out, I see it's another text from Jewel. She's called once and texted 4 times. I know she wants to talk about our parents and what happened the other night, but I ain't about it. Not right now, anyway. I know she's going to try to talk me into trying again with them. Fuck that. Jewel only knows part of the story of what happened after she left Indiana. The rest of it, I've never told her or anyone else. And ain't no way our mother or father would tell her. There are some things a person can't forgive. Lila emerges from Angel's office a little while later. Her face is pale, her jaw set. "You okay?" I murmur.
Yeah,
Lila answers, seeming dazed. She squeezes her arms tight around her torso.
"Do you know about Andre? That the police found his body?"
Angel briefed us a bit ago in the chapel. Hey, we knew it was only a matter of time until he'd be found. We knew this was coming. Lila turns away and stares at a spot on the far wall.
"Angel and Beast said things are going to be fine,"
she recites almost robotically. They are, I reassure her. When she doesn't respond, I lift a hand to her chin and turn her face towards me. Lila, they are going to be fine. I promise you. Her eyes meet mine. Her eyelids flutter like she's struggling to keep herself from looking away. I think I see her tremble a little.
"I'm scared,"
she finally says. I know. I use my index finger to caress her cheek. But you've got people in your corner. You've got all of us. You've got me. You're not alone. I drop my hand before she can get nervous and pull away. Lila blinks, drops her eyes.
"Thanks, Jude,"
she whispers. But something about the way she says it makes me think she doesn't quite believe it. Chapter 18. Jude. A couple days later, Angel has me bring Lila down to the police station so Pete Myers can question her. Myers doesn't seem fazed by my involvement, and from the way he acts, it seems like he assumes I'm Lila's boyfriend. I don't correct him, since he also makes the assumption that she's been living with me since way before Andre's murder. I wonder whether Angel put that idea in his head, but either way it works to Lila's advantage. The line of questioning he takes with her is routine, and Beast helped her get ready for it, so she comes through like a champ. Lila's so good at putting on a tough front that she even fools me sometimes. But after we leave the station, I almost visibly see her deflate.
"Oh my God,"
she breathes, raising a hand to her forehead.
"That was scary as hell."
You killed it in there, babe. You're fine.
"You think so?"
She gives me a worried frown.
"Jesus, Jude, I'm going to be running through every single thing he asked me and everything I said over and over the rest of the day. I'm going to make myself crazy."
Nah, you're not, I drawl. Lila rolls her eyes at me.
"You might not if you were in my shoes, but I will."
No, I thought you might be kind of jacked up after talking to Myers, so I thought of something that'd take your mind off it. Lila gives me a suspicious squint.
"What do you mean?"
We reach my bike. I pull the helmet off the handlebar and hand it to her. The county fair is on this week. We're going to it. She freezes.
What? You ever been to a county fair?
She shakes her head.
Never in my life. I mean, who the hell was going to take me?
Well, there you go. It's time you experience it. I straddle the bike. So stop yakking and get on. In truth, I think fairs are pretty cheesy. But in this case, they're cheesy in a good way, since I'm banking that the novelty will appeal to Lila. Turns out I'm right on the money. The ride to the fairgrounds takes almost half an hour, and already by the time we get there, I can tell she's feeling more relaxed. We park the bike and head to the entrance, and by the time we get inside, she's already exclaiming at the size of the Ferris wheel and chattering about how she's only ever ridden a merry-go-round before.
Will you go on the rides with me? I don't think I want to go on anything that spins round and round like a tilt-a-whirl, but I definitely want to try the Ferris wheel and the roller coaster, she rambles. Oh, and maybe if there's a log ride. Do they have those at county fairs?
Sure, but if I'm going to ride on all these rides with you, in exchange, you got to help me settle a debate.
What's that?
Whether Pronto pups or corn dogs are better. Lila gapes at me.
What? What the hell's a Pronto pup?
You know what a corn dog is, right? Lila nods. Well, it's like a corn dog, except those are made with cornmeal. Pronto pup's batter is made with flour. She wrinkles her nose.
How do you even know this?
I shrug. It's common knowledge. You just led a sheltered life. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I want to bite them back. After all, Lila just got done being questioned about the murder of her mom's boyfriend. The life she's led has been anything but sheltered. But thankfully, she just giggles and gives me a punch in the arm.
Fine, I'll help you decide your weird Pronto pup thing, but maybe we should do that after the roller coaster.
So we decide to head to the coaster first. It's not a very impressive one. Doesn't even go upside down. But Lila doesn't seem to care. Honestly, it is cute as fuck how she squeals every time we crawl up a hill and screams her head off every time we go plunging back down. When the ride is over, her short hair is blown back from her face and her cheeks are flushed pink.
That was so fun,
she gushes.
I can't believe I've never done that before.
Want to go again?
Later, maybe, if there's time after all the other rides. Let's go get food now.
We walk the fairgrounds until we find a corn dog stand and a Pronto pup stand that are close to each other. She stands in line at one and I stand in line at the other, and then we meet in the middle with 2-foot-long dogs.
I wasn't sure if you'd want mustard or ketchup, she tells me, so I just got mustard.
Good choice, I say approvingly. Ketchup only belongs on fries. We share both dogs, handing them back and forth until they're gone. The verdict? Both of us agree corn dogs are far superior to Pronto pups.
I mean,
Lila says as we walk away,
Pronto pups are like a hot dog wrapped in a pancake. That was just weird.
I'd eat one at a pinch. But yeah, corn dogs rule for sure. We walk through the midway toward the Ferris wheel next. I ask Lila if she's scared of heights, and she says no, so I figure she'll have a good time on this ride. It's pretty tame, I warn her. But the good part of a Ferris wheel is the view. You'll be able to see for miles up there. But it turns out Lila doesn't think it's as tame as I expected. It ain't the height that gets to her. It's the fact that the car rocks back and forth when you move too much. By the second revolution of the big wheel, Lila is starting to freak the fuck out.
This is scary as hell, she whispers. Why didn't you tell me the baskets weren't stable?
Don't worry, we're not going to fall out. I start to turn toward her, and the car sways a little, making her yelp.
God, don't move,
she gasps, and grips the bar in front of her, white-knuckled. Poor Lila's face is pale as a ghost. I think about teasing her and rocking the car a little more, but I just can't do it to her. She's legit way too scared. You know, I murmur, moving my hand over hers, this ride is a hell of a lot safer than the motorcycle we rode here on. She swallows.
Don't try to logic me through this, Jude. Just keep still and let me work on not having a panic attack until this is over.
You're not going to hurl, are you?
Shut up, Jude,
she snaps. I hold back a chuckle. When the ride ends a few minutes later, Lila is out of that car like a shot as soon as the carny unlatches us.
Jesus, I will never go on one of those again as long as I live, she shudders.
The view was great, though. You got to admit.
I wouldn't know,
she hisses.
I was too busy trying not to die.
You are looking a little peaked, I remark. You could probably use some sugar in your system if you can stand to eat.
I guess that sounds like a good idea.
She sounds dubious. You ever had a funnel cake? Turns out the answer is no, and it also turns out she fucking loves them. By the time she's licking the last of the powdered sugar off her fingers, it's like the Ferris wheel incident never happened. I'll give this much to Lila. She bounces back quick.
Hey, I have an idea,
she says.
I challenge you to a game.
I burst out laughing. Lila's competitiveness is the first thing I ever knew about her. Literally the first thing she did the day we met was challenge me to a video game. She didn't even know my name yet. All right, I agree, since she looks so excited.
Which one?
As we walk, she scans the options. Finally, she points.
The balloon darts one?
Fine by me. We walk up to the booth and I pay for 2 sets of darts. Lila goes first. She does better than I expected, especially since pretty much all these games are rigged so they're damn hard to win. She takes a long time in between throws, considering which balloons to aim for. I notice she tends towards the bigger ones along the edges of the board. In the end, she hits 2 balloons, which wins her a medium-sized stuffed animal. She picks a lion with brown fur and an orange mane.
A friend for Spike,
she jokes. I go next. I hit a couple balloons, but not hard enough to break them. Beside me, Lila cheers me on, but I know she's enjoying the fact that she beat me. Hell, I don't mind. It's worth it to see her so happy. I pretend to be pissed about losing, though. Okay, gloat all you want, I grumble. I gotta go take a leak.
I'll wait for you on that bench over there, Lila says, and think about what we should do next.
Chapter 19. Jude. I'm gone for a couple minutes longer than I expect to be, since I run into a guy I know on the way back who I haven't seen for a while. After a promise to go grab a beer sometime soon, I make my way toward the bench where I left Lila. The first thing I see when I get there is that there's a small crowd gathered next to the bench, and that the bench itself is empty except for Lila's stuffed animal. Alarm bells sound in my head, and I break into a jog, already fucking furious with myself for being dumb enough to leave her alone, even for a second. As I get close, I hear Lila's raised voice coming from the center of a group of beefy-looking guys. One of them lets out a loud guffaw. She's getting hassled, I realize, and maybe worse. I run faster and break through the crowd to see one of these meatheads with his fist closed around her arm. Before I can do anything, though, Lila lets out a yell and, lifting a foot, brings it down hard on the guy's instep. He howls in pain and loosens his grip enough that she wrenches free, then shifts her weight and brings up the palm of her other hand and rams it up into the guy's nose.
"Fuck you!"
Lila screams as he doubles over and covers his face. Blood starts to spurt through his fingers as he roars in agony. One of the other guys makes a move like he's going to help out his buddy. I step in front of him and block his path. "You telling me your friend here needs help against a girl half his size?" I challenge. "You really going to be proud of going 2 against 1 with this chick?" The dude opens his mouth to reply, but no words come out. After a second, he snaps it shut again. "You fucking bitch," the hurt one gurgles.
"Don't you dare call me a bitch, you fucking rapist wannabe,"
Lila snarls back. She stands like a fighter at the ready, legs planted, waiting for the next punch. One of the other men in the crowd, holding a half-drunk plastic cup of beer, hoots and pumps his fist. "You broke my fucking nose, you cunt!" The dude chokes out as blood streams down his face. "Hey now," I say, cutting through the crowd to stand next to Lila. "That's no way to speak to a lady. From what I saw, you deserved it." "I should get the cops to arrest her ass," he yells, eyes wild with pain and rage. Sure, I agree. Actually, I wouldn't mind seeing that. It'd be pretty entertaining for the crowd here, watching you explain to the police how you were putting your hands on this woman and not taking no for an answer, so she showed you how she could make you take no for an answer. I mean, I'll grant you it takes a guy pretty secure in his masculinity to admit he got beat up by a girl half his size. The guy who hooted starts to snicker. "Yeah, Trent, she fucking owned your ass, dude." "Shut the fuck up, Andy," Trent yells. "I agree with Andy, Trent," I say soberly. "She did indeed own your ass." I put my arm around Lila's shoulder. She's coiled like a spring, still in defense mode. She barely seems to register my touch, but at least she doesn't push me away.
Well, I think we've all learned a lesson here today,
I announced to the crowd in a loud voice.
Don't fucking touch a woman who doesn't want to be touched. Y'all have a nice day now. And somebody get Trent a snow cone for that nose.
Gently, I lead Lila out of the crowd, bending to scoop up her stuffed lion off the bench.
Come on, babe,
I murmur. You want to go do some more games or rides?
No,
Lila seethes. I can almost hear the hum of adrenaline irradiating off her.
Let's just get the hell out of here.
Damn. I hate that those assholes ruined her good mood. Part of me wants to go back there and pound the shit out of Trent and all his pussy friends. But I don't want to take anything away from Lila and the fact that she handed that guy's ass to him all on her own. Back at the bike, I bungee the lion onto the back of the seat. Lila watches me without a word, standing still and silent as a statue. Straightening, I try to think of something to say to lighten the mood.
Damn, girl, I knew you were a powerhouse, but I've never seen you in action before, I joke. Brooke created a goddamn lethal weapon.
I give her a grin and wait for her to grin back. But instead, she bursts into tears.
Fuck,
I mutter. Lila covers her face with her hands, and instinctively, I take a step toward her and fold her in my arms. She starts to shake with sobs, her whole body quaking against mine. Too late, I realize the true impact of my words. Lila actually has used lethal force when she killed Petra. I know she still struggles with that, and what just happened probably brought back some ugly memories for her. Fuck. Damn it to hell. I continue to hold Lila as she cries. A few people walk past us in the parking lot, but I shield her from their view. Eventually, she starts to try to talk in hiccuping breaths.
I'm sorry,
she gasps. Shh, don't be sorry. I tighten my hold on her a little, then let up so she doesn't feel smothered. That was a hell of a thing to go through back there. You were surrounded, and you slugged your way out.
I just felt so trapped.
She sucks in a shuddering inhale.
It felt like
when you were trapped in Petra's office. Lila tenses. She raises her tear-stained face to mine. Shock is evident in her expression. That's what it was, wasn't it? She nods, muffling another sob. You've had it damn rough, Lila, I murmur, and you can take care of yourself better than anyone I know. But that doesn't mean you come out of something like that unscathed. No one can. We stay like that, neither of us moving. I look down at her. She looks up at me. She stops crying. She opens her mouth, full lips parting. I can't help but stare at them.
Jude,
she whispers. There's a question in the way she says my name. I answer it the only way I know how. I bend my face to hers. My lips capture hers. Lila sinks into me. I expect her to pull away, like she did last time I kissed her. But her hands clutch my shoulders and pull me closer to her, almost like she's trying to disappear into me. The heat of her mouth is intoxicating, the sweet taste of funnel cake still on her tongue. This kiss is different. It's consuming. All the tension in her disappears as she clings to me. I break the kiss and my mouth travels down her neck. I hear myself whispering her name. She lets out a soft moan that's almost a cry, her head tipping back. She shivers against my lips.
Jude,
she whispers again. What? I know she wants this, but I also know she's just had a hell of a scare. I pull back, searching her face. I need to know what she wants, what she's thinking. What, baby? She swallows.
I'm a virgin.
Slowly she raises her eyes to mine.
But I don't want to be.
In that second, everything she's trying to tell me, everything she's asking me, is clear. Now it's my turn to feel like I'm going to burst out of my own skin. Let's head back to the clubhouse, I tell her hoarsely. One more deep, almost desperate kiss later. It's an effort to keep my cock at bay as I climb on the bike and she settles in behind me, wrapping her arms around my waist. Until recently, I never thought this would happen between us. And yet suddenly, it feels like it was inevitable from the start.
Chapter 20. Lila. I feel conspicuous as hell walking into the clubhouse. Even though I know it's ridiculous, I feel like everyone's watching Jude and me. Like everyone can see into my mind and know what filthy, dirty things I'm hoping are about to happen. But the lords are used to seeing us together by now, and everyone knows Jude is guarding me. So other than some shouted greetings and waves, no one seems to pay us much attention. I'm practically sweating with nerves as I open up the door of my apartment and step inside. Jude comes in behind me, and almost before the latch has shut, he's got me pinned up against the wall, his body pressed against mine. I dropped the stuffed lion on the floor. Jude's mouth devours mine in an intense, no-holds-bar kiss that leaves me feeling dizzy enough that I'm glad to be leaning against something sturdy. When his burning lips slide away from my mouth and against my neck, I'm overwhelmed and panting with desire.
You haven't changed your mind, have you?
He growls against my skin. I shake my head. Jude lifts his head, his eyes locking on mine. This close, I can see the flecks of gold in his blue eyes. There's a tiny, shiny scar under his left eyebrow. I'm mesmerized by it.
Say it.
His voice is husky, demanding. I haven't changed my mind. I lick my lips, and his eyes follow the movement. I want you to. I want to. The air between us seems to crackle. Jude moves his hand behind my head, tilting it, and then his mouth is on mine again, tongue grazing my lower lip. I gasp at the rough but soft contact of it, and the sudden jolt of heat between my legs shocks me. God, how is it possible for an ache to feel this good? I feel my hips thrust forward, seeking something I barely even understand. But when I connect with his hardness, the moan that rips from me tells me my body knows more than I do, somehow. It knows what it wants. So much so that I'm suddenly a little frightened of the strength of my desire. I touch my tongue against his. He groans, cupping his hand against the back of my head.
God, you taste good.
He breathes, pulling me closer. His hips rock forward, and I meet them with my own. The pressure so sweet, it blinds me to everything else. I feel a tremor run through me. I'm clinging to Jude, my arms wrapped around his neck, as though he's the only thing keeping me upright, because he is. Jude's hand slips down to my neck, exposing it to his mouth. His tongue is like flames against my skin as it starts to travel downwards, and by the time he reaches my collarbone, my nipples have grown taut, almost painfully so. More and more, my body is becoming nothing but pulsing want under his touch. A noise emerges from my throat, a sort of whine that I barely recognize as me. I feel my breasts arch toward him as I silently plead with him. Jude doesn't make me wait. He slips his other hand under my shirt, unclasps my bra, and helps me as I pull out of the straps and yank off my shirt. The sudden chill of the air on my nipples is quickly replaced by the moist heat of his lips, and I gasp and arch toward him again. "Jude," I moan.
Jesus,
he whispers, and begins to tongue the taut buds, first one and then the other. It drives me wild, perfect, and perfectly maddening at the same time. It's not painful. It's a sensation I don't have a name for, but I want more and more and more of it. I don't ever want him to stop making my body feel like this. I barely notice when he picks me up in his arms and carries me to the bed. Then I'm lying down, and he's pulling off my jeans and then my panties. The cool air hits my core, and I realize I'm soaking. But I don't have time to be embarrassed, because then the mattress sinks and Jude is beside me, his body naked and warm as embers.
Tell me yes again,
Jude demands. Yes, Jude, please, I beg, molding my body to his. The hot, hard length of him slides between my legs, and Jude slicks himself against me. The velvet heat of him makes me buck against it, and I throw my head back at the perfection of it. I've touched myself with slick fingers in the dark before, but I never realized until now that this was what I was wanting, or how much better it would feel. Jude thrusts back against me a few times, then pulls away with a groan. A second later, his fingers slide against me instead, soft and coaxing. He slowly plunges inside me, then out, and slicks my wetness against me.
Lila, look at me,
he breathes, and I realize my eyes are closed. I open them, and as I watch, he pulls his fingers away and raises them to his lips. He sucks my juices from them, gaze locked with mine.
I've wanted to taste you for so long,
he rasps.
I need to taste you more.
I don't realize what he's saying until he breaks the gaze and slips down on the mattress, licking and kissing my breasts and stomach as he goes. I inhale sharply, one hand going to his hair to stop him, but he's between my legs and kissing my thighs before I can yank him back up, and once again, my body takes over, angling my hips and tensing for what I hope and fear is about to happen next. When his tongue slides between my folds, I let out a guttural sound that's more animal than human. My thighs spread apart further of their own accord, my whole body desperate for this. Jude pulls back, and I whisper, "No," and arch toward him, my hand still in his hair. My pussy is throbbing so hard it hurts, and it's a torture I can barely stand when instead of giving it the attention I need, he plunges his tongue inside me instead, drinking my juices. He groans against me, and the vibrations almost, but not quite, reach where I need them. I can't stand much more, every cell in my body waiting, needing, wanting, like I've never wanted before. Finally, when I'm panting and whimpering with every breath, begging Jude silently to put an end to my agony, he slides his tongue from inside me and begins to lap and lave at me, with just enough pressure and just enough everything that suddenly I snap and a wave 500 feet high washes over me all at once. I cry out, gravity seeming to fall away all around me. Jude's mouth leaves me as I continue to pulse and gasp. There's a crinkle of something plastic, and a few moments later, he's beside me. And suddenly his warm body covers mine, and a knife shoots between my legs. Jude's mouth covers mine, swallowing my pain, and begins to rock against me, gently, until the pain subsides and something takes over. A second wave begins to build as Jude and I breathe together, rock together. And eventually he lets out a low, rough moan and tenses, then comes deep inside me as I vibrate around him, clinging to him like a life raft in an ocean storm. It takes a long time for my breathing to slow to something like normalcy. Jude is covering me, still inside me, his breath deep and rhythmic in my ear. God, Lila, he pants. You're fucking amazing. I almost laugh, because I did basically nothing except let myself be carried away by him. But all the same, I can't help but bathe in the warm glow I feel at his words. I've been so worried that I wasn't good enough, not experienced enough, not sexy enough for someone like Jude. But even I know that what just happened between us was fantastic. I've heard girls at school talk about their first times, and even the ones who pump up their stories to make them sound as good as possible don't talk about it being like this. As I lie here in Jude's arms, trying to catch my breath, I realize I'm incredibly lucky to have had a first time this good. It makes me wonder whether all the other encounters I'll have in the future will be disappointing by comparison. Jude rolls off me onto his side, pulling me with him so he's still inside me. He gives me his trademark lopsided grin, one hand lifting to brush my sweaty hair back from my forehead. Jesus, you're sexy, he breathes. I squirm a little under his flattery, even though it makes me happy to hear it. You feel okay? He asks, brows suddenly knitting. It didn't hurt too much? It did a little at first, I admit, but not for very long. And then... He presses a kiss to my forehead. And then it felt better? Yeah. I duck my head. Yeah, I could tell. You were pretty loud there toward the end. My cheeks start to flame at the memory of how I lost control. Don't tease me, I shoot back quietly. Hey, Lyles. Jude's voice turns soft. I wasn't teasing you, okay? Don't be embarrassed. Jesus, don't ever be embarrassed about that. It makes me feel like the king of the fucking world that I could make you feel like that. When I don't respond, he lifts my chin until I meet his eyes. Okay? I exhale. Okay, sorry. I pause. I just feel weird that you've been with so many people and I haven't. I don't mean to be a fucking weirdo about it, and I promise I'm not gonna turn into some needy freak. Jude doesn't say anything. I think he's gonna be happy to hear he doesn't have to worry I'll expect him to give me his fucking class ring or something. But instead, his face turns serious. Lila, I'm not gonna think of you as too needy. Shit. Now I feel like even more of a weirdo. Who makes a guy have a conversation like this right after sex? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make this weird, I begin. Let's just change the subject, okay? Don't do that. Don't do what? Don't push me away. Look, Lila, don't feel like you have to pretend with me. Sure, I've been with other women, but that doesn't mean you don't mean anything to me, okay? I like you a lot. I ain't gonna turn around and fuck someone else in 3 hours. I don't know what to say to that. I'm mortified that he feels like he has to even talk about this, whether he's lying or not. So I do the only thing I can think of and try for a joke. 3 hours? You'd need more time than that to recover anyway, I tease. Jude snorts. You don't know me very well. Just you wait. Just then, a thump at the foot of the bed makes me yelp in surprise, until I realize it's the cat jumping up. Spike, I cry, patting the comforter. I actually forgot you were here. Spike squints at Jude a little warily, but after a moment comes over to lie between us. I caress the sides of his face, and he rubs against my hand. Check out how well Spike is doing, I brag to Jude. He's getting a real food belly. Actually, that reminds me. I need to get to the store for some more. Jude holds out his hand for Spike to sniff, brows knit. Are you sure Spike's a him? He asks me. I mean, pretty sure, I answer, realizing I just assumed he was. Why? Because I think he's pregnant.
Chapter 21. Jude. Okay, I'll admit it. After sleeping with Lila for the first time, I get kind of freaked out. Not because I regret it. Hell to the no. It was better than I thought it would be by about 1,000,000 times. Take all the other women I fucked together, and I'd trade them all for just one night with that girl. I can't wait to do it again. As often as possible, in fact. But the fact remains that I just slept with my VP's foster daughter, sorta. I'm the person who's supposed to be keeping Lila safe, and I'm pretty sure Beast won't think fucking her is doing that, strictly speaking. It ain't like I'm gonna stop, though. I don't think I could, even if I wanted to. But I don't plan to broadcast it to the club, either. We mostly keep it to one of our apartments for the next few days, trying as hard as we can to keep the noise down. But that doesn't mean I don't grab her and duck into an unoccupied corner of the clubhouse more than a few times. Lila's more than down for it. I know she didn't have any experience before me, but Jesus Christ, you'd never guess it by how she moves. The first blowjob she gives me, I come so hard I see stars. Every time we're alone, it takes me about 3 seconds before I'm half drunk on lust and the desire to see the way Lila's plump lips part in an O of surprise right before she orgasms. I take her one night in the darkened game room with the rest of my brothers, just a wall away. My cock is so hard when Lila palms it through my jeans that I don't even know if I'll manage to get a condom on it in time. Her shorts are off in an instant, and I pull her down on the arm of the couch as she spreads her legs wide for me, whispering my name. I enter her, and her hips grind against mine, both of us starving for each other, even though it's only been a few hours since last time. Her teeth dig into my bottom lip as I pump myself into her, and just as she starts to shudder, I stiffen and then empty myself into her with a long groan, somehow knowing that the whole world would be right if I could just keep doing this with this girl forever. After word gets around that the cops found Andre's body, the Lords start going out of their way to keep Lila's mind off of that shit and make her as comfortable as possible around them. They start treating her like a real club princess, rallying around her and teasing her. And it works. She starts coming out of her shell even more and hanging out of the main room more than in her apartment. The back and forth she has with a couple of her favorite bikers, Thorn, Hawk, and Tweak in particular, reminds me of old times, when she was just a kid with more guts and bravado than most adults I knew. But what's different is that now she's got a woman's body, and all the sex appeal to go with it. And I ain't the only person who notices. More than once I catch some of the prospects giving her the eye. Most of them don't have the guts to do more, though. Steez, on the other hand, is still keeping up his charm offensive. Emphasis on the offensive. It should piss me right the fuck off, and it does. But I can't get in his face as much as I want to, because it's not like I can claim Lila. She puts up with Steez's shit for a while, but eventually she starts to seem like she's getting sick of his attention. One day I see them together, standing at the bar at the clubhouse. Steez is about a foot away from her and moving in closer. As soon as Lila sees me, she ducks around him and breaks away to walk toward me, a little half-smile on her face. Behind her, Steez notices me and narrows his eyes. I lift my chin at him with a mocking look. He turns away, loudly calling to the prospect for a shot. My lip curls into a smirk. You lose, motherfucker. One afternoon, about a week after Lila and I start sleeping together, Tweak comes into the clubhouse while she, Thorn, and I are playing darts together. He's got a grin on his face the size of Texas. Yo, Jude, he calls, beckoning me into his office, where all his tech and computer shit are. Come in here. I got something to tell you. I hand Lila my darts and follow him inside. Tweak shuts the door behind me. I got a surprise for Lila, he says. I tracked down her dad. Her dad? I blink, surprised. Holy shit, really? Yep,
I finally figured him out, where he's been all this time. Name's Hunter Dunn, and get this, it turns out he's in a motorcycle club himself, one of those do-gooder ones, called the Vengeful Gods MC out of Seattle, Robin Hood types, taking down bad guys and protecting the innocent sort of stuff. You're shitting me, I say in disbelief. Nope, I gave him a call just to make sure it was him. Told him just enough info about Lila to confirm it. He's on his way here right now. Be here this weekend, if the weather stays good. Jesus, I rub the back of my neck. He wants to see her? Yeah, he said he didn't know Lila's mom had died. Guess they split up when Lila was a toddler. This guy Dunn says he was in pretty rough shape back then. Booze, pills, all sorts of shit. In and out of jail for most of the last 15 years or so. Guess he's cleaned up his act now. Wants to make amends with Lila. He damn near cried thinking he could get a second chance with her. And you haven't told Lila yet? Nope. Gonna be a surprise. Shit. I wonder if that's a good idea. Not sure how Lila's gonna feel about a surprise like that. I think about how my parents just showed up to Jules' house, and a surge of anger runs through me. You think? Tweak frowns. You think I should have asked her before I told him to come down? Maybe. I pause for a couple seconds, thinking. Tell you what, let me handle it. I stew about whether to tell Lila about her dad coming to town for days, so long that the weekend comes. And then, eventually, it's too fucking late. The club is having a massive outdoor party to celebrate a bunch of the kids' birthdays that happen in the same month. You'd think the kids would hate being all lumped together like that in one celebration, but we've been doing it for years and they fucking love it. Ghost and Jenna's kid, Mariana, is 12. Connor, Hawk, and Samantha's boy is 15, and Sydney and Brick's daughter, Sienna, is 11. This year, a new kid is joining the party. Thorne and Isabel's daughter, Fiona, just turned 1. A few weeks ago, Lila might have spent a good part of the party in her apartment, but today, she's right in the center of everything, helping with the kids and hanging with the old ladies. It's just like old times when she used to help them watch the kids and babysat for a bunch of them pretty often. The best glimpse of the old Lila during the day is when she tells Mariana and Sienna that she's going to teach them how to beat the boys at arm wrestling as their birthday present. Connor immediately scoffs, as does Mariana's brother Noah. No way, Noah drawls, shaking his head. No way you can beat a guy. Lila gets a twinkle in her eye. Want to bet? Gunnar taught me how. Dudes, have you not heard how Gunnar beat Beast in arm wrestling once? I break in. I hear it was legend. If he taught Lila his secret, you'd best believe she means what she says. Whatever, Noah shrugs, rolling his eyes. You don't believe I could beat you, Noah? Lila challenges. He blinks, then starts to stammer. I mean, whoa, Connor crows. Noah doesn't have the guts to face off against Lila. Shit, now he's done it to himself. I chuckle at Brick, who just ambled over. What's going on? He asks, looking amused. Noah just backed himself into a corner. He either has to arm wrestle Lila and risk losing, or refuse and look like a chicken. Oh, shit, Brick says, bursting into laughter. Did Gunnar teach her his secret? Yep, I snicker. I gotta get him over here to see this. Brick heads off. The kids continue to heckle Noah until, realizing he can't get out of it, he agrees to arm wrestle Lila one time. I don't want to break your arm, though, so I'll go easy on you, he says with swagger, which earns him another round of hoots and catcalls. Gunnar walks up with Brick, bottle of beer in hand. Oh, shit. Lila's about to fuck that boy up, he snorts. You sure she can do it? I ask. Yup. We watch as Lila and Noah take their places opposite each other at a small table. The Lords of Carnage kids gather around them. See, here's what's going to happen, Gunnar murmurs to me. Right before they start, Lila's going to turn her palm toward her face and bend her wrist toward her shoulder, which will turn Noah's hand just slightly in the wrong direction and take his shoulder out of the match. Then all her power is distributed down on Noah's bicep, like she's doing a pull-up, extending his arm away from his body. If she does it quick enough and well enough, he won't be able to recover. Which is exactly what fucking happens. Jesus. As soon as Mariana says go, Lila maneuvers herself, lightning quick, just like Gunnar said she would. Noah's strong, and he puts up a good fight,
But Lila's just brought some physics down on his ass, and it's over in less than a minute. The crowd of kids goes fucking insane. Lila meets my eye and gives me a wink.
Teach us! Teach us!
The girls immediately start to clamor. Lila leads them off to the game room for a super-secret lesson. Noah, meanwhile, is doing his best to salvage what is left of his pride. "I don't think that boy is ever going to forgive you, Gunn," Brick intones. I'll teach him for his 18th birthday," Gunner replies. "He'll forgive me as soon as he wins his first match against his own beast." The kid's birthday party goes on through the afternoon with games organized by the old ladies, pizza for dinner, and then a movie in the media room. My sister is there, of course, with Angel and their kids, and she's pretty occupied most of the day. After Faith and TJ have their pizza, Jewel decides to drive all 4 of the children back home to be babysat by our parents. She tells me this as she's bundling up Tilly and Maddie, as though I'm going to care that they're still doing the good grandparents act. "They're still there, huh?" I scowl. "When are they going back to Indiana anyway?" Jewel bites her lip.
I don't actually think they are going back, Jude.
"What the fuck?" I explode. "I didn't agree to give my house up to them permanently. If they're going to stick around, they're going to need to find a different place to stay." Jude exhales.
I found out why Mama and Tata came to Tanner Springs.
"Yeah? Why's that?"
Jude, Tata has cancer. It's stage 4. Inoperable.
Jewel puts a hand on my shoulder.
He came here to die.
She searches my face, no doubt looking for a shred of sympathy or remorse to appear there. I sit with the news for a few seconds, waiting, but no emotions well up. My ability to feel sorry for the man who raised me died a long time ago. "Ain't that just about typical?" I scoff, shaking my head. "He doesn't give a single solid shit about us our whole lives until he needs our help at the end. Classic."
Jude,
Jewel cries, alarmed.
that's not very kind.
"I don't need to be kind," I shoot back. "They were never kind to me. I ain't giving them sympathy. If they wanted me to give a shit about them, they should have given a shit about me." Jewel's expression crumples.
I wish I could change your mind,
she whispers. "It ain't your job to. They should be glad as hell that one of their kids is still talking to them. That's better than they deserve." She opens her mouth, but then sighs and closes it again. Just then, a man I've never seen before walks through the door of the clubhouse. He's accompanied by the 2 prospects who are on guard duty today. The man is about 50 or so, with close-cropped red hair and a long beard. He's wearing a cut, but I don't recognize the colors. He takes a couple steps forward, still flanked by the prospects. "You got business here?" I grunt, peering at him. "Yeah, I do," the man says. "I'm looking for Tweak, and for Lila Dunn. I'm her dad."
Chapter 22. Lila. Hunter Dunn. I didn't even know his first name. My mom would never call him anything other than that worthless piece of shit or your sperm donor. But if I had any doubt about him being my father, it falls away when I recognize my own features in the curve of his nose, the shape of his jaw, the rust-colored hair. Jude's eyes are locked on us from across the room when Tweak introduces me to him. I see the wariness in his expression and even a tension in his body that tells me he's ready to yank my father out of here by the collar if I say the word. But I'm so dumbstruck that all I can do when my father tells me why he's here is lead him wordlessly into my apartment and shut the door behind us. "How did you even find me?" I finally blurt. "I didn't." Hunter Dean spreads his hands. "Tweak tracked me down. He hasn't told me all of why you're here, but he did say your mother had died. I'm sorry to hear that, by the way. He said that you might do with having some blood relatives in your corner right about now." I snort. Blood relations haven't done me much good so far in my life. Why would you be any different? He nods. "I deserve that, and you're right. It's not like I've been around for you before now. When your mother kicked me out, I was in pretty bad shape. Not worth much as a father or a partner, that's for sure. I was a pretty bad drunk, and worse. Sounds like you and Ma were made for each other, I snark. I'm surprised she booted you. She wasn't like that when I was with her. That must have happened later. He absently rubs his hands together. She was right to kick me out, Lila, and that's a fact. After that, I didn't have any money to send to you. Anything I had went to the drugs and booze. I'd try to call sometimes, though, to talk to you. Your mother never let me. She said you were better off with no father at all than with me. I figured she had a point, so I decided to stop bothering y'all. That's not how I heard it, I retort. The way she told it, you skated one day and she never heard from you again. Hunter heaves a sigh. You can believe that if you want, Lila. I'm not here to fuck with your life. Why are you here then? I challenge him. His eyes lock on mine. Because I feel like Tweak contacting me was some sort of sign of me getting another chance with you. I've cleaned up my life, Lila. I'm living in Seattle. I'm in an MC called the Vengeful Gods. He gestures at his cut. We're a legit club, all about protecting innocent people who don't have anywhere else to turn. I've got a good life now, and I've got an extra bedroom in my house. You're welcome to stay with me for as long as you want. I've got connections in Seattle. I can hook you up with a job, help you out with whatever you need. Jesus, you come in hot, don't you? I say sarcastically. I don't hear a word from you for basically my whole life, and now suddenly you're super dad? I ain't trying to be super dad, Lila, he says quietly. I'm just trying to be a dad. For the first time in my life. I just want you to know, now that I'm here, I'm not going away. You want to come back to Seattle with me? That's great. You want to come 5 years from now? That's good too. You got a paid-for plane ticket anytime you want, no questions asked. My door is always open. You'll always be my daughter, even if you don't want me as a father anymore. I try to load another snotty remark into the sarcasm gun, but nothing comes. I want to hate this man in front of me. I want to call him a son of a bitch for being gone all this time. Take out all my loneliness and fear and rootlessness on him. But something in his attitude disarms me. He honestly ends up making me honest back. I don't know what I want, I admit. I don't know if knowing I have a father out there makes me feel better or worse. My whole life, I've known you didn't give a shit about me. I can't just flip a switch and stop believing that. Sure, I get that. And the least I can do is let you take this on your own terms, in your own time. Hunter Dunn slaps his big, meaty hands on his knees and pushes himself into a stand. Look, I'm going to give you some time to process all this. I'm staying here in Tanner Springs for the next week before I ride back to Seattle. Tweak's got all my info. If you want to see me, all you got to do is call. I don't have anything else to do while I'm here. If you don't want to, don't feel obligated, okay? Shit, I'm almost madder at him for making this so easy on me. Okay, I murmur. Hunter Dunn hesitates for a moment, then reaches out and briefly touches my shoulder. A moment later, he turns and walks out of the room. I watch him go, stunned that he drove all the way across the country just to spend 15 minutes explaining himself to me, and that he doesn't expect anything more in return. Spike emerges from under the bed, asking for pets. A few minutes later, there's a knock on the door, and the cat scampers back into hiding. Jude sticks his head in. Saw your visitor left, he drawls. You tell him to go to hell? No, not exactly. He left on his own, said he wanted to give me some space.
Sure, space, Jude smirks, putting the word in air quotes. No, really. He's staying in town for a week at a hotel. He said I could call him or not, whatever I wanted. He's just going to be waiting. He didn't want to put any pressure on me. My voice sounds hollowed out, almost foreign. Jude comes into the room and moves to sit down on a chair beside the bed. The stuffed lion I won at the fair is lying on the cushion, and he picks it up and tosses it to me. Nice of the guy to show up after all this time, he says sarcastically. He didn't know where I was until now, I point out. He did drive all the way across the country. I guess that counts for something. Jude scoffs. He's a biker. That's a scenic vacation to him. He still did it, though. I pull at the yarn on the lion's mane. I don't know why I feel defensive at Jude's words, since these exact same thoughts have gone through my head. But somehow, having him say them out loud feels worse. Yeah, well, I'm just saying, don't expect much out of him. I'm not, I protest. But I'm not going to just dismiss him out of hand either. You don't even know him, Jude, I say, irritated. Neither do you. That's out of line. No, it's just the truth. Someone's got to remind you of the truth when you're starting to believe in fairy tales. Fuck you, Jude, I hiss. I have never believed in a damn fairy tale in my life. Fairy tales don't happen for people like me. Well then, don't be fooled by your dad's riding in on a chrome stallion act. It's easy to make a big grand gesture, I'm just saying. He puffs out a laugh. Hell, my parents did the same thing. It was a big lie too, but Jewel fell for it hook, line, and sinker. I just don't want you to do the same. Oh, I see, I retort, my voice rising. You're the only one who can see things for what they really are. Thank God us stupid, emotional women have big, strong Jude to tell us what to think. That's not what I said, he growls. Yeah, it is. I am pissed now. Just because you hate your parents doesn't mean I have to hate mine. What, so you're just gonna take him back with open arms? Jude half shouts. I'm not saying that. Well, then what are you saying? I'm saying, why do you care? I snap. And that it's none of your goddamn business whether I decide to have a relationship with my own father. It ain't, eh? Jude glares at me, his eyes stormy. Okay then, message received. He storms off, slamming the door behind him. I stare at the door for a few seconds, immobile. Then I throw the stuffed lion across the room.
Chapter 23. Jude. Fuck this shit. I storm the hell out of the clubhouse, too pissed to be around anyone in the club right now. God damn it, I am sick of giving a damn about Lila. Giving more of a damn about her than she does about herself. Part of me wishes to hell she hadn't ever come back anywhere near the Lords of Carnage again. It fucks with my head, having her here. Plus, I was stupid as shit sleeping with her. I let myself get in too deep. Let myself think we were in some kind of relationship or something. What a goddamn sap I am. Here I've been doing my best to protect her and be an ear to listen, a shoulder to fucking cry on. I've been trying to be what she needs, someone she can trust. And for what? She welcomes a father who has literally never fucking been there for her in her life with open arms, and pushes me the fuck away for giving a shit about her. This shit is profoundly fucked up. I can't go to my own goddamn house because my fucking parents are there, and I'm not in any mood to hang around the clubhouse knowing Lila's there. So instead, I ride up to the Smiling Skull and nurse beer after beer until I close the place down. When I get back to the clubhouse, the kid's birthday party is over and Lila's door is shut. I close myself inside my apartment and try not to think about the fact that Just on the other side of the wall is the woman I've been sharing a bed with for a week. And that I was starting to hope we might be on a track to share a lot more than that. The next day, I'm in no mood to be Lila's guard dog, so I go find Angel in his office and ask him to put someone else on her for a while. "I can do that," Angel says from behind his desk. "You good? Something up?" "Nah," I lie. "I just got some stuff to do. Need a break." "Gotcha." I turn to go. "Hey, listen, Jude, since you're here, have a seat. I want to talk to you for a bit."
The next part of the story is waiting. But first, take this pause to rest and recharge your spirit. This audiobook is yours, freely and fully.
"Shut the door." I push the door closed, but instead of sitting, I lean against the wall. "What's up?" "Jewel told me she gave you the news about your dad's diagnosis." "Yeah?" "Wanted to let you know I'm sorry." I sidestep that. "How long's he got?" I ask in spite of myself, just for something to say. "Not too long, I guess. A few months at the most." I nod. "Fine by me." Angel frowns, studies the wall behind me for a few seconds. Then, "Jude, when they first got here, your parents made Jewel promise not to tell you why they came. I guess they figured you'd eventually come around to see them. But now time's running out for your dad. They're losing hope. So she broke her promise to them and decided to tell you." For some reason, a memory comes to me then, of Jewel's face when I told her I wasn't going to forgive them. "They're dead to me," I said. The way Jewel flinched at my words makes more sense now. I clear my throat. "Well, tell Jewel it doesn't matter that she broke her word to them. I don't give a shit either way, so it doesn't change a thing. Look, Jude, Jewel asked me to talk to you about all this, try to get you to reconsider. She figured you might listen to me better than you listen to her." "You mean because you're my prez and you can kick my ass out of the club if I don't do what you say?" I joke, even though joking is the last thing I feel like doing right now. "Something like that," Angel agrees. "But also because my dad was a piece of shit too. But when he came back to town, Jenna convinced me to give him a chance. Let him speak his piece about how he'd changed." I remember that time. Shit, it was almost 4 years ago now, I think. I was a hang-around back then, or maybe I had just started prospecting. I don't know. It was Christmas time, and Angel and Jenna's dad, Abe Abbott, showed up in Tanner Springs after being AWOL for years. He had betrayed Jenna and Angel and fucked over the club, too. But he came here to own up for his mistakes and accept whatever judgment and punishment they felt like he deserved. Since I wasn't a lord yet, I don't know the particulars, but I do know that Jenna and Angel forgave him. Now Abe is married to Trudy, the widow of the ex-president of RMC before Angel took over. "It's good to have Abe in our kids' lives," Angel admits as he leans back in his chair. "And Trudy, too. He and I have mended fences, but what's been more important is that our kids have grandparents now." He waits a beat. "And now, with your folks here, they have a chance to know their other set of grandparents. And your mom will have family when your dad dies." He pauses. "Sometimes you have to forgive. And sometimes you don't," I retort. "More power to all of you, Angel." I push myself off the wall. "I mean that shit. I guess I'm glad Jewel can forgive and forget so easily, but that doesn't mean I have to. I'm only letting him stay at my place for Jewel's sake. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have parents." Before Angel can say any more, I'm gone. I straddle my bike, fire up the engine, and skid out of the lot. I don't know where I want to be right now, but here ain't it. God damn it, this is the second time in as many days that I've bolted out of here to stop having a conversation I didn't want to have. But this time, the conversation keeps unfurling in my head before I can stop it. Jewel thinks she knows why I'm done with our parents. She thinks she understands why I'm pissed they sent me away. Jewel doesn't know shit. God, I missed Jewel like hell when she left home at 17. Don't get me wrong, I understood why she left. She was their favorite verbal punching bag. As soon as she hit puberty and started to fill out, they took to calling her slut or whore almost as often as they did her actual name. That shit was toxic as hell for her. Anyone with sense would have done what she did. But when she was there, our parents mostly ignored me, as long as I kept my head down and didn't get into the kind of trouble that a teacher or a principal would call them about. Once Jewel was gone, though, suddenly I was the shitty kid who was going to turn out bad and ruin their lives instead of her. They were especially mad at Jewel for leaving because the job she did part-time after school brought in some extra money that the family needed. As I got older, they started talking about me needing to pull my weight to help out. At 14, I wasn't old enough to legally work yet, but my father found a workaround. He had a friend, maybe his only friend to be honest, who had a small liquor store in an area of town that barely brought him in any customers. It was more or less a one-man shop because business wasn't good enough for him to have more employees. But he told my father he could use me working there for a few hours a day, stocking shelves and stuff. He'd pay me in cash under the table and no one would be the wiser. If anyone came in asking questions, he'd tell them I was his son. My parents didn't need to be asked twice. They made the deal with a friend that I'd ride my bike over there after school a couple times a week and work there half-time in the summer. I didn't really want to do it, but I didn't have much of a choice. I figured I could skim some of the money I made off the top before I gave it to my parents and make it worth my while that way. For the first couple of weeks, everything was fine, until the day my dad's friend trapped me in the back of the storeroom and tried to get me to suck his dick. Ma and Tata didn't believe me when I told them what had happened. They told me to stop spouting evil lies and sent me back to work again the next day. The second time it happened, I punched him in the face and left. That was when shit turned bad at home. Ma and Tata were mad as hell when I told them I wasn't going back to work at the liquor store. I was sick to my stomach, profoundly sick, that my own parents, they cared so much about the extra cash I could bring in that they'd refuse to believe a story so fucked up. They had to know I wouldn't have invented it. I started looking for every excuse not to spend time at home. I fell in with a bunch of kids who had it even worse at home than I did. We went around looking for trouble. More often than not, it found us. By the time I was 17, I got sent to juvie. When I got out, Ma and Tata had gotten a taste of what life was like without me. They decided they liked it better that way. So they sent me to Tanner Springs, so I could be Jules' problem instead of theirs. So now they're here, hoping to make themselves Jules and my problem. Well, fuck that. Jewel can do what she wants. She's got her own history with them, and her own relationship with them. Me? I made my decision a long time ago. I considered going back to the Skull and spending another day at the bottom of a glass of beer. But instead, I head to Rebel Inc. to see if Stacia can finish up this sleeve today. Sometimes physical pain is the best distraction from the pain inside your head.
Chapter 24. Lila. In the days after my fight with Jude, he keeps his distance, and that's just fine by me. Angel tells me Jude has some other business he needs to take care of, and that Steez has volunteered to be my driver and bodyguard for a while. I don't ask Angel if he knows that Jude and I had a fight. After all, no one knows that there was anything between us, other than just being friends. And the idea of having a relationship talk with the president of the Lords of Carnage makes my face flame. Steez definitely seems to know something's up, though. "You and Golden Boy have a lover's spat?" he tosses at me one day as he's driving me to the library. "No comment," I mutter. "He acts like his shit don't stink, but Jude ain't all that. You should give a real man a try." "And by real man, I suppose you mean you?" I shoot back. Steez looks over at me and grins. "Ain't no realer, baby." Suddenly, I've had about all I can take of his attempts to get into my pants. "You know what, Steez?" I spit out. "Not all women want to be treated like a damn sex object every hour of the day. I'm tired of your bullshit. You want to fantasize about me. You want to pull your meat at night thinking about me without my clothes on? Go crazy. There's nothing I can do about it. But leave me out of it, okay? Can it with the come-ons. I am not interested. Got it? Not today, not tomorrow, not ever." Steez reddens. His jaw clenches. I've pissed him off, and maybe I could have been less blunt, but at this point, I don't care. "You're a fucking bitch, you know that?" he snarls. "You come off like this poor little girl, down on her luck. Oh, protect me, protect me. You expect people to fucking bow down to you, and you don't give them shit in return. Oh, except for Jude, right? You'll spread your legs for him easy enough." "You shut your mouth," I snap. "My business is my business, and it's got nothing to do with you. Someday, you're gonna get what's coming to you, you know that?" Steez narrows his eyes at me. "And I'm gonna laugh like hell when you do." He turns his eyes back to the road and doesn't say another word. I cross my arms and turn toward my window. Fine by me. I'd rather he keep his mouth shut if this is the way he's gonna be. I'm sick of him not taking no for an answer. Between that and him hating me, I'll take him hating me any day. At least maybe he'll leave me alone. I don't call Hunter Dunn, at least not right away. I don't even ask Tweak for his number. The days tick down until he leaves again for Seattle. But like he promised, he doesn't try to contact me. He leaves me space. He leaves me distance. It's the best gift he could possibly give me. On the 5th day, 2 days before Hunter is scheduled to leave, I go to the tiny closet in my apartment and pull out my battered backpack. Unzipping it, I reach in toward the bottom and take out one of the only items left inside, the small box that I grabbed from my nightstand on the day we found Andre's dead body. I lower myself to sit on the floor. Spike comes up next to me and climbs into my lap. She's definitely pregnant, as Jude guessed. She's getting bigger all the time. No one else at the clubhouse seems to have noticed yet. I should probably tell Angel, though, before she has her kittens on the pool table or something. The hinges on the tiny box are stiff. I haven't opened it in years. Truth is, I'm surprised I even remembered I had it, much less thought to grab it from the house at the last minute. I pry it open. Inside is a simple gold ring with a tiny stone. It looks like a diamond, but I have no idea whether it's real. Hesitating, I take it out and put it on my left ring finger. It fits almost perfectly. The last time I did this, it was way too big for my child's finger. My mom's ring, the one Hunter gave her when he proposed. It's literally the only thing I have from my father, and now one of the only things I have that once belonged to my mother. Not that she gave it to me. Oh, she showed it to me one day when she was pretty drunk and feeling uncharacteristically nostalgic. She probably forgot she had done it by the next day. I knew where she kept it, at the bottom of a dresser drawer thrown in with a bunch of other stuff. Once, when I was about 12, money was really tight, and she was drunk and rambling about stuff she could sell to get some extra cash. One of the things she mentioned was the ring. I waited until she was passed out on the couch that night, then stole into the bedroom and took the box. A few weeks later, I heard her rummaging around in her drawers, swearing under her breath. I guessed she was searching for it. She never asked me if I knew where it was, though. She must have figured she lost it somehow. I don't know why that ring felt important enough to me to hide it so my mom wouldn't sell it. It's not that I missed my father. After all, I never even had a memory of him. But in a way, it was at least a reminder that he existed, and proof that my parents were actually married at one time. That at one point, prior to my existence, there was hope. Hope for a family. Something they planned on and wanted. Even if that hope was long gone by the time I came on the scene. Taking the ring from Andre's house, remembering it and not leaving it behind, felt like taking a piece of my mom with me. But it was a piece of my dad, too. And unlike my mom, my dad is still here. Pensively, I twist the ring off of my left finger and place it on my right. Then I move Spike off my lap and go to find Tweak. Hunter Dunn answers my call on the second ring. "Hello, Dad," I say. Hunter, Dad, takes me out for dinner the night before he leaves, after clearing it with Angel and Beast. We spend the day before mostly at the clubhouse, just playing pool and darts, and catching up on all the years of our lives we missed out on. He tells me more about how his and my mom's relationship turned sour, not sugarcoating his role in how things went bad. He tells me that losing out on seeing me grow up is the biggest regret of his life. I try to believe him.
I find myself hoping it's true, that he actually did want to be in my life back then, that this isn't just something he's making up to make himself look better to me, now that he's here and we've reconnected. Human beings love to tell stories, I know. After all, the library I'm so fond of is full of them. We have all sorts of needs for them, in all sorts of situations. Sometimes they're to entertain others, and sometimes they're to soothe ourselves. Sometimes they're a little bit of both. I know on some level, everyone wants to believe they're the hero or heroine of their own story. No matter how honest we try to be with ourselves, on some level, we're drawn to the version of our tale that makes our motives clean, our goals pure of intention. Dad says he wants to be my father, that he always wanted to be in my life. Whether it's true or not, I think it's what both of us want to believe. I'm not quite willing to accept it yet. But maybe the fact that it's a story we both want to be true can be enough for us going forward. I don't know. I guess time will tell. Dad pushes pretty hard to take me back with him once he knows more about why I'm staying under guard at the Lords of Carnage clubhouse. But Beast manages to convince him that I'm safer here right now. I tell him I'm not ready to pack up my entire life, such as it is, and move someplace new with a father I've known for less than a week. At the end of our last night before he leaves, he gives me a kiss on my forehead, which feels awkward as hell, but still nice. "You're an adult now, Lila," he says. "You're free to make your own decisions, but remember, I want you to come to Seattle. It would make me happier than anything. So, whenever, if ever you change your mind, just come, okay? Promise me?" I promise. As he pulls away after dropping me off at the clubhouse, I watch him go, marveling that I finally actually have a dad. It's something I didn't even think to wish for, even a month ago. And now, here he is. Part of me wishes I could go back in time and at least have a little while of him being here when I was a kid. He would teach me about cars or something and tell me what to do. Maybe he'd be really strict and tell me I couldn't go on a date or ground me or something. Put his foot down about stuff like dads in movies and books do. This one isn't going to do that, though. This one is going to let me live my life. He's just going to be there for me. A net under my tightrope, maybe. Just in case. Maybe that's enough. Jude is outside the clubhouse, sitting on one of the picnic tables at the far edge of the parking lot, as Hunter Dunn rides away. He lifts his chin at me, but doesn't say a word. I realize that Jude, too, has been giving me my space. We still haven't talked since our fight about Hunter. That hasn't stopped me from having 50 conversations in my head with him, though. In those conversations, I triumphantly tell him again that his problem with my dad has more to do with his feelings about his own parents. But each time I replay the scene, I get less of a rush out of knowing that I'm right, and I get more tired and sad about the whole thing, and about the wedge it has driven between us. Chapter 25. Lila. 2 days later, I'm getting ready to go to the gym when there's a loud knock on the door to my apartment. Startled, I fling it open, expecting it to be Steez. Instead, it's Jude. "I'm driving you today," he growls before I have a chance to say a word. I guess Steez must have told Angel he didn't want to be my chauffeur anymore after our last altercation. I let out a soft snort. I'm going through the Lords like candy at this point. "What's so funny?" Jude asks, frowning at me. "Nothing. Sorry you got stuck carting me around again. I'll be out in a couple minutes." I shut the door on him and turn to finish getting ready, oddly nervous now. I reach up to pull my hair into a ponytail before I remember it's short now, and exhale in exasperation.
How long is it going to take before I stop doing that? Instead, I smooth the sides and tuck a few short bits behind my ears. I pull off the shirt I'm wearing and exchange it for a tight cami with a shelf bra inside. I check inside my backpack to make sure my instructor uniform is there, then grab my keys, give Spike a quick pet, and tell her I'll be back soon. Jude is leaning on the bar talking to a prospect. "I'm ready," I announce. He turns around, says goodbye to the prospect, then opens the front door for me to step through. Outside, he heads toward his pickup. "We're not taking your bike?" I ask as I follow him. "I need to talk to you," he grunts. "Can't talk to you on the bike." He opens my door, and I climb into the passenger side, noting that even though he's obviously still mad at me, he's still treating me with the same respect. Jude gets in on the driver's side, then pulls out of the lot and accelerates roughly. He doesn't say a word. I wait for him to start talking, but nope. Finally, I can't stand it anymore. "For someone who needs to talk to me, you sure aren't saying much," I taunt him. His hands clench the steering wheel. "Wanted to talk to you about the other night." "Okay." "Heard your dad left." "Yeah." Jude doesn't reply. The tension mounts between us. Exasperated, I take out my phone and start playing with it. "What are you doing?" he rasps. "I'm bored." "I'm talking to you." "No, you are not. Start talking and I'll put away my phone." "You're being childish." "And you're being ridiculous." "Don't piss me off, woman," Jude warns. "You say woman like it's an insult. You can call me by my name." He slams his fist against the steering wheel. "Christ, you're a pain in the ass." "I'm not the one who said he wanted to talk to me," I retort, my voice rising. "If I'm such a pain in the ass, you could have just let Steez drive me today like usual." "Is that what you want?" he huffs. "What I want is for you to freaking tell me what you wanted to say to me." We get to the gym. Jude brakes hard in front of the entrance, then throws it in park and turns to me. He opens his mouth, but I yank open the door and start to hop out of the cab. "Hey," he barks, "we're not done here." "I have a class to teach. We can talk when I'm done," I bite out, and slam the door shut after me. God, he is infuriating. I stalk away from the truck as he calls after me and push inside Supergirl's. Sherilyn is at the front desk as usual, and she looks up at me, smile widening in a greeting. But her friendly expression fades in an instant. "Hey, you okay?" she asks with a frown. "You seem upset." "Ugh, I'm fine," I say, tossing my backpack on the counter. "My ride was just being a dick, that's all." I make myself stop to chat with Sherilyn for a few minutes, in hopes that her cheerfulness will rub off on me and improve my mood. It doesn't really help all that much, but at least it puts a little mental distance between me, Jude, and whatever the hell that was back there. Sherilyn tells me about some kid in our grade who is just expelled for revenge porn, a story that apparently is the scandal of the school right now. It's one of the first times she has brought up school since the day she told me there was a strange guy asking about me. Not for the first time. I find myself feeling sad that we never knew each other very well when we were classmates. Maybe when this is all over, she and I can actually be friends for real. If it's ever over, that is. It seems like it has to be at some point. Literally nothing has happened since the police found Andre's body. I don't know when the Lords will decide that the threat is past, or what exactly would determine that. Maybe I should talk to them about it. Hell, maybe it is time for me to start thinking about going to Seattle. It could be the fresh start I need, and I'm almost sure I wouldn't have to worry about Petcher's men all the way across the country. That would close off the possibility of a real friendship with Sherilyn, but maybe in a new setting, I'd find it easier to make new friends. I told Jude that I was going to be late to teach my class, but that was just a lie to get out of his damn truck. Truth is, I have just enough time for a half-hour weight training workout. I shove my stuff in my locker and go into the weights area of the gym. The hours I've spent in the Lords of Carnage weight room have made me stronger than ever. I guess boredom can be good for something, after all. It feels good to push through some hard sets of heavy weights that I never would have been able to lift a few months ago. Focusing on the workout improves my mood in time for teaching and helps me put my argument with Jude out of my mind for a while. My class goes well, as usual. I even stay after for a few minutes to help a couple of the girls go over a new move I taught them. After I'm done, I treat myself to a long, hot shower and come out of it feeling better than I have in days. I've just emerged when Brooke comes into the small locker room reserved for staff. "Hey, how are things going with your dad?" she asks me, straddling one of the long wooden benches in front of the lockers. "Pretty good," I answer. "It's still weird, but it's getting less weird, you know?" "Beast tells me he's gone back to Seattle then?" I pull off the towel wrapped around my head and toss it in the laundry bin. "Yeah, he left a couple days ago." Bending over, I run my fingers through my hair to give it some volume, then stand up again. It's still amazing to me how quickly my new shortcut dries. He couldn't get any more time away from his job, but he told me I have a standing invitation to go out and see him anytime I want. "Will you?" I pull my jacket from my locker and shut it. "Maybe. I mean, probably at some point. Right now, it's just nice to know he wanted to have a relationship with me. I always thought he just forgot about me." "No one could just forget about you, Lila," Brooke says loyally. "Of course he didn't. But I'm glad for you that he's back in your life, especially now." I don't ask her what she means. After all, she's right. It does make me feel a little better that at least one of the people connected to me by blood wants to have a relationship with me. It's a new, strange emotion. There's still a hard, sharp shard in my heart where my family should be. I'm not sure if that shard is ever going to go away, but maybe this is the beginning of that. "Hey, by the way," Brooke continues, "I wanted to talk to you about picking up another class here. You're a big hit with Mariana's group, and the instructor of that beginning Taekwondo class you subbed for wants to switch her schedule to more evening classes. Would you be willing to take over for her?" "Sure," I say immediately, even though just over an hour ago I was thinking about ditching everything and moving to Seattle. It's strange how much Brooke's gym makes me feel connected to Tanner Springs. Like I have a role to play in helping girls get strong and learn to be comfortable in themselves. So many of them remind me of myself when I was their age. And thanks to Mariana telling her friends how I helped her beat Connor at arm wrestling, I have become sort of a hero around here. Heck, I could probably teach a class just on that and have full registration. I chuckle at the thought. "Great," Brooke beams. "I'll talk to Karna and let her know. I'll put you on the schedule for that class starting next week, if that works." Just then, a loud crack sounds on the other side of the locker room door. Loud screams erupt in the gym. Brooke and I lock eyes, then sprint forward. She gets to the door before me and flings it open, and I follow her. There are 4 large men dressed in black standing in the center of the room. 2 of them have semi-automatic rifles. All of them have face masks on. "Down on the ground," one bellows. "All of you, now." The girls all squeal like frightened prey and drop to the floor. Some of them are already losing control, crying or screaming. One of the men raises a handgun toward the ceiling and fires. The screaming crescendos, then stops. "Shut up," he roars. "We're here for one reason, one person. The rest of you calm the fuck down and nobody gets hurt." Older girls are huddling over younger ones to protect them. Sniffles and muffled sobs reach us. Brooke and I have dropped to our knees as well, half paralyzed with fear. After a beat, the man continues. Lila Dunn, we're here for you. Come with us, or we shoot this place up. Now. I get to my feet. With a strangled cry, Brooke claws at my arm, grabs my jacket, but I push her away. I don't know for sure what this is, but I have a good idea. And there's no question that I have to go with them. I can't risk anyone else's lives like this. It's impossible. Here, I croak. The men turn toward me, guns following their gaze. I clear my throat, speak again. I'm here.
Chapter 26. Jude. I'm sitting outside Supergirl's on the hood of my car, smoking a cigarette, trying to figure out how the fuck to have a conversation with Lila that doesn't end in a fight. She's been in there for a couple hours now, and I'm guessing she'll come back out pretty soon. While I'm brooding about what a damn hothead she is when her back is up, a guy about my age or a little older comes walking up. He's on foot, but he probably came from one of the cars parked at the other end of the strip mall parking lot. Hey, he calls as he gets closer. Can I bum a smoke? I can't help admiring the balls of this guy. Most people who see the cut worn by the Lords of Carnage make sure to keep a pretty defined distance from us, which makes me think he ain't from around here. I pull out my smokes and shake one out for him, then hold it up. He takes it and takes out a lighter from his own pocket. You got business here? I nod toward the gym. It ain't a co-ed gym. He exhales. Yeah, I know. I'm here to pick up my sister's kid after her class. What class is she taking? The guy gives me a look. I don't know. Tumbling? What do chicks do at a gym? You from out of town? Yeah, visiting for a few days. He pauses. You know where a guy can get some action? Girls? I ask. Or partying? Both, I guess. That's when I make a rookie mistake. If you're willing to drive, there's a strip club about 15 miles that way, I say, turning away from him to point. Club Haven. It's a hard blow on the back of my head sends an explosion through my skull. The lights go out. When I come to, my hands are bound behind me with what feels like a length of cloth. I open my eyes, wincing against the pain in the back of my skull. I'm in the back of what I think is a fucking limousine with two long bench seats facing each other. There he is, drawls one of three men sitting directly across from me. None of them is the guy from the parking lot. The sound of the guy's voice is like a nail through my head. We thought you wouldn't wake up in time. In time for what? I groan. In time to say goodbye, he smirks, glancing to my side. Squinting in confusion, I turn to see what he means. Sitting next to me, bound and gagged, is Lila. Fuck! I shout reflexively. The guy in the middle snorts. You got that right, Junior. You're fucked. Bad luck for you. The other one was supposed to be driving the cunt today. I struggle to make sense of his words, even as my temper flares at what he just called Lila. The other one? Steez? Yeah. He'd have been there, you wouldn't have. He was supposed to get her out of there, take her to us. But as long as you do what we say, you'll get out of this just fine. You got me? He's talking to me, not Lila. Just me. I glance over at her again, and her pale face and wide eyes tell me she's realized this too. Where are you taking us? I demand, but the first guy barks out a laugh. Ha! You got guts, but you ain't that dumb to think I'm going to tell you that, or else I'd have to kill you. He lets out a loud guffaw at his joke. Not that I ain't going to kill her, of course. Next to me, Lila makes a strangled noise in her throat. I turn and lock eyes with her. Stay calm. Her throat convulses in a swallow. I shift slightly, but I'm too far away to touch her without these goons noticing, and they ain't about to let me do that. Why the hell would you let me live but not her? I ask. My voice is hoarse. We don't want trouble with the Lords, the guy in the middle says. But we knew you wouldn't let her go without a fight. We know you were at that gym protecting her from us. Like steez, I growl, starting to understand. Yeah, he was supposed to be there today. This all would have gone off just fine, like I said.
So what are you going to do with me?
Good timing. The third guy speaks for the third time in a deep baritone that reminds me of Lurch from the fucking Addams Family. You're going out there. I stare out at a field of soybeans? Hell, I don't know. And barely have time to turn back to ask them what they mean when the limo swerves to the shoulder and comes to a stop. Before I know it, I'm being yanked out of the car by all three assholes and tossed into a ditch in the middle of goddamn nowhere. I land hard on my side, on what I think is a large stone protruding from the ground. I let out a shout of pain. Fuck! Lila! I yell as the assholes scramble back into the limo and it peels out. God damn it! I roar as the engine recedes into the distance. I'm lying on my side, pain radiating from my hip. My hands are still tied, which means I couldn't break my fall. I push myself up into a sitting position, then twist myself around into a pretzel so I can get a look at what's tying them. Like I thought, it's a cloth. Bandana fabric, not meant to bind me for all that long. Makes me think they weren't planning on nabbing a second person with Lila. Grunting and twisting, I brace myself and start to work on it, scraping it against the rock just long enough to weaken the cloth in one spot. Then, flexing my muscles, I pull as hard as I can and the fabric rips. I get the bandana off and stagger to my feet, ignoring the pain in my side. I reach for my phone, then for my gun, but they're both gone. They must have pulled them off me. I start jogging along the road in the same direction as the limo. By my calculation, they've only been gone a couple of minutes at the most, but every goddamn minute counts right now. Lila is fucked if I can't figure out how to get to her. I'm desperate for a solution. About another minute later, a car comes over the ridge in the other direction, driving toward me from about 3/4 of a mile away. I yank off my cut and turn it inside out so the patches aren't showing. Then, emphasizing my limp, I start to walk toward him in the middle of the road, waving to flag him down. I ain't sure he's going to stop for me, but I guess my luck hasn't completely run out, because he turns out to be a good Samaritan. Hey, you okay? A guy in a ball cap with a horseshoe mustache and a strong Kentucky drawl leans out the window of his pickup. I gasp. I'm hurt. I was in a car wreck. A gesture behind me. I need to get to a hospital. Oh, shit. Good Samaritan is out of the truck so fast I almost feel bad. Come on, I can take you. Can you get in the truck okay? I don't know. I trail off, stumbling toward him. I could maybe use some help. The guy steps forward and gets my arm around his shoulder, lifting me up. We take a few steps toward the truck. When we're just about there, I hunch over, brace myself against his chest, and shove him hard against the hood. I'm sorry about this, I grit out, but I need to take your truck. The guy struggles, swings wide at my head, and almost connects. I jab him once, hard in the kidney. He gasps and doubles over. I wasn't asking, I tell him. Oh, and I'm going to need your phone, too. I don't wait for him to answer, just lift the cell from the breast pocket of his flannel. I thumb on the switch. The screen's locked. What's the code? I demand. The guy is still half bent over and doesn't answer. I grab him and shove him against the truck again, punching him in the gut. What's the code? I repeat. He chokes it out. I try it once just to make sure. I pull him away from the car, throwing him wide. It's his turn to go in the ditch. Scrambling, I climb in. Like I said, sorry about that, I call as I slam the door and gun the engine. There's a farm back that way about 2 miles. You can call for a ride back to town. You'll probably get the truck back eventually. We'll see about the phone. I slam the truck into gear and make a U-turn so fast and tight that the guy has to dive out of the way. Facing the right direction, I floor it. The pickup jackrabbits forward, leaving a strip of rubber. I lean over and flick open the glove box, hoping my guess that this guy might have a gun in there is correct. Sure enough, I reach in and pull out a pistol I recognize as a Smith & Wesson K22. It's a plinker for shooting possums, but it'll do. As I speed off, I thumb the code back into the cell. I drive with one hand and one eye as I concentrate on finding the phone number in the settings. I repeat it once to myself, then call the only number I know by heart. Jewel, I shout when she answers. Listen up. I'm on Highway 7 heading south about 5 miles across the Kentucky state line. Call Angel. Tell him Lila's been nabbed.
He'll know by who. Tell him I'm chasing a black limo and I need backup. I've got some guy's phone. Tell him where I am and have him call me at 555-763-1214. I stay on the line only long enough for her to repeat the information, then hang up and concentrate on driving as fast as I can. I've got to catch up to that limo. I've got to find Lila. I've got to.
Chapter 27. Lila. I'm shaking. Not from fear, although I'm terrified right now, but from adrenaline. I'm freezing and trembling uncontrollably in the limousine. The men who are my captors keep a gun trained on me, the same one they trained on Jude until moments ago, as the car pulls back onto the highway. I'm still gagged, with the foul-smelling cloth jammed so far into my mouth that my tongue is pushed against the back of my throat. But they haven't bothered to blindfold me, which tells me one thing. They don't care if I see where we're going. Which means they weren't kidding when they told Jude they planned to kill me when they're finished with me. I keep my teeth clenched and my jaw tight against the gag to keep myself from crying as I stare out the window. I won't cry. If they ever take this gag off, I won't beg for my life. I won't plead. I know it won't do any good. But I almost lose it when I think back to how Brooke tried to fling herself in front of me at the gym. For the rest of my short life, I'll remember the way she stood between me and the gun pointing at me, how she risked her life trying to protect me. I begged Brooke to lie back down on the ground with the rest of the girls. I whispered to her that she had all those other girls to protect. I told her I knew what I was doing, that they wouldn't kill me, that as long as I gave up, they'd let everyone else go. I was right about the last part, but the rest was a lie to make her do it. I'm only 18. I'm going to die, probably within the hour. The blood rushing in my ears is deafening. I want to scream. I want to fight. I want to collapse. But none of that will change what's about to happen. I'll never get married. I'll never have kids. I'll never see Spike's kittens. I'll never... A sob rips through me at the thought of Jude, of how we left things. The thug, training his gun on me, lets out a satisfied chuckle at seeing evidence that I'm about to fall apart. No, I won't give him the satisfaction. I stare back out the window, body rigidly upright. I bite down harder against the cloth. I'm giving myself a headache from the pressure, but I don't care. I clench my bound fists, dig my nails into my palms. Brooke probably has called the Lords by now. Not that they can do anything. They don't know where we're going. The only thing they know is the restaurant where I went the day I killed Petcher. But it's too much to hope for that they'd take me there. These guys can't be that stupid. I squeeze my eyes shut, fighting against a wave of nausea. I expect them to take me out to a field somewhere and shoot me, leave my body for the crows. My breathing turns shallow and rapid as fear spikes in my chest. I send up a silent prayer that however they kill me, it will be quick. But they don't drive me out to a field. The limo keeps going until eventually it pulls off the road at an abandoned gas station. The tires bump over the broken and pitted cement of the parking lot, coming to rest in the back of the building. When we pull to a stop, one door pops open, and the thug opposite me grabs the cord binding my hands and drags me out by the wrists. I stumble after him, swallowing yelps of pain and struggling to keep up as I curse myself inside my head for not fighting back. But how can I? What can I possibly do against all these armed men? By the time they drag me inside the dusty, moldy-smelling station, tears of frustration and desperation are running down my cheeks. Still shivering, I try to stop them, but I can't. I'm imagining torture now,
or being doused with gasoline and burned alive. My mind and my body are both starting to betray me in these last moments. The terror I feel is unlike anything I've ever known. One of the men flicks a switch in the wall. There's a sound above me. Frantic, I look up. It's a winch being lowered. The second man from the back of the car yanks my bound arms up over my head, attaches the binding to the hook. The one by the door raises it again, enough so I'm hanging almost completely off the ground, my tiptoes barely touching.
"Consider this a waiting room,"
the second man says with a nasty grimace. The three men walk out, leaving me hanging there, terrified, and working hard to get enough breath so I don't pass out. My legs strain to keep my toes on the ground, to relieve the weight from my wrists. It doesn't take long, only a few minutes, before the blood starts to leave my arms. They start to tingle, then to burn. It's then that I finally lose control, sobbing so hard that I pass out from lack of air. Later, how much later I don't know, someone slaps me hard across the face. My eyes flicker open as a rough hand yanks the gag away from my mouth. Reflexively, my lungs suck in a deep, shuddering breath. Which is when I look up to see Petcher's face. The scream bursts from my throat before I can stop it. Inside my head, my brain screams at me, too, telling me he must be a ghost. He has to be. His skin is gray. He's lost weight, and his cheeks are concave, showing the bones in his skull. But the avid, piercing arrows in his eyes tell me he's very much alive. Petcher opens his mouth, and a wheeze emerges. My eyes flit to his throat, to the angry red scar that I put there.
"Thanks to you, he can't talk,"
the man who dragged me into the room bites out.
"Yet. But he's gonna talk through me."
"What?" I manage, but I can't form the words to ask more.
"You thought he was dead, didn't you?"
Petcher's ventriloquist says. Petcher lets out another wheeze that I think is a laugh.
"My father's a survivor, but you're gonna pay for what you did."
Dimly, I realize Petcher's mouthpiece is his son. My brain struggles to make sense of this man, this barely human man, being a father. What are you going to do to me?" I rasp, feeling suddenly dizzy. My eyes are locked on Petcher's, as though the voice is his.
"He's gonna get what he should have had from you in the first place."
I hear Petcher's son lick his lips.
"And then you're gonna get what you tried to do to him."
I didn't stop Petcher from raping me. I just delayed it, and I'm about to pay for that with my life.
"We're gonna send your body back to the Lords of Carnage,"
Petcher's son continues, his breath hot against my ear.
"As a courtesy. For closure, you might say. And to show them not to interfere in our business again."
Petcher nods, as though he's the one who has just spoken. Somehow, my eyes are drawn downward, and I see his erection pressing through the cheap material of his dress pants. He is leering, with a terrible, angry lust that sends a chill through me, setting the shivering off again. "No," I whisper, but it's a reflex. I know there's nothing I can do. As Petcher comes toward me, I realize that after everything that has happened, after everything I've done to try to escape from where my life brought me, I've ended up exactly back where I started. Alone in the world, in the clutches of a man who only sees me as a piece of meat. knowing I'm about to be violated and then killed. "Remember, you did some good," a voice whispers in my head. "Remember, you saved Brooke and Sherilyn and all the kids in that gym." But no, I put the Lords of Carnage and their families in danger in the first place. And in the end, it didn't do any good. It didn't even save me. I put all of them at risk for my own selfish needs. The people who tried to help me flash before me now. People I'll never see again. Brooke's kind, worried face. Beast's gruff, protective concern. Angel's determined, quiet strength. Jude. Jude's eyes, his lips, the gentleness of his rough hands. His laugh. Not the one everyone else knows, the one he saves for me. The one I only heard when we were alone together. The winch lowers a fraction, just enough to set me on the ground. Wrists and arms still asleep, I kick my legs wildly to keep Petra away from me. Even though it's no use.
Chapter 28. The Lords. "In the fucking chapel!" roars Angel as he storms through the main room. "Now!" Beast is close on his heels, murder in his eyes. The rest of the Lords know from just a glance at his face that something big has gone down. Beast is one of the most stoic motherfuckers most of them have ever met. His expression barely ever changes unless Thorn cracks him up with some stupid joke or when he looks at Brooke. They've never seen him angrier than he is right now. "Do you know what's going on?" Stryker mutters to Tank as they crowd through the door to the chapel. "Haven't got a clue." Tank's brow creases. "Fucking odd, though. Shit's been pretty calm lately." "True," Thorn adds. "We've vanquished all our enemies, so to speak. You think it's about Lila?" "Settle in," Angel barks, banging the gavel so loud a couple of the men jump. "This is going to be quick. Brooke just texted Beast from her gym. They're in lockdown. A group of unknown men stormed the building searching for Lila."
"Holy shit,"
Tweak spits.
"Is she there?"
Hawk demands. "She is," Beast answers, eyes like flint. "I don't know any more than that. The gym is full of instructors, children, and a couple of parents." "What do we do?" Hale is half out of his chair. "We try to get there before shit hits the fan, and hope like hell no one in that gym calls the cops. We have to assume the men are armed, and that they won't hesitate to open fire. Cops mean a bloodbath." Angel and Beast start barking out a plan. Beast tells them the best chance they have to get in undetected is through a side entrance in a short alley, on a side of the building with no windows. He talks the others through the rest of the entrances too, and posts a few of them at each one. "No bikes," he orders. "We'll take 2 vans. I'm driving one." "I got the other one," Ghost calls. "Everybody got weapons?" Angel asks, scanning the room. Bang. "Okay, let's ride." They fly the fuck over there, Beast driving so fast they're on 2 wheels at least part of the time. Half a block from the gym, they stop at the entrance to the alleyway and Beast slams the van into park. The Lords all climb out and start running, crouched low. Beast goes first and gets to the side door, which is locked from the outside. He pulls a key ring from his belt and unlocks it silently. He signals to the others for quiet and pulls open the door. A small metallic scrape is the only sound it makes. They step through, single file. By now the men with Ghost will be at the front entrance. Blood is thudding, hearts pounding. Beast, 3 feet ahead of the others, freezes in place and lifts a fist, the signal for the others to do the same. Adrenaline is spiking, ears primed for the slightest sound. Beast points ahead, making eye contact with the men behind him, and then they hear it. Crying. The muffled wails are coming from women and girls. Beast waits a few seconds, then lifts his hand again, points forward. Seconds later, the Lords burst into the gym's main area, guns drawn. On the floor, a carpet of bodies, women and girls, but no blood.
"Beast!"
Brooke's voice is high, nearly hysterical. From one corner, she leaps to her feet and comes running toward him. "Jesus, Brooke!" Beast shouts her name hoarsely as she barrels into his arms.
"They're gone!"
Brooke cries, tears streaking her face as she gazes up into his eyes.
"They took Lila."
"What?" he explodes.
"I didn't have any time."
Brooke sobs.
We were in the locker room and we heard them break in. If I'd had time to realize who they were, I could have told her to hide. Maybe I could have helped her to get out before they found her. But they called out her name and said they were here for her, and I couldn't stop her from speaking up.
Brooke's expression is desperate.
She said she'd go with them without a fight if they'd leave the gym right away without hurting anyone.
She shakes her head.
She sacrificed herself so we'd be safe.
The Lords know who they are. Patcher's men, of course. It can't be anyone else. And there's no doubt what they'll do to Lila. She'll never get away from them alive. Anybody hurt here? Beast demands.
No.
The muffled crying of the children is turning to sniffles as some of them start to sit up.
They didn't hurt anyone. Thank God.
How long ago did they leave?
Not even 3 minutes before you got here.
A young blonde chick about Lila's age speaks up. She's sitting cross-legged on the ground now, looking dazed.
You barely missed them. Oh my God, where did they take Lila?
Her voice cracks as she starts to wail.
What are they going to do with her?
Shit, Stryker seethes. How the fuck are we going to track them? Angel pulls his phone out of his pocket. Shit, Jules calling. He holds the phone to his ear. Not now, babe, he barks. We got a situation. What? He pauses. Holy shit. Okay, what's the number? He listens for a moment, nods, then hangs up. Jude just called Jewel. He got taken with Lila by Petcher's guys. They just dumped him out on Highway 7 on the Kentucky side. Does he know where they're going? Beast demands. I'll tell you on the way. We gotta go. Steez breaks in. Someone should stay here. I mean, just in case they come back. They aren't gonna come back, Beast snarls.
We don't know that,
Steez persists.
What if they send someone to eliminate the witnesses?
Fine. Steez, you stay here. Angel cuts him off impatiently. The rest of you, let's go, now. The Lords thunder through the exits, leaving Brooke and the other employees to deal with the terrified children. Steez goes to the front door and stands guard. His expression is preoccupied.
Chapter 29. Lila. The screams ripping from my throat are like razors. They drown out all other noise as I kick and flail. But even so, I can still hear Petcher's wheezing as he advances on me. Next to him, his grotesque son licks his lips again. In their lust, their family resemblance comes into sharp relief. My stomach roils. I fight not to vomit, even as I realize it might buy me a few seconds before the inevitable happens. No! I continue to shriek. My feet strain to hit their mark, but the two of them just stay out of range. Petcher's son nods to someone off to the side, and a sharp blow to my kidney cuts off my scream with a wail of pain. The nausea rises again. You're so stupid, the son sneers. What do you think you can do? As I struggle to stay conscious, my eyes land on the length of his erection bulging through his pants. My stomach turns over again. They're enjoying my fear. It's turning them on. I will myself to still, to try to breathe normally, to have some dignity in the final moments of my life, to not give them what they want. A sudden boom, coming from somewhere outside, startles both Petcher and his son. They jerk, turning toward the noise. I swallow a strangled cry of relief? Something, as they check me one final time to make sure I'm not going anywhere, and race from the room. I'm alone. For how long, who knows? But they've lowered me just enough that my feet are touching the ground solidly. Desperately, I look up at the hook, try to jump myself off of it, but I can't jump high enough. My mind starts to race, to think about what I could possibly do to get myself out of here. Then it hits me, the knife I cut Petcher's throat with. I'm dizzy with hope as I realize I'm wearing the same boots as I was that day. The K-bar knife is still tied into my shoelaces, camouflaged enough that they never noticed it. Now, the question is, how to get to it. Since I can't reach down to my feet to pull the knife from my boot, The boot is going to have to come up to my hands. I tell myself it's not much different from doing crunches on a pull-up bar, just a little harder. Taking a deep breath, I do one experimental crunch, bringing my knees to my chest. My abs flex, and I feel the muscles underneath my skin. I tell myself I'm powerful. I can do this. I let my feet back down to the ground. Then, taking another deep breath, I swing my lower body upward, crunching my abs at the same time as I pull myself up with my biceps. I get myself high enough, but my aim is off, and I lose my shot at grabbing the knife. I'm going to have to pull myself up without swinging so hard. I need time for my fingers to unhook it. I close my eyes, think through the motions I'll have to do. Try again. Crunch my abs, swing upward, lift with biceps. This time, I time it so I just barely manage to hook one of my feet around my arm, keeping me in position. Pain courses through my bound wrists, and I wince, gritting my teeth. Struggling, I hook one finger into the ring on the knife's handle. I pull it out, but almost drop it. My heart leaps into my throat, and for a second, I feel dizzy. Shaking, I maneuver the small blade backwards so the sharp edge is against the rope binding my wrists. I saw, as hard as I can, back and forth. Shouts and loud thumps from outside send fear spiking through me, and I push harder, working faster. Finally, the rope frays, then breaks. I fall from the hook to the floor, flat on my back. The wind is knocked out of me. I lie there, unable to pull in a breath, pain coursing through me. For a few horrified seconds, I worry I've broken my back. I suck in a minuscule amount of air, wheeze it out, try again. The panic I feel from the noises outside doesn't help. Another shout, louder this time, angry. A rough hand grabs the collar of my shirt, hauling me to my feet. Lila! Jude's voice sounds far away, down a long tunnel, but it's him. I know it. I suck in a little more air, and then, thinking wildly, I clasp one hand over my other fist and ram a sharp elbow into what I hope is the gut of the person holding me. The surprised gasp he exhales lets me know I've hit my mark. In my fist is the knife, still, and the blade cuts into my palm a little as I turn and flick it outward. I bring my boot down on his shin, scraping the heel downward as hard as I can. I'm still weak, but it hurts him enough to distract him. And then I plant the knife into his gut, then pull it out. The knife is small, it can't go deep, but it does 2 damage. The man loosens his hold on me, howls as he grabs for his gut with his other hand. A gunshot rings out. "Jude!" I try to yell, but I still don't have enough breath. I wrench away from the man and push myself into a run through the door. On the other side, Jude is there. He's facing me. Petcher and his son with their backs toward me. Jude's got a gun in his hand. "Don't," he says, but I'm already flying toward them. I reach Petcher's son first and leap onto his back. "You're gonna look like your dad in more ways than one," I hiss as I bring my knife to his throat. He roars and grabs at my arms. He's stronger than I am, but I have surprise on my side. He claws at my forearm, but I take the knife in my other hand and jab it into the back of his hand, twisting as hard as I can. Out of the corner of my eye, I see movement. Jude and Petcher. I don't know what's happening, who's winning. All I know is I have to take this one down. A crash behind us. The third one, the one I stabbed in the gut, barrels forward into the room. Another gunshot. There's a sudden numbness in my left leg. Then 2 louder shots in rapid fire. "Lila!" My bowels turn to relieved mush. "Beast! That's Beast! The Lords!" "Here! Help!" I yell. Jude has Petcher on the ground. The Lords burst into the room, guns drawn. They surround the two men. One of them pulls me off the sun. Jude stands, backs away. "You okay, girl?" Thorne's warm voice reaches me as he sets me down. When my left foot touches the ground, a bolt of lightning slices through my leg. "Shit!" I hiss, looking down. Blood is blooming through my jeans. "Damn, that hurts." "She's shot?" Jude barks, at my side in an instant. Thorne squints at the wound. "You're lucky," he says to me. "Looks like a small caliber." Holy shit. Jude stares at the gun in his hand, then at me. "I shot you, Lyles." "You didn't mean it," I grit out. Then a second later, "I hope." Jude bursts out laughing. He takes me from Thorne, puts my arm around his shoulder, and leads me outside. I'm shaking, the pain in my leg ramping up by the second. I concentrate hard on trying not to lose my balance, so Jude won't have to carry me. "How do you find me?" I manage to ask him as I limp along. "I flagged down a passing truck on the highway. Luckily, there ain't too many limos out here. It kinda stuck out." "What's gonna happen to—" I trail off, gesture toward Petcher and the others. Jude looks serious. "I think you know that." "Yeah, I guess I do." My head feels a little fuzzy. My brain is having trouble wrapping itself around everything that's happened. And around the fact that not long after Jude and I drive away from this place, Petcher, his son, and all the rest will be dead. I'm relieved, but I'm also so tired. My bum leg buckles under me a little as we walk. Jude stares down at me, eyes searching and etched with concern. "You in a lot of pain?" "I've felt better." He leans over and plants a soft kiss on the top of my head. "Let's get you back to the clubhouse," he says. "You're probably good until Smiley can fix you up, but we'll call ahead." When we get outside the gas station, Jude steers me toward a pickup truck I've never seen before. "Where's the owner of the truck?" I ask. Jude shrugs. "Probably somewhere along Highway 7 walking back toward town. Hell, who knows? We might even catch him on the way back. Give him a ride."
Chapter 30. Jude. We get back to the clubhouse. Angel has me call Steez on the way to tell him he can stand down at the gym and come back, that we're going to have church in a bit. Smiley takes care of Lila's leg. It's an entry and exit wound, clean and small, and I'm thankful as shit that the pistol in the dude's glove box wasn't a 9mm or something bigger. Still, she's going to need some time to heal. She might walk with a limp for a while. Maybe forever. I don't know. Lila, of course, is tough as nails through the whole thing. Now that the danger is past and Petra is gone, you'd never know she spent the last weeks with her life in jeopardy. We set her up in her apartment, leg up and Spike on her lap. I tell her I'll be in to talk to her later. I tell Angel and Beast what Petra's son said about Steez, that he was supposed to be driving Lila today, that he was supposed to take her to them. Angel's jaw gets tight, a pulse appearing in his cheek like it does when he's really fucking angry. He tells Beast to come with him into his office. Tells me not to say anything, to carry on as usual when Steez gets back. "We'll deal with this in church," he grits out. So we do. Steez doesn't notice that Ghost and Hawk are standing in front of the locked door to the chapel as Angel bangs the gavel. Doesn't realize until it's too late that the reason is in case he tries to run. He starts babbling when he figures it out. Tells us Petra tricked him into a debt. "They fucking trapped me, man!" he cries, eyes wild as they ping-pong around the room. "I was supposed to deliver Lila to them, just drive her, to pay it off. They said they just wanted to talk to her." "Yeah, right," Bullet snarls. "You fucking do better than that." "How much was the debt?" Stryker asks. 10,000, man." Steve shakes his head wildly. "They were going to break my legs, maybe worse, if I didn't pay up." "For fuck's sake!" Tank explodes in disgust. $10,000 fucking dollars? How the hell did you get in that deep, you goddamn idiot?
Gambling debt, man,
Steez insists.
They set me up.
Yeah, they did, Stryker snarls. They fucking set you up, and you fell for it.
I didn't mean to hurt her.
You sure about that? I bark, raising half out of my seat. You sure you weren't pissed at her? For rejecting you? Pissed enough that you didn't think too hard about giving her up to people who wanted to hurt her?
Look, I mean, she's not that important, right?
Steez pleads.
She ain't in the club. She's not an old lady or anything. Why cause problems? I figured this way Petra is our friend.
Was. Thorne pierces him with a furious stare. He's dead, son. And he was never our friend. Our club doesn't hurt women. Any woman. $10,000, Stryker repeats, shaking his head at Steez. In exchange for an innocent woman. And your honor, Beast adds grimly. And your life, Angel adds. Steez's head whips around, eyes locking on our club president. For the first time, he seems to understand what he's done, what's about to happen. The vote is unanimous, of course. When it's over, Angel directs Ghost and Hawk to take Steez to Twisted Pipes. There are blowtorches there. The first order of business is to remove his Lords of Carnage, Inc. All of it. That in itself might kill him. Either way, though, Steez isn't getting out of this alive. Angel bangs the gavel. He stands as Ghost and Hawk take Steez by the arms and haul him to his feet. This is a fucking lesson you should have learned a long time ago. Guess you're gonna have to learn it the hard way, he rasps. He clears his throat, brings his face close to the other man's. Spits. Don't fuck with the Lords, Angel hisses as the spittle runs down Steez's cheek. Because the Lords fuck back. Steez starts howling in fright as Beast opens the door to the chapel. Ghost and Hawk haul him away. As his screams grow more distant, the rest of the brothers leave the chapel as well, expressions solemn. As I prepare to do the same, Beast puts a hand on my shoulder, holds me back. Hey, he grunts. Want to talk to you for a bit. Okay, I turn to him, waiting. So you and Lila have been... Beast trails off, his eyes hard, suspicious. Yeah, for a bit now. He frowns and is silent for a couple seconds like he's trying to find his words. You break her heart? You best not show your face here again. You got that? He finally says. I don't give a shit if you're a lord. I don't plan on it. Yeah? He asks gruffly. Then what the fuck do you plan on doing? I plan on making her my old lady, I shoot back. Just as soon as you stop chewing my ass. Beast's face flashes with anger. Then he starts to laugh. Well then, get to it, brother, he chuckles, shoving my shoulder toward the door. You know where she is. When I get to Lila's door, I rap on it with my knuckle a couple of times. She calls out that it's open. Hey, I say. Church just got out. Thought I'd come and see you. Lila motions me in, a little alarmed.
What was all that yelling a bit ago?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. I sit down on her bed, careful not to jostle her too much. How you feeling? How's the leg?
Oh, I'm fine. Smiley gave me painkillers, so...
She trails off, giving me a grin that's just a little bit loopy.
You know, it's all good.
Yeah, seems like it. Are you up for a conversation, or should I come back later?
Sure, I'm not that out of it. Just feeling no pain.
Lila puts her hands on each side of her thighs and lifts herself up into more of a sitting position. Spike, lying close at her side, looks up, then groans softly and puts her head down, closing her eyes. What's up? I wanted to apologize for being an ass about your dad, and then for being an ass about being an ass. Lila sighs.
Well, you picked a perfect time for it. Because after today, nothing seems like that big a deal, you know?
Yeah, I know. I stare at her. I was worried as shit I wouldn't get you out of there, Lyles. Her face pales, even as she tries to keep her tone light.
Yeah, me too. We wouldn't have made it either if you hadn't gave as good as you got. I moved closer. You kicked some serious ass, you know?
I wish I'd killed Petra the first time, she whispers. But I'm glad he's gone now.
It's all over, I soothe. You're free, babe.
You think Angel will let me stay here in the apartment until my leg is better?
I sure as hell hope not. Lila's eyes fly to mine.
What?
She gasps, betrayal in her eyes. Ain't no reason for you to stay in here, I continue, lifting my hand to her cheek. When I got a perfectly good king-size bed in mine. Lila blinks at me in confusion.
What are you saying, Jude?
I'm saying it's about time we stopped dancing around this, don't you think? I lean forward, kissing her deeply. She moans, her mouth opening to mine. The kiss is long, searching, and the answer I'm looking for is there for the taking. You've been driving me fucking crazy ever since I met you, Lila Dunn. And I guess that's not about to stop anytime soon. I love you, God help me. I'm pretty sure you feel the same way. Lila dugs her head against my neck, suddenly shy.
I do,
she murmurs. So, let's get the rest of our life started. I reach under her, slipping one arm beneath her legs. She sucks in a breath, but I'm careful not to get too close to her gunshot wound. Lila's arms go around my neck, and my chest swells because I know that's a yes. I'll come back for the cat later. I lift her up from the bed and stride toward the door. But right now, I've got some experimenting to do.
Experimenting?
She frowns.
What do you mean?
I gotta figure out how to fuck you senseless with this bum leg of yours, I reply. It's gonna take a lot of trial and error, so we better get started. Lila's laugh rings out in the hall as I carry her into my apartment. It's the best damn sound I've ever heard. I'm careful of Lila's body, or at least as careful as I can be with both of us needing this as much as we do. I was a little worried she might be too loopy from the pain meds, but her arms are around my neck, pulling me to her body as soon as I get her on my bed. Hot desire is coursing through my veins and something else too. The need to take her, to own her, to make this real and official and forever. Lila, I rasp against her throat as I enter her. I fucking love you.
Jude,
she moans as she rises up to meet me. The heat of her envelops my pulsing cock. I start to move, slowly at first, but she urges me on, and soon it's instinct that drives us both, fucking hard and deep, me staring intently into her eyes. It's forever between us, and we both know it. I finally met my match. Lila Dunn is going to be a pain in my ass for the rest of my life, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I missed this, I groan. Holy fuck, I missed this.
I'm close,
Lila whispers.
Oh, Jude. Oh, God.
I'm right there with you, baby. I croon as I feel my balls tighten. My hands tighten on her hips as I thrust deeper and deeper, and suddenly Lila's body bucks as she screams and arches against the bed. With a loud roar, I let go and empty myself deep inside her. Our shouts echo in the room until the two of us are left spent and gasping for breath. I gather Lila into my arms, still inside her, and hold her close. Pretty sure the club ain't going to be able to unhear that. Oh well.
Epilogue. Lila. So I ain't great at public speaking, Angel begins, looking around the crowded room. But it seemed like I should get up and say a few words on this occasion, seeing as it's a big day and a big event for both of my families, the Lords of Carnage family and the family I married into. He pauses, then continues with a smirk. Plus, Jewel told me I had to make a speech, and if you know what she's like, you know I didn't have a choice in the matter. The room erupts into loud laughter. Over to the side, Jewel rolls her eyes, but she's smiling. Most of us have known Jude and Lila for a hell of a long time now,
Hell, it must be coming up on 7 years. When Jude came to us, he was a cocky young asshole, pardon my French, who thought he knew everything and couldn't be told anything by anyone. And now, 7 years later, he's a little taller. More laughter and whistles. Hale claps Jude on the back. Lila's something else. Angel shakes his head and smiles at me. I feel the warmth of his gaze and the gazes of everyone else in the room. From the very beginning, it was pretty clear she wasn't about to take any shit from anybody. If anyone could put Jude in his place, it was her. She was, and still is, a spitfire who knows her own mind. She can stand up to anyone, no matter how tough they think they are. She doesn't take shit from anybody. That's why she's a perfect match for our boy here. Shouts of, "Damn right," and "That's our girl," drown Angel out for a few seconds. Patiently, he takes a swig from the bottle of beer he's holding and waits to continue. When the shouts have quieted down, he raises the bottle again. So today, we're gathered to celebrate what I think all of us have been expecting for some time now. Jude and Lila's engagement. It's been a long time coming, but I never doubted it would get here. Jude, you done good. Lila, you've been a part of the Lords of Carnage family for a long time, but I want to welcome you to our family as well. Okay, y'all, please lift your drinks and help me toast the happy couple. Jude takes my hand and turns toward me as the lords and their families lift their glasses and bottles in unison and shout, "To Jude and Lila." He leans forward as they break out in cheers and applause and kisses me until the cheers turn to hoots and wolf whistles. By the time he pulls away, I'm beet red, flushed, and dizzy. "Gotta give 'em what they want, right?" he murmurs in my ear. "Is that the only reason you just kissed me?" I murmur back. "No, I kissed you because it's the only thing I can do in front of a crowd that has kids in it." As the cheers die down, Beast and Brooke come toward us with smiles on their faces. Well, Brooke is smiling. Beast is doing that one-sided smirk thing he does that's the closest he ever gets to an actual smile. "About time you two made it official," Beast grunts. "She's been officially my old lady for a while now," Jude corrects him. "I'm just putting a ring on it is all." "And what a ring it is," Brooke says approvingly. "Lila says you surprised her with it. I never knew you had such good taste, Jude." "Well, I had a little help. Jewel went with me. She put the fear of God in me, told me if I screwed it up, I'd jinx the wedding and shit." "That's not true," I say. "Nothing would jinx the wedding. I would have been happy with a simple gold wedding band. Or hell, a ring made out of a washer." Still, as I hold up my hand to gaze at my engagement ring, I can't help but feel the little shiver of excitement that has hit me every time I look at it since Jude proposed. It's a single round-cut diamond with a halo of smaller diamonds around it. It's elegant and classy, and somehow it makes me feel like a princess, no matter what else I'm wearing. I didn't even know I wanted to feel like a princess, but I guess it's feeling like Jude's princess that I love. "Lila," Brooke continues, "I just want to tell you how proud we both are of you and how happy we are for you and Jude." She looks up at her husband adoringly. "I know what it's like to need a strong man who isn't afraid of a strong woman. It's not always easy to find the right one when you don't want to play shrinking violet to protect the male ego. We're so glad you found each other." Beast huffs. "More like, we're glad you finally pulled your heads out of your asses and noticed each other." "Oh, we noticed each other." Jude slides his hand from mine and puts his arm around me, pulling me close. "How could Lila not have noticed me? I was the finest specimen of manhood she knew. She was just pretending not to crush on me all these years." I roll my eyes. "Whatever." "It's true," Jude protests. Well, and maybe I was just waiting for her to grow up so I wouldn't be a perv. The four of us stand there laughing, and I bask in the warmth of being part of a family. Beast and Brooke feel even more like parents to me now than they did 2 years ago when I showed up at the clubhouse, terrified for my life and with nowhere else to turn. I still have moments of guilt that in a lot of ways, I feel closer to Brooke than I ever did to my mom. As I listen to the others talk about wedding plans and potential places for a honeymoon, my left hand reflexively goes to my right and starts to finger the other ring I wear, my mother's engagement ring, to remind me of her, the good and the bad, and what could have been if her life had been less hard. "Hey, you two," Gunner's voice breaks into my thoughts. He and his wife Alex stroll up with Ghost, Jenna, and Mariana in tow. Noah's not with them since he's off at college. Alex gives me a hug and a congratulations. "Hell of a party," Gunner remarks. "The gang's all here." "That's what you get when your brother-in-law's the MC Prez," Jude jokes. "We get all the perks." "Don't I know it?" Gunner mock grumbles. "Oh, before I forget," says Alex. "Eden wanted to make sure I told you congratulations from her. I talked to her last night and told her about the party." "Aw, that's sweet," I reply. "How is she doing?" "Okay. She says she might come up with Bryson at Christmas for a few days. I hope she will. I miss her." I give Alex a sympathetic look. I know it's been hard on her having her sister leave Tanner Springs. I know she secretly hopes Eden will come back to town someday. But for now, she knows that the memories here are too painful. "Speaking of traveling, when do you two leave for Seattle?" Alex asks me. "Tomorrow afternoon," I tell her. Jude and I are flying out to see my dad and celebrate our engagement with him since he couldn't make the trip out here. In fact, Mariana here is cat-sitting for us while we're gone. "She's so excited," Jenna interjects, looking down at her daughter. "You know how much she loves Spike." Mariana agrees. "I've been telling Luna and Sirius that their mama is coming to visit us for a week," she tells me. Mariana took 2 of Spike's litter when she had her babies, in spite of Ghost's protests that they didn't have room for 2 more pets. Now, with Luna and Sirius, plus their St. Bernard Rhino and their terrier mix Chucky, they're well on their way to a menagerie. This suits Mariana, who wants to be a vet someday, just fine. As the party goes on, pretty much everyone here comes over to congratulate Jude and me. Young and old, everyone is here. One notable exception is Jude and Jules' mother. She's a widow now. Jude's dad died of cancer a little over a year ago. She has a small apartment in a senior living place not far from Jewel and Angel's place. Jude barely sees her, except in passing. After Jude and I finally got together, we had to work through the fight that almost split us apart, the sudden reemergence of our parents in our lives, and how we were going to deal with them. Both he and I had a lot of experience with having our parents fail us. And when we finally cooled down enough to talk it through, I realized there was a reason he was so mad I was willing to let my absent father back into my life. "I got hurt so many times by my folks growing up," he told me one night as we lay laced together in bed after an epic session of lovemaking. "I didn't want you to get hurt by your dad. I wanted you to protect yourself. Hell, I wanted to protect you. And I was mad as hell that you didn't see things the same way." "You wanted me to reject my father the same way you rejected your parents," I guessed. Jude's temper flared momentarily. "It ain't like that," he gritted out, then softened. "Well, hell, maybe it is. Maybe I felt like you were thinking I needed to let my folks in, the same way you let your dad in." "It's not the same thing, though," I murmured, sinking back against his chest. "My mom sucked when I was growing up. Hell, I felt terrible about liking Brooke more than I liked her, but it was what it was, you know? I couldn't change her. I think in a weird way, she did the best she could. So I just let her be. And then when my dad came around, I had no experience at all. So I figured any relationship was better than no relationship at all, which is what I had. I met him too late for him to be around to kiss my boo-boos, but we had a clean slate to start from. You had a lifetime of your parents treating you badly, of them not being what you wanted or what you needed. That's what you see today when you look at them. I looked up at him. Try seeing them just for what they are, and then ask yourself if you can accept and forgive them for that. If not, I shrugged. Okay, that's okay. We haven't really talked about it since, but I know Jude is at peace with his decision to keep his parents, and now his mother, mostly out of our lives. And with that peace, he has been able to accept that Jewel has made different choices. We did go to his dad's funeral, for Jewel's sake, and on the rare occasions that we run into his mom, Jude is cordial, and that's enough. In the days after Jude and the Lords rescued me from Petcher, I realized I was wrong when I was hanging from that hook ready to be savaged and killed. I wasn't in exactly the same place I'd found myself at the beginning of the whole nightmare. Back then, the thing I was most afraid of in life was showing vulnerability. I was afraid any display of weakness, of letting it show that I craved connection to other people, would be used against me. I wanted to be in control of my own life, self-reliant, never weak. If you never needed anyone else, I reasoned, if you never expected anything of anyone else, you could never really be betrayed. The girl who collapsed inside the Lords of Carnage clubhouse, calling out for help, was so desperate she had to break her own credo. She needed aid badly enough that she felt she had no choice. The girl who arrived that day could never have accepted a long-absent father back into her own life. That girl could not have trusted anyone else to have her back. But the girl who fought Petcher off for the second time had more. She had friends. She had family to fight with her. And maybe, more important, she had people who would stick around afterwards to help her celebrate a love that she never thought she could have, a man who gives her everything she needs, including space, freedom, a love that doesn't smother or take advantage, a love that gives without counting, without keeping score, a love that will go the distance. The day after our engagement party at the clubhouse, Brooke and Beast drive us to the airport. On the way, I get a text from Cheryl Lynn wishing us a good trip. "Take lots of pictures," she says, and I assure her I will. I had to tell her a pretty sketchy version of the truth following the events at Supergirls, but she has never asked me for more details than I was able to give. I've come to consider her a close friend. Yet another reason to be grateful. Later, as the plane lifts off for Seattle, I look over at Jude in the seat next to me. He's holding my hand, and the diamond of the ring he gave me glints in the sunlight streaming through the window. He smiles at me and closes his eyes. I watch him as he falls asleep and think again about the time I chose love over fear, and how I keep choosing it now, every day, and how it was Jude and the Lords of Carnage who taught me how. This concludes Jude by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Troy Duran and Jillian Macy. Copyright 2021 by Daphne Loveling. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Daphne Loveling and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.